Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Up early. Bright and early. Well, it's actually not bright out yet, but we're up early. For the SOOP Cup. For the SOOP Cup. Thank you, FIFA boy.
Happy festive 9, Mr. Sex. Lots of love as usual.
A festive number 9, up to endorsement level 5 as well. Welcome. Hi, Fovai. Hi, Red Eyes. Hi, Power Puika. DLGG. Morning, Juby. Morning, Andra. Alright, are we ready? Are we locked in? Ready to kick it off? Complaining about not getting a hello seconds after getting a hello. Classic Andra. An Andra classic. Okay. So, let me show you what we're working with today. This work? This works. Cool. If I show you what we're working with today, you might be looking at your screen and thinking it's not looking like the greatest day of action. And I can't lie to you. You would be right. It is not looking like the greatest day of action. But you never know, right? You never know. How did Pokerface look last match? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. They kind of pushed over Vesta Crew, which is the expectation. You should push them over. So I think Pokerface, on paper, strong favourites for Group B. And I think that's how we're going to see it in reality. I think their toughest test might actually be their test today versus Way. So if there's one game keep our eye on, it will be this Way Pokerface game. So I think that has the potential to be our closest one. Maybe what's going to be most interesting about today is we talked a lot during the first 2 days about how the meta hadn't really shifted in these first 2 days, but it was right after the patch. Literally, day one was day one of the patch as well. So now the teams have had a couple of days break in between the groups to scrim, to try out different comps. We've seen a bit more. I didn't watch any of last night, but I watched some on Friday of the Face It. And it felt like there was a bit more comp variety coming in. People trying different things. So we'll see how much of that translates through to Korea as well. What they have been playing, what they have been experimenting with. And then hopefully we'll get a bit more variety. I'm actually really warm, if you can believe it. It's not really a warm type of season. But I'm actually warm, so we have to go down another layer. Always dress in layers in winter, but we're going down another layer. Which means we're taking up. It's no longer a shields up situation. It's a shields down situation. Whoa. There we go. Alright. Did anyone watch much of the action over the weekend? I know Calling All Heroes was on. I know Face It was on. Saw you get a 100-point drop. Do you want that? I saw this because I was looking in chat. And it's a classic. So for those who weren't aware, for Face It, Masters is happening also this weekend. And one of the things Face It are doing is they're doing drops on their channel for Face It points. Face It points, if you don't know, this is not a paid advertisement. But I was looking at it. Let me go to Face It. This isn't the right place. But if I go to Face It, and I go to their shop. Where's the shop? If I just type in Face It shop, you can exchange Face It points. It's not a paid segment, I promise you. You get to the Face It shop, and you know what I was looking at in the Face It shop? What button do you think I pressed when I first got here, when I had the chance to filter different things I can buy from the Face It shop, right? I pressed TF2 straight away. And then I started looking at these gold guns, and then I was like, ooh, I can get myself some of these gold guns. They had a gold sticky launcher before, but that's gone. So I guess stuff... Oh, wait, no, there it is. There's the strange sticky launcher. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, all I need is 90,000 Face It points. Because I actually won. Can I show you on here? Yeah, I won 3 drops. Because it was a classic. It was a classic mainstream chat where everyone was complaining about... Everyone's complaining about, these drops are rigged, man. These drops are fake. These aren't real. And I'm out here. I won 3 drops, got myself. I think I already had 100, so I won a 300, a 500, and a 100. And I already had 100. Buy a max of 7 head. I've already got it, I'm pretty sure. I played the original, what was it? Like, Poker Night of the Inventory. Did you see Varuna? Oh, actually, I saw this fucking, alright. I want to go off on a fucking tangent here, I guess. Where is it? Fucking leak threads, man. Fucking... There was one thread before this that pissed me off to no end. So I understand it's the off-season, and with the off-season comes a vacuum of news, right? A vacuum of information, and happened every Overwatch League season. Who's going to sign for who? Who's going to stay? What teams are going to form? What rosters are going to form? Who's spending money? Who's not spending money? All interesting rumours. And I think, again, you watch any sport, the off-season will be filled. If you follow football, transfer season, right? The exact same thing. But what also comes with this stage, or this part of the season, is some of my least favourite fucking content, when it's just leakers waffling on about nothing. And you get stuff like this, because I think the thing to do at the off-season, it's a very exciting time. Which rosters are going to be built? Who's going to work with who? Who's signing for who? In this situation, which orgs are even coming in and getting these partnership spots, etc, etc. But it also brings out some of the worst fans, I think. And this post here, fucking glittering bid 3822. Season starts in less than a month. I'm bored, so release for roster teams. LMAO. Fucking grow up. Despise people like this. Despise people. Thank you, Magnolia.
It's high time Real Madrid gets their wallets out for a top-tier Overwatch team.
I mean, their football team's not doing great, so maybe a pivot into Overwatch is the right move for a Magnolia. The Reddit is awful in general. Yeah, and there's a lot of problems with the Reddit, because as much as this thread particularly wound me up, because I was like, if you want to talk about roster construction, right? The threads where it's like, here are my dream rosters for North America. Here are my dream rosters for Europe. Here are my dream rosters for Korea. Do you think we could see a team, you know, everyone's playing Football Manager with their stuff, you know? That stuff's interesting and exciting, and I think I've seen people in the Discord having these same type of conversations of like, this is who I think is going to go where, this is who I think is going to go where, blah, 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 blah. And I think that's all super interesting, and actually is a sign of a healthy scene. It's a sign of people invested, even when there's no Overwatch actively being played in these tournaments. So I think that's a really good thing. But when it's threads like this, which is like, I'm bored, tell me the answers. It's like, you don't actually fucking care. You're just a fucking dopamine addict who need some fucking gossip or some drama. Just go watch some fucking, what's that website called? Twitch fails type shit? Like, fuck off. I'm annoyed at the Varuna leak. I feel the same about Varuna, because what we have in Overwatch is we don't have real leakers. Whereas in, say, CS or League of Legends, I'll give you an example, right? Let's find, where is he? So, League of Legends, no Max today, no. So, Monte Cristo, where was it? Not at the airport. Here we go. Monte Cristo released this tweet. Riot will be allowing esports teams to have betting sponsors of League of Legends and Valorant in 2025. Gambling companies interested in sponsoring teams will have to be approved by Riot and will not be allowed to place logos on team uniforms. Okay, so this is a leak. You can see earlier when old Righty Lucy says any source and Monte Cristo comes back in with me, you fucking chud. He didn't say fucking, but it feels like it was an implied fucking, you know? And it was... and this is a proper leak. This is information that's not available to the public from a source that is reliable. A reliable source, inside information. Obviously, he's not going to share his sources because he doesn't want to get anyone in trouble and compromise his sources, compromise his ability to maybe potentially get information in the future, everything like that. So, we get proper leakers. Industry insiders, right? Similarly, in Counter-Strike, what you get is a lot of real journalists. Richard Lewis, what was the other guy's name? I forgot his name now. The guy who would also post leak CS roster move leaks and stuff, but it would all be very much verified in terms of, I've heard this is the contract thing, this is the contract negotiation going on, this player's going to sign with this team, this is why they didn't sign for this team, blah, blah, blah. Really, I mean, the classic example for the football heads is Romano Fabrizio, right? You know, if Romano Fabrizio tweets it, if he tweets it, it's fucking happening. It's 100% true, right? He doesn't tweet gossip. He tweets facts. Same Monte Cristo. Doesn't tweet for gossip. This is a fact. This is insider information. Richard Lewis doesn't tweet gossip, tweets fact. What we get in Overwatch, because, come on, let's face it. If we're all being honest, we know we're not the same as CS. We know we're not the same as League of Legends. What we get is just gossip hounds. And gossip hounds, piss off, you know? Piss off. There's no... The problem with this type of gossip is there's no consequences for right or wrong, or if anyone gets fucked over or not fucked over. I think it'd be fair to say that maybe within the scene, there's plenty of talk. Let me turn this down a sec. Chill out. Maybe there. There's plenty of talk about different offers and stuff going around and people trying to form rosters, but nothing's happened. Nothing's happened yet. It's if you're a believer in nothing ever happens, right now, you'd be winning, because so far, nothing's happened. Nothing's happened, so everything is just gossip, people negotiating, people inquiring. So all this type of gossip, unverified, untrustworthy sources, fuck them. Because I understand why it's interesting, and, you know, you see Reddit has also decided this is interesting, right? 254 upvotes is actually pretty decent as far as our subreddit goes. But it's just fucking gossip with no reliable sources, anything like this. So yeah. Not a fan. Because in reality, what's the difference between it being announced now and it being announced in a week or something? In the meantime, we just get fucking throwaway gossip. People like gossip. That doesn't mean it's a good thing, though. There's plenty of things people like that people would prefer they didn't like or didn't have such fucking importance or such relevancy. Because the problem here is there's no comeuppance if something does wrong. If I use it's to coin a phrase, journalistic integrity here. The most important thing about everything going on right now, I think, for anyone who does know information, that would be, I guess, counted as privileged or insider information. The most important thing here is... Can anyone get it? And what's the most important thing if you have insider information right now? Bearing in mind, nothing is signed. Not to leak it, no! The most important thing, breakfast, we're getting closer. The most important thing is you don't fuck anyone over. Because nobody signed anything. You don't want to fuck over anyone's contract negotiations. There's a lot of moving pieces right now with so many people out of contract. You don't want to accidentally fuck anyone over. And my biggest worry with all the people who are these gossip hounds is they don't have any credence for that. Or is credence maybe isn't the right word. They don't have any respect for that. In terms of, they just want to post the thing, to tweet the thing, get the dopamine, get the engagement, blah, 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 blah. They don't have any care that you may or may not be screwing someone's negotiation over. And I think that's my biggest problem with them. I understand why people want to know the rosters. It's an inherently interesting subject. But I just worry that the actual people we have in the Overwatch scene compared to, say, a Monte Cristo, a Richard Lewis level, all of this, there's no consequences, right? Richard Lewis, very, very reasonably, well, very understandably, very happy that he has a 100% success rate with stories. That's a high success rate. 100% is a pretty good number. It's a pretty good number. But because of that, because he's a relevant figure within the scene, not just in CS, within wider esports, it matters. It matters that he has this accuracy. So therefore there is, yeah, skin in the game is a good word for it. So there is skin in the game. These gossip hounds who just circle around, there's no skin in the game. They'll just leak whatever they think they hear, just to get clicks. Hey Rob, yeah, but to be honest, the problem isn't even accuracy in the sense of, I mean, obviously you want it to be accurate. Thank you, Vanilla Freshness.
00101001111111100110100.
He stopped early. Brian's phoning it in today. He's on a half-day Sunday, I guess. Thank you, Vanilla Precious. The problem is, I have no faith that a lot of these people who are just turn up and do the leaks every fucking off-season have any interest in making sure they don't screw over any of the players or orgs in all of this, right? Because we saw that last year. It wasn't from the gossip, to be fair, or from rumor, but we saw M80 get taken for a fucking ride and enter into this whole roster mania situation because of some of this chaos. Whereas now, the thing is, let's say, hypothetically, player A has an offer from a certain team or something, or an org, like some of these orgs I mentioned, I think are orgs that haven't been around for X amount of time, right? Hi Feffy, hi Myth. I'm good. But some of these orgs that haven't been around in a while, all of a sudden, by leaking that they're, or attempting to leak, that they're looking to get an OWCS team for next year, blah, 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 all of this, I think there's a real potential this disrupts negotiations, or it fucks with somebody's... I need to use an example to explain it properly, because I'm doing a really bad job at the moment. But if a certain group of players is negotiating with an org, what could happen is they might be in first in a great position to secure themselves a good contract. But all of a sudden, if it gets leaked and this org's involved, then all of a sudden it widens the field and it potentially disrupts that player's opportunity to have that contract that they should have got the contract. No, you're all good. So yeah, not a fan of this type of stuff. I understand why people like gossip, but I think we have to talk. It's different when you think last year, right? When you think last year, we're going to play a walkout, so I'll tab out of this. But you remember last year when, because we talked about some stuff on Uncoachable, right? When Chris accidentally leaked that ENTS was the team signing Kev, Kai, and Cloudy and all of that, right? But what's the difference there? One, it's fucking rock solid information, right? Because every single player has signed for fucking contract. Secondly, because every single player has signed for contract, we can't, there's no, the leak is safe essentially, right? There's no, the potential for negative consequences from that leak don't exist anymore. Because everything is signed, sealed, delivered. Whereas I know for a fact, nothing is signed, nothing is sealed, nothing is delivered right now. So, yeah, not a fan of it. You can't stop people gossiping, right? But yeah. Leaks aren't as interesting until people are signed. Well, yeah, because it's just not accurate, right? Anyone can start a rumor. We can start a rumor right now. GB's trying to start this rumor that I'm joining Cloud9. Also, some of these are just fucking stupid. Some of these are so fucking stupid. Like this Luminosity one. Luminosity are going to sign an OWCS team. Come on. Do you know how much Luminosity invested last year? Not much? Yeah. Like, couple of $100 a month type contracts. And they're going to scale up to a full team? Fucking grow up. I don't even know. I have no inside information on this. It's just inherently stupid. And this is the bit where there's just anything they have heard, they will repeat. So you're not doing anything but just spreading rumors. Yeah, they just slapped their logo on Maryville. Yeah, like it was a fucking joke of a sponsorship. Wasn't a real sponsorship at all. How much a Cloud9 paying me? Nothing. Because what's going to happen as well is, what we should do is we should look back at these things. Once everything is announced, once everything is signed and everything's confirmed, and see, was there any truth in all of this? Because I guarantee you what's happened right now, the way this system's going to work is Blizzard announced the partnership program, right? Blizzard announced you have to get your applications in, blah, 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 blah. So loads of people would have applied. Loads of orgs would have dipped their toes in and said, okay, yeah, let's see what the proposal is. Let's see what's going on. No, but the VOD will be on Twitch. It's not behind a paywall anymore. What was I saying? I've lost my train of thought now. Oh, it's too early. But yeah, so, oh yeah, that's where I was. So because Blizzard have asked around, basically, Blizzard are going around asking everyone, asking them to, if they'd be interested in this, getting them to fill in these application forms, blah, blah, blah. What that means is over the last maybe 4 weeks, Blizzard have probably talked to every reasonable org you've heard of, right? All the orgs you might have heard of in Europe, North America, wherever, Blizzard will have talked to them. So all of these, oh, I've heard Blizzard are talking to these people, and these people are interested. Everyone's had a fucking conversation. If you're any org worth any relevance, you would have had a conversation with Blizzard over these last few weeks about the partnership program. So it's not a leak, like, it's not any information. It's just, yeah, of course Blizzard have been talking to all these teams, but some of them just aren't realistic. As you would expect, right, when you go around and you're trying to pitch a new product and get people to buy in, etc., etc. Become the new leaker? No, I don't want to be a leaker. What do you mean I can't shake someone's hand? What's that a reference to? Is that a San reference? I don't understand the reference then. I thought it was a reference to San. Someone else? Fuck. Fuck, Sandy. Now you're starting rumours. Kevin's getting huge offers? Exactly. Like. Because the thing is, what's going to happen? So what's going to happen is people say Varuna has pretty high accuracy. But what's actually going to happen is they are going to repeat 90% of everything they are told. And therefore, some of it will be right. But really, I think the aim here, if you're a reporter, has to be 100% accuracy. In what world would anything less than 100% accuracy be good? Or the aim? If you pick up a newspaper, and I mean, I know there's the whole fake news, different points of view, blah, 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 blah. But in reality, when you pick up a newspaper or you read tweets from a news website, you really are hoping for 100% accuracy. Not even hoping. I actually think 100% accuracy might be the minimum you demand from your news sources, right? Does anyone want not accurate information? Anyone happy with 90%? Oh yeah, most of what they say is true, so I'll go with that. So, yeah, I can tell you, based on what I know, nobody's signed anything yet. Nobody's signed anything. So, there's no, what's the word? No heavy movement so far, so everything is purely gossip. I got my news from Mock of the Week. Yeah. Probably the best place to, honestly. Yeah, I think you're right, Chugga. I think we are approaching that, and I think the idea that teams that orgs have already started talking to players is true. That's true, right? But nobody's going to drop a contract before they are confirmed in the partner program. Morning Painkiller. Because I saw this talk, in... Was it Reddit again? I need to get off fucking Reddit. It's gonna make me... It's gonna ruin my mental. Talking about subclasses? No, not talking about subclasses. There was one about Toronto. Where was it? There was one about... Where is it? Does anyone know what I mean? It was one talking about Toronto, and then everyone was like, I can't believe Blizzard have declined Toronto. They should be grandfathered in. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, somebody was like, yeah, something along those lines, bruv. Somebody was like, oh yeah, they didn't get partner program. And I was like, that's an awfully big claim to make with no fucking evidence. Yeah, where was that? Was that in the Varuna thread? Am I just conflating the... Am I conflating the things? Stop making rims out of you talking about... Oh yeah, here, no, it's here, right? It's here. It's actually, yeah, it's in the thread. Yeah, it's contained within the thread. Yeah, it's fucking Spider Panther, who actually posted this thread as well. Spider Panther is a conduit for all this fake gossip. Do we know anything about blah 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 blah? According to her, she thinks it was up to NRG and Toronto for the last time because they were a more popular org. Like, all of this is just... It's just baseless speculation from people who haven't existed in the fucking industry. Right? These aren't industry experts. Like when I read something from Richard Lewis or Monte Cristo or whoever, it's they understand how the industry works. They understand how these negotiations happened. They've seen it. They've seen a million versions of it before. So the idea to float this around, because if this is true, which I'm pretty sure, I'm so incredibly skeptical this is fucking true and this is how it went. If it's true, this is a hugely big problem or a big decision from Blizzard, right? But it's just not fucking true. Everyone's having this conversation. Like, you can see people start to get up in arms. Right? Surely they didn't slap it in the face when the any team willing to spend money in the inaugural, yeah, blah 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 blah. And all of a sudden people are having this talk. People are having these type of conversations. I wonder, look at this one. You want fucking evidence that nobody on Reddit knows what they're fucking talking about? I wonder if Toronto wanted to go with the Ultra brand was a factor in the partner slot decision making as well. It's unfortunate. What are you fucking talking about? Oh yeah, Toronto Defiant. We would assign Toronto Defiant. What do you mean you're called Toronto Ultra? We're not partnering with no Ultra. Like, what's even the fucking logic here? What am I reading? This is positive. People are like, he makes a good point. He makes a good point. What if it was the Ultra factor? Fuck me. Thank you, Swaggy Alex. Thank you for the 5 months. It's just a fucking joke. Kevin's getting huge offers. The long established best player in EMEA. You know who else is probably, and I'll give you this leak, I reckon Sugarfree's probably getting some pretty good offers in this off season. Fucking cheers. Breaking news, Kevin Kai are friends. I mean, now we've now just hit the gossip level of magazines, or gossip magazine level, right? Like, Brad Pitt's no longer talking to Angelina Jolie. They were seen walking down the street not holding hands. Is their relationship on the rocks? Because even ones like this, so like, here we go. Someone sort of pitches a Korean team and this, to be fair, I'm happy with, right? Just, yeah. You're a fan of Overwatch. Pitch for teams, talk about potential rosters. Wouldn't this be a good Korean team? And go, that's a pretty decent looking Korean team. Could be the T1 team. It's just guessing, right? Just think it would be cool. But then we come in with this. I'd make a play for Bliss. TM probably don't have him on a ridiculous contract. Nobody's on fucking contracts anymore. Like, everyone's just talking about, I don't know, just stuff they have no reading on, right? No read on. Why give them attention? Calling it out, Fairboot. Calling it out. Because as much as there's maybe a few individuals who are leading the stupidity fucking Olympics here, but these are all of these comments I've mentioned have been positively upvoted. Positively upvoted. The guy that leaked that Rush's coaching T1 is literally just him looking for scrims for T1 in a Discord server, I swear. I mean, just Reddit gossip. And you know what you can tell? Look at this fucking sentence. Come on. I feel like Rush could utilize someone's flexibility better than Krusty. Fuck me. This isn't even about the leaks. This is just about Rush's incredible ability to maintain his reputation. Why? There is no money. Maybe match fixing. What's that? The only negatively rated comment on all of this. Alright, here we go. Big Smurf fan. Big Smurf fan comes in. If Smurf gets replaced, there will be blood. I'm such a huge Smurf fan. I love Smurf. I think he's such a great tank. I'll be so mad if his team replace him. Doesn't know his fucking favourite players fucking retired. Fuck me. This reminds me, have I ever told you the Moth story? When me and Hunter were in, at a bar in, and it was Season 5 playoffs. So Season 5 playoffs, me and Hunter are at a bar. We're getting a drink. We're waiting to be served. And then this girl comes up to us, recognises Hunter, because he was wearing a Glads jersey and because he looks the way he does, you know? So, not my boyfriend. We were just at a bar. It was a platonic drink. It was a platonic drink at a bar with my friend Max. So we're at the bar. This girl comes up to us. And this girl comes up because she recognises Max. And she's like, "Hi, Hunter. Big fan. I'm such a big Gladiators fan. Is Moth here?" And Hunter looks understandably a bit confused, like, No, Moth's not here. And the girl's like, "Oh, I'm such a big Moth fan. I was really hoping he'd be here so I could sort of get him to sign something and all of this." It's like, and Hunter was like, "No, he left the team." This was Season 5, so 2022. 2022 playoffs, so the end of 2022. She was at playoffs. She was at playoffs asking where Moth was. Because she was such a big Moth fan. Such a big Moth fan. I'm such a big Moth fan. I want to meet him. Hunter, have you seen Moth? Not in like 3 fucking years. Sorry, love. Fuck. She's like, "Oh, I thought he was maybe coaching or something." Like, just invented a narrative in your head. Oh yeah, Moth has been secretly coaching Gladiators all these years. I think, from what I understand, if you want the Moth gossip, hot off the presses, I think Moth is actually, he just went and got a degree and works in a pretty decent IT job now. All right, should we lock in? I am maxless, so I'm riding solo. I'm all full of energy after that start, but we've actually got a hazard mirror here. So we asked ourselves a question right at the start before we went down a Reddit rabbit hole of what the meta will be. Well, the teams have shifted. Now we've had a little bit more time on the patch, and it seems like everyone is shifting into hazard. And should I crank it up a little bit? Hold on. Let me see if I can get the volume.
하거든요. 예. 자, 게다가 베르나르까지 함께 2층 올라와서
Is that better?
제압하는 모습이 있었고요.
Hopefully that's a little bit of a better balance. So, Hazard Mirror, Ana Lucio on the side of Genesis, Zeta Division on the Juno Briggs side. So Zeta Division are really playing a lot of what we saw teams play in at Stockholm. Just they've replaced with Malga with a Hazard. We'll see the same here. Coming through Coast, Kalios trying to spam his way in. Kalios was having a really hard time with a Malga, so no surprise that he's keen to swap this onto the new hero. They force a defect out of Alpha Yi, bully him back, and Hidden's actually going to find that opening pick now. Oh, and Kalios has got violent. And they've just sort of fallen over here, Zeta Division. Quite a passive hold, cleared out bit by bit. Genesis is just going to walk up, give their surgeon an opportunity, and Hidden will deliver with that opening pick. The return of the Ana Lucio comp 2022 never left. Just like Moth, never left. Alright. Early push coming in here with this Nano, trying to get aggressive. Burner's trying to block everything, but he's so low. Ray comes out from Finn, will top Burner back up. Looking for it right now. Trying to drop it in, and Rally comes through as well. Burner's chasing down his final kills. Alfie is all over him, and the Ray Rally timing comes through. Faith just quite have that beating time. Maka is a flex support player. He was signed as a... Well, he was signed by the Florida Mayhem, so he technically has a championship ring. But he never actually really played for Florida Mayhem in any meaningful way. He was mainly signed as a pickup, I think, to eventually replace RuPaul and become a 2024 player in Overwatch League. But obviously, Overwatch League 2024 never happened. As we get our customary pause. So since that sort of brief appearance on Florida Mayhem, Maka's been on a couple of teams around Korea and hasn't really done that well. Hasn't really lived up to the billing that I think Gumba and obviously the Florida Mayhem thought he had.
지금 전달됐는데요. 칼리오스 선수의 마이크 이슈가 좀 있다고 합니다.
Oh, all right. Ramp up just to get to the pause again. I think Gumba might have been mildly incorrect about Makovic. Yeah, I mean, Gumba's been wrong before. But he's also been right a lot of the time. What was it he said? He was something like he reckons he probably gets it right about 60% of the time. And to be honest, player scouting, really fucking hard. We were really bad at it on London. I think, as if you can't tell. So 60% is actually tremendously good. A few people with Maka bias.
자, 좀 걸릴 것 같습니다. 예, 이건 좀 걸릴 것 같아요. 그러니까 저한테 뭐 들어온 거 없거든요.
Can we put Kev on Sim? Let's be for real here. I think that was a good decision, no? Did Ents get better or worse? Were Ents better or worse without Gumba? Here's one for you. First half of the year Ents versus second half of the year Ents. Which was a better team?
잡고 모니터 한번 잡고 슬슬 준비 들어갈 준비 가나요?
다들 마지막 수정하고 딱 키보드 마우스 저 게이밍 자세 딱 잡고.
그렇죠.
딱 그 왼손이 WASD로.
I think it's probably also there's three Ents periods. There's the Gumba years, the Crimzo summer, and the coachless winter, right? Those are the ones you have to try and factor in and decide when we're Ents best. The Gumba years, the Crimzo summer, or the coachless winter. Alright, overclock from Flora on the way in here. Hidden's going to get taken off. Disruptor shot, doing a lot of damage, but now HaeJeokDan tries to shut him down with the blade. 1-for-1 trade. Hit scan's taken out of it here, but Alfie still has the blade. Burner, he still has, I'm going to have to remember the name of all the abilities here, the downpour. But the backline's been run over here, and it's Ana Lucio. They squishy, aren't they? Seem squishy. Didn't even need any of the ults at the end there. I feel like I've dropped quality as well. Come on. 1080p? Are you telling me the truth? I don't super believe you. Yeah. Max has had a busy day, so he's not available for this bit. Alright, there we go. Alright. Whoa, tap back in just to see Flora get the opening pick for their team. Still have this downpour from Burner, and Alfie still has the blade. The downpour comes out, connects onto Finn, but Kalios C9s. And you see there, Burner just hits for counter downpour.
비등비등했던 싸움에서 제타의 그 방패스러운 면모가 돋보인.
Why using Soup Global? It's because, to be fair, it was the one that was in sync with Hunter, but I guess if we're not trying to sync, we can actually just go... Because Soup Korea has 14... Let me see if I can make a seamless transition between these rounds. Because Soup Korea also has like an additional quality setting. This one?
그러니까 주먹으로 때리다가 주먹이 나가는 거 아니에요?
그 이후에는 플로라가 소리만.
Ooh. Can we count down for sync? Yeah, I'll sync with you, chat. Wait, is it gonna load? Are we in? We in.
네. 두 번째 라운드 시작합니다.
Alright, we're in. I might need to...
양팀 상황이 되겠고요.
Alright. More Hazard, more Sojourn, more Genji. Alfie's going to get pressured back immediately, and actually TaeJong's going to capitalize off that. Burner's traded one of the backlines so far. Again, the Ana Lucio having problems keeping itself. 7, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, I think we're in sync. Burner's going to keep going deeper, takes the Sojourn out of here. Kalis is trying to do the same onto the backline. Will get caught on the way out, though. Burner is still alive. Oh, Burner's gone down as well. So it's just a dogfight right now, and Alfie and Flora coming up trumps. Faith is going to get focused down, and have to feel there. Finn just more ability to stay alive and influence the fight, even after Violet's death. And then on the other side, where Faith on the Lucio, he can get involved, he can do stuff. We're getting closer though, Sanu. It's definitely not the quality it says it is, but it's better. Alright, now the hold. Downpour's coming up quick. It just seems like this Hazard ult just charged very quickly. Wolf from Kalios just try and clear some of this high ground space. Nade onto Burner as well. Will force him back. Just a counter dive here onto Kalios. You see Burner tries to counter dive, trapping Kalios with that wall. Kalios avoids it though. But Flora takes Maka out on the way in. And now the main source of healing is gone, so they turn their attention to the tank. They focus him down instead. And Flora wins that duel at the end of it as well. They want this late kill onto the Genji on Coast. Looking for Faith too. They will get TaeJong, force him off the edge. Miss the shot on Faith, but Finn torpedoes they can't miss, so he's going to catch all the late kills there. And now ZETA Division 50% and counting in full control. Burner sitting on top of these roofs. An absolute nightmare to retake against a Hazard lurking up here. We will have downpours in play. Support ops coming through soon as well. But Flora has this overclock, so they might just start with this overclock as they try and walk in easy. Kalios trying to disrupt him with the shield. Burner looking for an opportunity. Instead, Faith just goes to match it. Faith takes a lot of damage on the way through, trying to get TaeJong into position. But Alfie trying to punish him, can't catch him though. And now Hidden's actually caught Flora as the overclock comes out. Now the Nano onto TaeJong. Nano Blade coming out versus this Ray. Finn, he's downpoured, he's caught in. It looked like he was going to float away from TaeJong, but the downpour helps him up. But only one kill out of that Nano Blade. They've still walking forward. Alfie's managed to trade 2 in all of this. They've invested so heavily here, Genesis. But Dash is missed, but he sees a chance. He wants to clutch, slide out. 1/2/ finishes it. Downpour from Burner and Kalios. It doesn't connect. And Alfie is doing everything. He gets for 2 trades. Then he gets for backline as well. And just like that, Genesis, they threw everything into that previous fight. Well, everything they had at least. They didn't have the beat, they didn't have the overclock, everything they had. The Nano Blade for downpour. But Alfie, good for the trades. Quality shining through. And get ZETA Division started. On the right foot. Alright. Did Sojourn get buffed? Yeah, slightly. But I think she's been slowly buffed, trying to get her back into meta. And I think now it's been with the DPS passive especially. Now it's really jumped up. Alright, outcome? ZETA. No surprises there, right? No surprises there. Potentially Shazana. I'm not sure. Everything is... Anytime there's a new patch, there's always like a period of uncertainty and a period of flux before teams settle on a comp. So I think in this day of groups and tomorrow's groups in the SOOP Cup, we'll see a lot more experimentation and a lot more variety. By the time we get to the playoffs, towards the end of next week, I think it's Thursday the playoffs start. I think that's when we'll start to maybe see the meta kind of crystallize a little bit. Is the Genji Sojin what's played with Hazard the most so far? Yeah, the little bits we've seen. I think, to be fair, what's actually happened with the meta... What colour do I add pink? Okay. So, the original meta was Juno Brig, Reaper, Echo, and Mauga. So what's happened, though, right, is now Sojin is powerful again. So people have still been running Juno Brig, Mauga, and this has continued. But people have run Sojin. And then what happens when he runs Sojin is if the enemy team is running Sojin, the best hero to play into a Sojin that's also relevant in a Juno Brig Mauga mirror is the Genji. Because the Genji has a much better time getting on the Sojin, contesting the Sojin, and isn't so vulnerable to get in. It's a much harder duel for the Sojin against the Genji than it is against the Reaper Echo, probably the best way to say it. So, Genji Sojin has sort of become meta, and then people have just started playing... That's the wrong place. But people have just started playing Hazard as well. And I think everything else has just stayed the same. So I think Sojin is in a good place in the meta. Hazard, people are playing because it's the new hero and we want to try that. Juno Brig still just seems the most stable backline. We kind of saw it there, right? Maka and Faith, especially Maka. I can, yeah. I had a particularly hard time staying alive. Yeah, I'm not convinced Ana Lucio is viable. And I think we kind of saw an element of it there. It's always a little bit hard to read perfectly into the meta when Zeta Division are clearly just multiple steps ahead of Genesis in so many ways. Player quality, meta understanding, but just comp understanding, team play, everything. They're just so far ahead of them. Probably anything Zeta do will work, right? But Ana Lucio inherently always a very greedy backline. You normally only see it on maps. Even when we see Crazy Raccoon do it, right? It's on Ilios, where Shu can just stand posted at the back of the map and play a much more independent game than he normally can. And even then, we actually saw the Lucio Ana get defeated at Stockholm as well, didn't we? Pelican does not look like he's playing today. I think he always looks like that. He always looks a little bit zoinked out, you know? not to baffle you with technical medical terms, but he always looks a bit zoinked out. Alright, out of a tiny room. Back into the auditorium. Ooh, seamless transition. Honestly, Sunday, the arena's filling out. They've restocked the chairs. And people are filling out the chairs. This is the biggest crowd we've seen so far. And we'll be going New Junk City. New Junk City. And we need to see the bands as well. You need to steal some more chairs? There's always more chairs at the SOOP Arena. That's what they always say. It's like, in the same way there's always money in the banana stand, there's always chairs at the SOOP Arena. So, what do they want ban-wise here? Can they take the chairs home? Not legally, but no one's stopping them, you know? And that's actually true. Any venue you ever go to, you go to a restaurant, you go to a cinema, you go to a stadium, you can take those chairs with you. It's just how much effort you're willing to put in to take those chairs with you, you know? Some venues will make it easier than others. But you go to a restaurant, you sit in a nice chair, you think, what a nice set of chairs this is. Help yourself. What are they going to do? Yeah, like the Mona Lisa. Yeah, another good example. What a nice painting. It'll look great in my dining room. Alright, banned heroes. So, oh wait, actually they've added initial and follow-up ban. This is new, right? They didn't have this on day 1 and day 2, but this is good. So Genesis, they choose to ban first, they ban Diva. Zeta Division, they ban Mei. I don't really know what we're expecting out of these bans.
마이분들에서 뱀픽 보면서 약간 당황하시는 게 뱀픽이 분명히 나오잖아요. 이 두
The
팀이
options
약간
aren't clear.
포지션이
Potential Genesis wanted to just
메인은
protect
사실 저희
the
최근에
tank
거의
pick. Didn't want to have Hazard banned out. We saw Kalios play Malga last week, and it was tragic as all heck. One of the worst Malga performances we've probably seen in a hot second. The whole Genesis team kind of just got blown out of the water.
2세트 뉴 정크 시티 준비 끝났습니다.
So
가보시죠.
maybe just wanted to keep that Hazard available because they're worried that without Hazard, they will be forced to play Malga on this type of map. And then Zeta Division, if you saw Zeta Division play on day 1 and day 2, you saw the bans they were implementing for day 1 and 2, you will have seen that Zeta, for the most part, just kind of take the piss with their bans. They don't really seem to care that much, at least at the group stage. They're just banning stuff for the heck of it. Is Heesung still on Zeta? Yes. Yep. So he was in the dugout and stuff with them. We've not seen him play in this tournament yet, if I'm not mistaken. It's been all burner so far. Our customary pause at the start, so we got more time. Why did they ban May? Because Zeta Division don't take the ban seriously, at least at this stage. We've seen Zeta play 2 series so far, and it feels like they've only used 1 ban seriously when they banned Winston against HaeJeokDan on Ilios. All their other bans, they just pick a hero.
제가 잘못이라면 제가 잘못이고요.
So my hope is Zeta will take it a little bit more seriously once they get to the playoffs, once they get to the big teams, of course. But at least at this point, Zeta just throwing their bans away. But they're also winning anyway, so they've just got that about them.
다행이죠. 이런 거 뺐다 꼈다면 금방 해결이 되는.
맞아요.
아니면 이제 뭐 가끔 극악의 확률로.
Oh yeah, true, Juby. They did also do it. So you don't see anyone here as a real opponent. I mean, they played their most difficult game on day 2, which was against HaeJeokDan. And that game was competitive. The Ilios was much scarier than Zeta Division probably anticipated. And the second map also competitive. They did also 3-0 HaeJeokDan. We shouldn't get it twisted, as they say. I think HaeJeokDan, yeah, like based on previous level, obviously Falcons Crazy Raccoon got to be at the top, Zeta Division in 3rd, Poker Face maybe hotter at least based on stage 2, but that was quite a while ago now. Alright, so we're going to keep on hazarding. Jump in right now from Kalios, taking a lot of damage here, and Bernard's actually going to catch Faith in all of this. Going to jump onto Kalios, punish him as well. They've just bullied their way out here. It's going to be Kiri Lucio on both sides, that's worth noting as well. We talked about Anna Lucio being a bit greedy, hard to survive. Interesting to see if they go Kiri Lucio here instead of the Juno Brig. Not sure exactly what the logic is, but we'll figure it out as we go. We'll all learn together. Flora's trying to charge up this first rail. Looks like it's going to be a Genji Lucio flank from Genesis again. Look at Faith and HaeJeokDan coming through the left-hand side. That flank is going to come in, but Kalios has just been walled off. Hard wall by Burner. A classic wall gap. Flora will win the duel as well, but HaeJeokDan, this Lucio Genji flank is coming and got 2. Now they've turned it into a dogfight. Alfie is going to try and hunt them down. They try and hit the wall. Remember that wall does 50 impact damage as well. So a lot of uses for the wall. You can use it in the traditional sense of you would use a wall like a Mei wall, like we saw Burner do against Kalios there. Or you can just use it to combo with damage. Try and land that with some of your other abilities, try and burst someone through. Also, we can also use people use it on their own feet as well, just to make themselves a little bit more elusive here. Now, big slash in. Suzu is forced straight away out of Maka. Burner looking for more. He has his downpour. Maybe lining up. Another slash in. They've lost Violet on the way in, but Burner stays all over that. Genji downpour comes in now. Don't think anyone's actually caught up in that. Kalios now will respond. Does find Burner actually there. Just drops it on the Malga. And now, Faith and HaeJeokDan, they're over to overtake them again. Better downpour from Kalios. The Faith HaeJeokDan flank gets its job done again. But for goddamn point, they didn't touch the goddamn point. Lucio Genji are too busy getting frags, not busy enough touching the point, so all their hard effort goes down the drain. And now we'll move on to point C. I need to crank it a little bit, hold on. There we go. Alright, before we start though, Hidden has just died, which means a bit of a false start here. They're going to commit for Kitsune Rush anyway. They're going out for this one. Violet in a lot of trouble. 1-for-1 trade now. Beat over top from Faith. Violet died, remember, he doesn't have that beat. Maka's going to try and survive here. TP away. And again, Suzu out. And now Kalios can just clean up here. And that pick onto Violet pays dividends. Burner's not done yet, though. Just find one trade onto Maka, but he's awfully low health. Kalios wants more kills, but P players are coming back fast. Both teams need to reset. DPS ult's going to be here. Present for both teams, but remember, because Violet went down early, he has his beat for this next fight now. All about Violet getting this beat off should give ZETA Division the firepower they need to win this one. HaeJeok looking for his engage. Flora is low. Flora's going to get caught. Violet's going to beat anyway. 4v5 beat as the blade comes in, and Violet's going to get focused and slashed out anyway. Alfie has found one trade. No DPS ults committed here from ZETA Division. But Alfie, he doesn't need for DPS ult. He's just found 2 picks again. Alfie on Genji. He's even got the flip. How is he doing everything? He has the blade if he needs it. Hidden has dropped the overclock, but Alfie, he will blade him. Alfie, he will finish everything. And ZETA Division, everything goes wrong. But the one thing that went right is they signed Alfie at the start of the season. And he will carry them through that fight. Once again, ZETA Division get a reprise that maybe it didn't seem like they would. Coming back in, downpour's available. Flora has the overclock for this retake as well. Oh, sorry, for this hold, rather. Looking for it on Kalios. Downpour comes out. Flora will get out of that one. Oh, they're also low on the side of Genesis. Should be able to finish him off with his overclock. Just burning through this. Burning through his hazard right now. So much damage. Kalios is so low. They trade one kill, but they do eventually force Kalios down. And that's going to force the reset out of Genesis. Can they get another touch? It's going to be a really hard one. They're only just spawning now. They're going to have to push past this downpour as well, so they might just have to concede the point here. Yeah, they're not going for it. And that'll be 2 rounds down. Looks like we're going to point B, so right behind ZETA Division as well. So they've rolled the RNG quite nicely there, because now they'll be able to get the early position on this B point as well. They have this downpour, they have a Kitsune rush, they nearly have a beat. Genesis looking a little bit light right now. Couple of options for Genesis. They can either just take the fight, play for their Lucio Genji flank again, try and make it chaotic and expensive for ZETA Division, or they can maybe just play a little bit slower, build up their own beat as well. Looks like they're not going to be given that option as Alfie, they're going to move. Downpour is out right now. Anyone rooted up, they're looking for him. Kalios is trying to trade him back, take attention away. Kitsune rush through means Kalios needs to run, but Alfie doesn't want to let him run. Kalios tried to wall himself in defensively, but Alfie was on his case. They did have to use both ults in the end there, though, and they're still in making this a dogfight. Maka's found one. Beat actually in from Faith. They think it's winnable. All of a sudden, HaeJeok now, he needs kills. Him and Hidden, they need to find something. Suzu is going to be committed here. So low. Finn manages to TP out. Alfie, he dies. Finn couldn't TP far, though. And now the respawns are coming in from Genesis. They can muscle them over here. More trades back and forth. Violet will get focused down. Looking to finish it off. Has the HP advantage here. Just block. Let the block do the damage for you. They regain control. Did have to drop both support ults into that as well. And we see ZETA Division. Finn's going to swap early. Or is he's just trying to get faster in spawn, maybe? Yeah, just back to Kiri. Just wanted to get the Life Weaver pull, help them get out of spawn a little bit faster. And now another downpour for Kalios. DPS ults to combine with it as well. We're going to try and retake the low ground here, but if Kalios can find a good connect, he'll be in a good position. They're trying to play through point here, so Genesis, they have to dedicate resources to dealing with Alfie underneath. You see Faith going down to market with HaeJeok now. They pushed him back. Looking for their opportunity. Oh, Wall doesn't quite catch him. He's going to downpour to chase him. Downpour doesn't get. Oh, it does. It catches him. They should be able to get that kill on Flora. Good catch by Kalios with that downpour. But they've lost the point again. Genesis, they find the kills, they concede the point. They need to stay together, they need to keep holding these threats. But Alfie, he wants to clutch. Oh, he can't quite find it. He's shut down. Alfie, he's clutch. Not this time. Good on the first 2 points, not good here. And Genesis now. Looking pretty good, actually. Ult situation is reasonable. Alfie threw away the blade, trying to clutch that one. Now Burner has a downpour to retake with, but blade and overclock. Does Burner try and initiate here? Does he just try and shut down the overclock? Catch Hidden when he goes? A difficult one for ZETA Division. We're going to get Flora a rail. Looks like Flora's going for a long flank here, potentially. No, just the other door. Body shot only onto HaeJeok as he will drop to contest Alfie on the point. They keep giving the flip away here, Genesis. They need to keep that contested. Now they're walking back up. HaeJeok misses the dash, drops the blade, though, looks for it. He's slashing a whole lot of nothing so far. They found nothing with this. And Burner's actually converted one with the downpour. And HaeJeok, he's drawing blanks. Oh, it's a disaster from Genesis. They've just been given the slip right now. And now Violet has B if they need it as well. He's super low, though. Can he get it off? He can't get it off. HaeJeok and Faith coming in. Lucio, Genji. HaeJeok, he messes up the blade, but he salvages it for his team. Now he's trying to focus down Alfie. It's a Genji 1v1. No, it's not. Violet interrupt. Burner is back as well. Faith is trying to keep this one contested. Hidden is back with the overclock. They've got space on the point, but Hidden, he needs a kill. They're desperate for it. Violet's going to drop the B on this one. Kitsune rush out, but they're being forced back, and the overclock from Flora is good. 2 kills immediately. Faith with a desperate attempt to take him down, but he will get shut down.
마지막 칼리오스까지 잡아냅니다. 결국 두 번째 세트 뉴 전투.
And there was some fight, and there was a bit more punchback on that map. But it's clear to see ZETA have a better team. Even when Genesis do a lot of things right, there's these core mistakes in their play, the point being flipped, the trades coming out. You saw that situation where they had ult advantage at the choke, HaeJeok goes for the blade, just finds absolutely nothing. He does nearly clutch the fight out regardless, but that's what it comes down to. ZETA Division take a 2-0 lead. Maybe no surprises there. How do I call this hazard comp? What do you mean? As in like what type of comp? It's probably closer to... I mean, I think in reality, this like Kiri, Lucio, Hazard, Genji, Sojin is probably closer to a dive comp. But because we're playing it in a mirror, it becomes a very brawly mirror. So even though it's the same as when we had, do you remember when we had for Winston, Kiri, Lucio, Reaper, Sombra? Not Reaper, Sombra, Reaper, Sojin. It's, that was, essentially it could function like a dive comp, but when it's a mirror, it turns very brawly. Yeah, my current, and this is very early thinking, but my current thinking is, you know how on certain maps, dive is really good because there's loads of high grounds to utilize. Ilios, Gibraltar, Dorado, you guys all know the maps. And then there's other maps where D.Va is actually pretty good. Maybe even some of the ones like Ilios Well is a good example where the map is small enough that you still have a lot of high grounds but the map's quite compact. So Winston good, big, long, open, big high grounds. D.Va can do that, but slightly prefers it to be a little bit smaller of a map than Winston. And then I think Hazard is just the next extension of that, where Hazard does like to have high grounds to exploit so he can use his wall climb and get on top of people and all of this, but he doesn't want high grounds like Dorado. Dorado is too big a high ground. Gibraltar too big a high ground for Hazard. So in some of these smaller, more compact maps, it feels like that's where he can make use of it a little bit more. So I think like New Junk City is a good example. Like, you would never want to play Winston or Ball on New Junk City, just because it's really hard with the size of the map more than anything. But with Hazard, he's a little bit more brawly if he gets caught up in some of these fights. In close ranges, he can hold his own, he can have a lot more survivability than a Winston. So I kind of see it like that. In reality though, whenever we play a full mirror, it's going to become quite brawly. So it'd be more interesting to see it against like a Hazard into an Orisa or a Malga comp or something. It's the classic overtune new hero comp. It might just be that simple. Sojin good, put it in. Hazard good, put him in. To be fair to Hazard, I feel like the neutral, in terms of if he can connect on your backline or connect on a key target, the slash, the spikes, everything is really annoying to deal with. But the ult maybe feels very hit or miss. In the sense that, you know how certain ults like Ray and Kitsune Rush, they just get value when you press the button most of the time. But it maybe a bit closer to Shatter or something like that, where you actually have to hit it. Had a ranked game where my team and opponent had a Hazard and neither hit the entire game. 0 for 8. You do get the ult really fast, though, don't you? That's one thing that does seem true. Like, even when we're watching these neutrals here, it feels like the hazards are actually winning, charging their ults faster than everyone else on the roster as well. Yeah, it's fast but kind of hard to hit. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a reasonable balance, right? Similar to the Tracer logic of, oh, you can have plenty of pulse bombs, but you've got to actually hit it to do it, to get any real value out of it. I think teams will get better at it, because in reality, I feel like there's elements of, again, if you can just force a cooldown, then hit the downpour. Like we saw that on the Sojin a little bit, right, where I think it was, maybe it was Kalios, when, you know, when Kalios, they were holding B point, and they just forced the cooldown. They forced the cooldown, then Kalios hit the downpour, no escape for Flora, even when he hit the Suzu, they're able to get it, you know? Still able to convert the kill. I can do the press. Wait, choose outcome, map to Zeta. Complete. And bonus to map 3. There we go. New Queen Street map 3. You were making toast? Fuck. It's alright, they're up. They're up. Wow! Ruler is in. Ruler is in. Kalios making the executive decision to bench himself. Might be his wisest decision. New Queen Street is a goated map. Yeah, I think New Queen Street is a pretty reasonable map. I think New Queen Street is unfairly... People never pick it. People always seem to really avoid playing it where they can, but I think it's actually one of the better designs. Better design than Esperanza and Colosseo for sure. Aruna Sappy is probably still better, but I think New Queen Street is actually pretty good.
야, 드디어 신호중의 자랑 룰러가 나왔습니다. 과연 갈고 닦은 실력을 이번 3세트에서 룰러가 어느 정도로 보여줄 수 있을지.
I think what you...
긴장을 좀 안 하는 게 중요할 것 같은데.
Oh wait, let's do the bans. Initial ban Ilari from Genesis. And Zeta are going to ban Widowmaker, so we'll keep presuming that Zeta are just continuing to take the piss. Are Genesis looking to protect support here? Are they just scared that Violet's going to Ilari here? Maybe they have an inside read on what they would normally do on New Queen Street, and they maybe try and play that wide angle with an Ilari, like Violet would greet it a little bit. Is this the first season with a ton of retirement? I don't think we're gonna get many retirements. I think we're obviously gonna get Smurf and Happy because we're going to the military, but I think we'll see very few other retirements. I think outside of those ones into essentially forced retirement because they have their conscription to do. I think Burner said he's retiring at the end of next year. So Burner will play 2025 and then retire at the end of that year. So we still got one more year for all the Burner babes.
많은 분들이 왜 한 번도 안 보여준 영웅을 자꾸 배나냐 하시거든요. 왜냐면 사실 오늘 경기에서 일리알이랑 위도 한 번도 안 나왔고 비슷한 조합도 안 나왔는데 왜 배나냐 하는데 이게 어쩔 수 없는 게 오버워치.
So yeah, so the Ilari ban, I can see it. I can see it. Proper is retiring, it was revealed to you in a dream. Stop dreaming about Proper. An unhealthy amount of dreams about Proper. What is SOOP Cup? It's a reasonable question. SOOP Cup is... SOOP is basically a streaming platform that's quite popular in Korea, and they're hosting a cup between all the Korean teams. So we're in the group stage right now. We're top 2 teams from each of these groups will join the playoffs, where they join the real big dogs in the eternal top 2 of Korea, Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. So we've got one more day of groups today, another day of groups that you can't quite see because my camera's in the way, but 2 more days of groups. We're on day 3 right now. And then from Thursday, we kick off a playoff bracket, which is where we'll have all the big dogs. So we'll have Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, Zeta are going to be there, HaeJeokDan likely to qualify, Pokerface should qualify as well. Plus one of these newer Korean teams or lesser established Korean teams. So actually lining up to be a very interesting tournament, especially once we get to the playoff stage. Hazard is, yeah, so in terms of format, That's for structure, but we've also got hero bans and hazard is enabled as well. So I think if I'm not mistaken, because there's no hazard in Face It, right? Is there hazard in calling all heroes? Or is SOOP the only tournament right now with major teams playing hazard? Yeah, so this is the only place to get high level hazard gameplay. Do partner teams stay the same? Have they clarified that at all? Like, do partners keep partners? Yeah. I presume it would be a multi-year contract they sign. But I don't know for sure. It'd be more than a year. Or there'd be some kind of... If we meet X targets, we get to go on. One thing that's worth noting is everyone talks a lot about the... Oh yeah, there you go. Now I'll sort you out picks. Yeah. They've also got Kalios on the team. He played the first 2 maps, lost both of them. Ruler has been subbed in for Kalios. One thing to bear in mind with these partnership contracts is there are things that go both ways. So as much as Blizzard have responsibilities in terms of we'll provide you skins, we'll provide you profit share on those skins, blah, 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 blah. Also, there will be responsibilities for the partners to perform as well. And same when we were in Overwatch League, there were certain responsibilities we had as Cloud9, as the London Spitfire, to make sure we provide. So there'll be an element of both sides of a contract will have things they have to do.
양팀이 맞붙는 세 번째 세트 뉴퀸 스트리트입니다.
일단 큰 변화가 없는 제네시스.
Alright.
제타도 근데 결국 저 조합으로 갈 것
So,
같아요. 피할 이유가 사실
looks like Genesis are going to hit the Korean Classic. We change our tank player to play the same tank. We'll see if he sticks to it or if they've got some kind of hidden pick up their sleeve. Maybe they just want to get rule of a game time. They know it's a very hard series to win, so just give rule of a game time. So we're going to get more Kiri Lucio, more Genji Sojin, and more Hazard. Meeting here on the middle, and Mac is just going to kill Violet immediately. How has he managed that one? Just walks around, connects the dink, and immediately Zeta Division are on the back foot. They have to concede all the space. Wall comes out to bully him back, but they want more kills. They'll hunt down Alfie. Now they turn their attention to Burner. Burner has to back it up here, and Maka with the opening pick out of nowhere gives Genesis the first fight. They'll get this payload moving. No real walls to speak of yet. HaeJeokDan is going to get cleared here. Obviously, the Hazard has a pretty reasonable engage into that Genji if he can connect the slash before deflect. Walls are going to be exchanged on point here as well, just for spam and position. You can see dash onto the high ground from Alpha Yi now, but he'll get pushed back by Faith. Hidden has committed the shift here. Deflect and Wall used defensively now from Genesis. A little bit low on cooldowns, but Hidden hits that rail, buys him a bit of space, but Burner trying to team up with him. They have to full peel. They've cleared it out. Both teams are having their backlines dive right now, but Ruler very separated from the heels here. And HaeJeokDan as well. And you saw that both teams made a dive for the backline, but Genesis's backline had to move so far back to pocket Hidden away from Burner and away from Flora. Just left Ruler and HaeJeokDan out to dry. Mac is good for one again. But it's a strong response from Zeta Division after they lost Violet early, and now be getting into the ult portion of the fight. Kitsune rushes will be up for both. Overclock's coming soon, beats coming soon. Worth noting that Burner is slightly ahead on this downpour as well. We've seen downpours not really be used to start the fight that often, and it will be Kitsune rush from Maka here. Finn will be forced back. They're trying to disengage it potentially, but Flora's not going to make it out of there. HaeJeokDan still hunting down for more kills as well. Finds Alpha Yi. Alpha Yi won't be getting out of there either. And it's a clean... Oh wait, Finn Kitsune rushes now? He Kitsune rushes now. He's trying to turn it as they push in, but Genesis, they've kept their space well. Oh, Finn has blown this ultimate away here. Is he okay? Now they can walk forward. Downpour comes out from Ruler. Burner's going to get hooked up. Beat comes through. Faith's going to get the later beat, though. They have to try and beat to save him, but they kill Burner through the beat. Now they're looking for more kills. Can't find any more kills, but tank advantage. Flora comes round the corner with the overclock. No fear, not scared at all. Takes HaeJeokDan out, and no tank, no problem for Zeta Division. Captain Fantastic on it again. Flying round the corner. And Flora bails them out there. Zeta Division, they don't even concede the lead off that. They had to spend a few more ultimates to get it though in that overclock, so a chance for Hidden to retake with an overclock of his own. You can see again, you can see a flank coming out. Hidden trying to get pocketed through by his supports on this, but the blade's going to come in. But meantime, Alfie doesn't catch Faith though. Alfie thought he saw an opportunity. Now the blade back from HaeJeok. We're all just blading nothing. We all just want to show each other our swords. Everyone just shows each other their swords, and somehow it's Violet who finds the opening, picking back. Halios is going to turn with a counter dive to try and clean up these remaining players, forcing them out. Now, looking for more burner, trying to hunt down resist Kiri. The downpour is good. Locks up Maka to seal it. Wool, just for the damage there onto the Genji. Will now jump in to get the slash. Hits the combo to finish him off as well. The ZETA division, they remain in control. And a couple of strange blades, but eventually ZETA division, they win the scrappy fight. All these scrappy fights do seem to be going ZETA division's way. And now it's going to be a Kitsune Rush versus Kitsune Rush fight. Ruler getting close to that downpour to layer in as well. Obviously, if you get rooted up, it's going to be a Kitsune Rush to start it from Maka. Finn's going to respond here, trying to keep it. HaeJeok with the deflect, forces him back and gets one shot afterwards there. Weren't able to commit forward with HaeJeok there. Now we're in big trouble. Suzu saves Faith's life for a second, but here comes Alfie. He will get taken down. They find one trade. Ruler was diving in for another. They can't find it. Hidden still has Rail on the high ground, but he's missed it. Alfie won't be able to finish that one off. The ZETA division keep themselves on the front foot. They've got that overclock, and they've got a beat to follow it up with, downpour to follow it up with as well. Genesis need a bit of a turn here. We saw these downpours force some really bad beats out before. If you get rooted up, you just get killed through beats still. Gonna be an overclock to start it from Flora, looking for it, piling the damage onto Ruler. Downpour comes out in desperation, does catch Flora. Flora kills Ruler before he gets traded though. They save Flora for as long as they can, and they trade all the kills around it. The root, the downpour, it connects from Ruler. But the damage is too much. The beat buys Flora enough time, and while they eventually get that kill, it's not enough. Ruler's going to take a lot of damage coming back here. Hidden and HaeJeok, they nearly have DPS odds, but Ruler, he needs so much help to stay alive. He can't stay alive. Someone else needs to take over the touch now. They will keep getting forced in. Maka's going to pounce around the corner once again. Maka with an important kill to give Genesis a lifeline here. Burner's now diving into the backline, but he's completely separated. HaeJeok has to get back on the payload. Care the C9, care the C9. And Maka makes the play. And because he made that just for a pick as well, they didn't even have to burn any ults for that hold in the end, Genesis, but 127 meters on New Queen Street. It's a long way back. Wall now comes out from Burner, just trying to trade some spam. He is forced back. Kitsune rushes in play. Blades in play. Last time Blades were both in play, everyone just took turns throwing each other their sword. Alfie, no, not just showing them this time. This time he's pulling it out. Takes down Hidden. Wall comes out, slows him down. Actually catches Violet as well in all of that. So it's 1v1. And now HaeJeok, a chance to finish. Oh, Ruler helps him finish off that one. And this one, cleaner from both Genjis here, but HaeJeok, his sword is bigger. Now they can turn their attention onto Burner. Have to be careful. This bout, as Hazard can still trade people here. Ruler's going to get himself in front. Burner's going to be pushed over the roofs. It's an aerial battle here. Burner's awfully low. He's so low. Surely Burner can't get out here. But Suzu comes through. They've actually bailed Burner out of that one. ZETA division, just enough heals, just enough peel to get him out of that. And now Burner has the downpour to turn this fast fight. And ZETA division, they can take it quickly. Both teams rolling for respawns. Wall comes out, doesn't catch anything from Burner. Looking for the slash. Suzu has been forced. Now the beat comes out from Faith. They're trying to find kills with this beat, but downpour comes in behind. Does he catch anyone? He catches Faith. He's caught the kill, but they're still getting kills. HaeJeok is at it again. Hidden has dived in. They've all pushed past this downpour, and they've actually found more kills. Now the dive onto Alfie, into big trouble, gets the mega vote. HaeJeok has to be careful. Hidden can't really help him in this fight as well, because he's pushing the payload, and Hidden has to get out here. So another scrappy fight, which Genesis do reasonably well in, but again a situation where they can't actually turn any kills out of it. Looking to try and deflect the wall back at Hidden there, but doesn't manage to connect it. And now Violet has a clear beat advantage and Flora has a clear overclock advantage to Genesis. They need to scrap their way out of this. They need to play to trade. They're coming around the corner. Hidden is low before the fight even starts. They pounce in. Violet's looking for it. They want to try and force the Ajax, but Violet, he's got no intention to use it. Flora's just going to walk forward with the overclock, and they're going to save this beat for the cap fight.
인정만 했고요.
바이올렛이 얘기하고 있는 것 같아요.
Blade beat Kitsune while ZETA Division. All the tools to finish it right here, right now.
아까 못 들어간 거 아쉽다.
Genesis, they need a miracle. That's the opposite of a miracle. Magic pick onto Hidden. Now Violet walking forward with the beat. Compress it at will. Does he even need it? Down to half HP, goes for it now. Likes to play with fire. Alfie's got the blade out. Just a tank to slash on, and Violet's just going to tap it in while this all happens. Ults in spawn. And ZETA Division, they've blown him out of the water. Violet tried to give him an opening. playing with fire. Playing with fire. But ZETA Division, they're strong. What's changed this patch? So they changed, to be fair, they changed Lucio's, they made it harder to Ajax, but I think if this is for ground, if you do your normal beat from like this height, like normal height, I think it's about the same speed. It's if you are doing like a top rope beat, that's when it feels like there's more gravity and you go a little bit faster. If you're just doing it from normal height, I think it's pretty much identical, if not literally identical. It's only the top rope beats have been made safer essentially. So if you get booped while you're beating or something, you've probably got like, you'll come back down a little bit quicker. Or if you start on the top rope, you'll come down a little bit quicker. Yeah, I've heard very much the same thing, Vanilla Fresh says that the normal beat just actually feels pretty identical. It's only the top rope. It's got to be Alpha E, right? Burner? Yeah. I mean, it was a blowout, right? Probably give it to any of them, feel okay about it. Exactly, Shazana. They needed to protect Violet. I probably would have given it to Alpha E. I feel like Alpha E, especially in that New Junk City, actually, like 2/3 of that map, it was all him.
베르나르가 여기서 버텨주는 것도 참 놀라웠긴 했지만 이걸도 같이 케어해주는 핀다 바이올렛의 그런 케어 능력도 정말 대단했었어요.
그리고 보면은 뭐 방금은 본인도 이제 상대 저드궁에 묶여서 우클릭밖에 선택지가 없긴 했지만 가시병을
You see there when he hits, like that bit there when he hits the combo where he's blocking initially, obviously so he takes less damage himself, and then he goes out and he like walls behind him and hits the slash and then tries to hit like the meat shot max damage shotgun as well after the slash. And it's actually such a high burst combo if you can land it. If you can land it consistently. Play like Doomfist? Yeah, kind of I think. It's a little bit less bad if you just end up like face checking some stuff because he's got decent survivability. But I think again, in reality, you're looking for these combo plays into a high value target, a Sojin, a Kiri or something. You saw every time a Hazard ran into a Kiri, it was almost guaranteed that Hazard would force Suzu, right?
안녕하세요. 제타의 베르나르입니다.
So I think that's actually a really unbelievably high value thing to be able to do. Better Doomfist. Is he better than Winston on dive? I don't know, because they also buffed Winston a little bit, right, as well. There's maybe like a map difference here. Like on New Junk City, Winston is shit, but Hazard probably seems to feel really okay. We've seen multiple people play it there. Whereas on Gibraltar, Winston probably still has more than or is able to give more value than a Hazard would do. So I think I'm still sort of map pilled more than anything, but Hazard certainly seems reasonably viable.
해저드를 쓸 것 같다고 생각은 일단 했고 근데 이제 저는 피지컬이 더 좋다고.
The problem is we've not got good science so far because what we've seen is Hazard play against Hazard, and when Hazard plays against Hazard, all this proves is Hazard is as good a tank and matches up fine into Hazard. What we need is science. We need good science where we see Hazard play against a non-Hazard tank. That'll really tell us how strong Hazard is. It doesn't matter how good Hazard is in the mirror, because obviously it's fine. It's how good Hazard does into the other comps. So at the moment, Hazard looks fine, but it's a Hazard mirror, so of course it does. They could have played a Roadhog mirror, it would have looked even as, or looked fine as well. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink, then we can lock in for this next series, okay?
특히
This next one
뉴진에서는 핀과의
It's maybe a bit of
호흡이
it's a
정말
day of
대단해요.
blowouts if I'm going to be honest with you, but this next one
해저드를 할 때
is
팀원들과 어떤
probably feels like it's going to be the
합을
closest
맞춰볼 수
game in Group B. It's going to be Pokerface versus Way, which is the Who Are You team if you're not familiar. We can look at the roster and stuff when I'm back.
근데 뭐 제가
Just give
잘한
me a
것도
second.
있겠지만은 해저드가 지금 너무 사기인 것 같아서 좀 잘 된 것도 있는 것 같습니다.
그렇다면 베르나르 선수만의 해저드 꿀팁이 있을까요?
해저드 꿀팁이라 할 게 뭔가 생각이 나는 게 없는데 그냥 좀 그 우클릭 가드를 좀 잘 써야 된다. 낭비하지 않고. 네, 그래야 오래 살면서 잘 버틸 수 있는 것 같습니다.
네, 자 이렇게 베르나르 선수의 해저드 꿀팁까지 만나봤습니다. 자, 파죽짓의 연승 가도를 달리고 있는 제타 디비전입니다. 이렇게 연승 가도를 달리는데 힘을 주는 팬분들에게도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단은 저희가 뭐 이제 3승을 하긴 했는데 뭐 앞으로도 남은 경기가 좀 있기 때문에 더 열심히 준비해서 응원해 주시는 만큼 잘 좋은 경기 낼 수 있도록 잘하겠습니다.
네, 앞으로도 좋은 경기 펼치길 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 지금까지 오늘의 첫 번째 경기 승리팀 제타 디비전의 베르나르 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 잠시 쉬는 시간 가지고 오늘의 두 번째 경기로 돌아올 텐데요. 웨이와 포커페이스의 경기가 기다리고 있습니다.
채워줄게요. 벤트 잡아주세요. 슈 나한테. 소주 봐. 예.
아니 벽 치어가지고 롯데 못 잡았어.
What's happening? Setup issues. You know what? I know it's been a question. It's sort of come up a bit about hero bans from a broadcast perspective in terms of does it lengthen the time to change players? You know what the longest thing has always been when changing, like swapping players out? If one player wants arms on the chair and one player doesn't want arms on the chair, they need to get like a 2-chair setup. Oh, I see him adjusting the monitors now. Look at this one. The upwards angle? Has to be a hot take, no? I've never played a game. I'm a flat-on kind of guy. He can't get it down. They'll figure out, I'm sure. Here comes the monitor man. No puffer jacket this time, but he can still do the operations. There we go. There we go. A man in jeans and a cap to do the heavy lifting for the players here. They've been trying to fix it the whole time you've been away. You just need a guy in jeans and a cap and a couple of tools and solve all their problems. No way time for a marbles. In 11 minutes? Not possible. That kind of turnaround. You don't think this... No, this is the venue for Korea next year. For all the... You might have seen in the announcement when they announced the 2025 setup for Korea, and that how for Korea the formats stay in mostly the same, except it's going to mirror the stages a little bit more. But this is the venue they're going to use. This is where they've moved to since they moved out of the... I think it was called... The old cinema they were in last year. One of the big games, like Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. So it all kicks off. So we're in the group stage right now. Let me refresh this. So we got updated scores. So we're here day 3 and day 4. Now it's going to be, today is day 3, tomorrow is day 4. Then on Thursday, we enter this. And that's where we get ZETA Division will be playing again. Falcons and Crazy Raccoon will start playing. So from Thursday is where it kicks off proper. And I think on that, we get 4 games on that Thursday as well. We get these 2 lower bracket games between the group winners. But then we also get the winner of those games taking on Crazy Raccoon and Falcons respectively. So if everything goes to plan, should be getting a Falcons versus ZETA Division and maybe a Crazy Raccoon versus Poker Face match on that Thursday as well. Which should be pretty good. How did they qualify? Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, they just got auto pushed through because I think just based on their previous, I think for the seeding for this tournament, for the teams they've used the OWCS Stage 2 seeding, which is why Falcons and Crazy Raccoon have got the preferential treatment. Which is also why ZETA Division and Poker Face find themselves in opposite groups, essentially. So the expectation is ZETA Division have now won all 3 of their games, secured top spot, get this. The expectation is Poker Face will also get in this Group B first spot. So this will be, let me get rid of that. But this will be Poker Face here. Then second in Group B should be Way, I think. Based on what we've seen so far. And Poker Face should be running into HaeJeokDan. That would be... That's the expected finish of this groups. And then that Thursday lining up quite nicely, right? Poker Face HaeJeokDan should be a pretty even match. And then obviously Zeta versus Falcons. Normally always a treat. Normally always a 5-mapper when those two teams butt heads. So I think good signs, or good things to come. Only going to ramp up in terms of games as we go through. And we got full double of them as well, so we'll see these teams clash multiple times. I'm sure we'll see Falcons and Crazy Raccoon at some point. All lining up quite nicely. Where we go? I want to be on this one. I can close this one now, I think. Close now. Don't even face the shop anymore. Don't quite. Only, how many points do I need? Only 89,100 more Faceit points to get myself a gold sticky launcher. Alright. I can do it. Zeta are going to take down Falcons this time. You've said that every time, GB. And you keep being wrong. You keep being wrong. Misplaced Zeta belief. I need more water. I should have got more water the time before. I'll go give us some more water. You were right that one time? Broken clock, GB. Broken clock. If they qualify them kind of because they are too good, why not just make them... I don't know. I think it's reasonable to give them a bye. You also got to bear in mind these two teams were also... I guess it's been a while since Stockholm in reality. So I guess it's, I was about to say, is there an argument that they needed more downtime because they had just played the major tournament? But I think it's reasonable. Being the top two teams all year, they get higher seeding in this tournament. Seems fair enough to me. Wei is winning. Hot take. I guess people might not be familiar with the rosters. Maybe Poker Face, people are more familiar with, especially after their strong run in OWCS Stage 2. But Wei, there's some familiar faces here now. Lee Soo-min you might recognise from his time on HaeJeokDan earlier in the year. Playing that impressed a lot of people when they did the bootcamping career prior to Esports World Cup. Lego was on Vestacrew before. Did okay, or as okay as anyone can do on Vestacrew. Who are you, of course? The two-time champ, double ring holder, a chance to play Genji in this type of meta. Ade as well, also been actually surprisingly good hit scam, but has impressed. Peppy, kind of been around for a while, but a bit of a nothing tank so far, I think, from all of that. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's right. Criminal Annihilation. I'll confirm that. But yeah, Sim pre-sub. Yeah. from my experience, is there a downside to having 2 players that are really good at hero when that hero is meta, like ZETA choosing between Peli, Alfie, and Genji? There is a downside. There's a downside in general to having, well, the upside to having 2 really good players is you have 2 really good players. The downside is, and this is a problem that Crazy Raccoon have encountered all year with their tanks, and the same thing that Falcons have had to do as well, is when you have 2 highly talented players who have overlapping hero pools, is both players want playtime. And to keep everyone happy, you sort of have to do the Korean system, which we've seen where everyone, if I say max maps, Hanbin maps, we saw it even at the Soko Major, right? Smurf plays some of the Malga maps, Hanbin plays some of the Malga maps, we saw Crazy Raccoon do the same, Jumpin plays most of them, Max has his couple of maps still. You end up changing your player for some maps just to give them some playtime. It has to be a net downside in those situations where it's one hard meta played on a lot of maps. It is obviously good when you have situations where there's multiple comps being played and you can have someone come in and play the Diva, someone come in and play the Winston, etc, etc. But I think that's the big downside, is when you have players, again, Alfie and Pelican are a good example, whereas you have to play both of them, because otherwise one player will get particularly unhappy, or what's the word, disillusioned maybe, if they're, or locked out if they're not playing regularly. So you end up having to balance playtime to keep everyone happy, and then as a result, you're chopping and changing players for essentially no discernible reason. When in reality, pick which player is best on the hero, have them play all the maps on it. HaeJeokDan that pretty well, kind of, yeah. Because they did it, the big example, I guess, of this system working is when you feel the tanks have 2 different playstyles, like a Kaluj v Mikey Winston situation, where Kaluj was very much Mr. Responsible, Mr. Play It Safe Winston. We'll just play it by the books as taught by the coaches, whereas Mikey, a more aggressive Winston, so they felt they could change the tempo. I know Hanbin discussed this a little bit in terms of his Malga versus Smurf's Malga, and they felt there were 2 different playstyles. But honestly, I can see it a little bit more in the Shock Season 5 example. But in this Malga example, when we watched the replays, the way Smurf and Hanbin played, it didn't change the way they took neutrals, it didn't change the way they took a lot of the fights. So I'm not as convinced with the Malga example. I think the Shock Season 5 one is probably the best example. But it's like a nice idea on paper, but I don't know how often that actually translates into reality, if you know what I mean.
사실상 이제 이게 그룹 B 1위 결정전과 비슷한 지금 흐름으로 가고 있어서 그룹 B에서
I think for the most part, when we see 2 players playing the same role on different maps, it's much more to accommodate having so many players who are all quite good, rather than tactical decisions. It's more of a cultural is the wrong word, but like it's for the mental health of the team that everyone gets to play, rather than any grand tactical reason. Who's even in way? Yeah, so we got Who Are You is probably Who Are You and Ade are actually probably the 2 biggest names. Lee Soo-min and Lego, an okay backline, and then Peppy on tank. Here are Pokerface, all 85 of them.
최근에는 해저드까지 또 보여주면서 좋은 모습을 좀 보여줬습니다.
네, 말씀해주신 진짜 멤버가 많다 보니까 다채로운.
Is Genji meta? It seems to be. I think my
그래서 집중도 높은 연습도
is Vesta playing later, or are they playing day 4?
계속해서 드러나면서 이 OWCS
Yeah, Vesta playing day 4. You're gonna have to wait a whole day for Dart. Whole day for Dart to Joby.
명제상 좀 상위권이라고 불러도 되는 이제.
So yeah, the way the meta's gone, if you've missed some of this tournament so far, is if we take our Malga.
일단 웨이 입장에서는
Malga, Reaper, Echo, Juno, Brig. What seems to have happened is Sojin has been buffed, so Sojin has crept into the meta. When Sojin creeps into the meta, Genji becomes better than Reaper and Echo in terms of shutting down the Sojin, which is I think is why we've seen Genji Sojin kind of established. And we've also seen teams experimenting with Hazard. And it seems like Hazard has maybe forced teams back to Kiri Lucio. I don't know if it's just... Maybe some of you guys can help me out with some of this here, but it feels like the Brig matchup into Hazard is pretty shit for the Brig. Because they can kind of just jump on you. Jump on you, hit the slash. The wall can punish the Brig a lot of times, whereas Kiri Lucio always really up there in terms of survivable backline. No counter bash like Doom, true. Yeah, and you can whip Hazard, right? But my impression of how the whip will go is way harder to compared to whipping, say, a Winston, where you can really hard stop his movement. Whipping a Hazard, I think, is probably one, just harder or less consistent, and doesn't give you the same amount of breathing room. If you hit a whip on a Winston, quite often you can just really save your backline for ages, because the Winston will have to leap, maybe even has to bubble or something. I don't think it's as effective against the Hazard, which is why we maybe see Kiri Lucio coming back in. Surprised we don't really see like a Kiri Juno or something. I always thought Kiri Juno, even though Brig was better, Kiriko was always an okay alternative. So I'm surprised we've not seen any Kiri Juno, but we're still very early on, so you never know. You just caught every rotate. I guess in reality, you talk about Juno being really hard to hit and all of this, but actually, if you're a Hazard and you just jump up the Juno and hit the big slash, the hitbox is pretty generous, right? So it's if you can hit that consistently, you can still probably really punish a Juno. Alright, so banned heroes. Initial ban comes through from Wei here. So I would expect Pokerface to be the upper seed. But either way, so Wei have banned Ana, Pokerface have banned D.Va. So I think this makes sense for Pokerface in the sense that Pokerface have 1 billion people on the roster, so they can flex around us a little bit more. Whereas it feels like on the Wei side, Peppy would probably rather be on D.Va. Seems like they want to take the Ana out of the equation as well, so don't want to have to play versus an Ana Brig version here essentially. Hi Claire. So yeah, that's why I think we see Kiri Lucio with the Hazard, or when playing against Hazard, maybe more accurately. Here we're going to get Bella's starting here, so D.Va is banned. So this is why they're happy to ban D.Va, because they can just put Bella's in and play Winston instead. Obviously no Ana available here, so it could be a Winston Juno Brig, a Winston Kiri Lucio. Both seem possible. Obviously both teams could just lean into Hazard as well. There's also a question, we're on Ilias of course, right? So a lot of this discussion about Dive and Winston probably applies way more to Well and to Lighthouse, and then on Ruins we might be in a slightly different situation. Who looks like that one meme? I actually don't know what meme you mean. Imagine I'm an old man, not up to date with memes. He is looking slim though, isn't he? He's got those Genji muscles. Simple fixer in. And looks like we're starting on Well. Let's see. Oh, okay, yeah. I see. Genji muscles. The Genji muscles. Peppy Ball. Let's see if he sticks it. Let's see if he sticks it. I think Who Are You as old as he actually is. There's a lot of players like that, where you think they're old because they've been around forever, but in reality they were just like a 17-year-old star, and they've got like 5 years experience under their belt and they're 21 or something. All right, so Hazard v Hazard. It's going to be Genji Sojin from Wei, Tracer Echo. So Tracer Echo Normally a popular pick on Ilios anyway, while Genji Sojin is more of a meta. But Boop is good from Fixer. Stays on the map though, but now on the low ground. Ade has nothing to shoot at. Second Boop is better. Sends him off. Bellasria finishes the kill before he falls though. And they just take Ade out of that immediately. Well, a particularly difficult map for hit scans. Just not a lot of space to play, and you can see how quickly their Fixer was able to get onto that hit scan, just taking out of the fight. And now an open pick. They're going to keep committing though way. They rotate around the other side. They try and come back in. They're trying to get out. Lee Soo-min has to use that. Wall hits him after the Suzu, so Lee Soo-min is really low, and Simple will clean up both of those. Juno Lucio worth noting on Pokerface as well. Lego and Who Are You though? We've seen Genji Lucio flanks come in and do a lot of damage so far. No changes here. Wall off onto the Sojin, onto the wall, but Ade can go over it. Don't forget, he can wall climb, but can't confirm the kill. And now Peppy going over onto the Junker Queen here. So now they can't really utilize the high ground all that much. Peppy's going to have to rotate through lowers, and this can make some very scary situations where they've got to rotate underneath this Hazard, underneath this Echo. For now though, they have a DPS on high ground already, Pokerface. Looking to go for this engage. Peppy is going to use that shout. Rail is a miss. Bellasria is going to reset, and now Choice One in on the flank, looking for their next engage. Lego trying to peel everything off, but Lee Soo-min, he gets caught. Again, you see the trouble rotating underneath them. 3 engages for the Hazard, 3 engages for the Echo, the Tracer. Choice One having a few problems finding Who Are You, but they'll find him eventually. And Pokerface continue their good start here as we get onto the ult portion of the game. Ade's going to go over onto Tracer, having a hard time getting anything done on the Sojin. But now they're pushing into a lot of ults. Double support ult for both. We see Bellasria going for it. Tries to find the wall to combo the damage. Connects with someone. Doesn't find anything though. They're going to turn to Peppy though. He's scared the backline away. So TP forward. Suzu in. Copy and ults used. They're all rooted in. Lee Soo-min is trapped. Bellasria is good with the downpour. Roots him to the ground. So as that ult trade comes in, inability to move, inability to dodge or even stay and use their Kitsune rush. And just makes those kills oh so easy. The old Root and Ray, they call it. The old Root and Ray. And that'll be a dominant first round for Pokerface. He's about the same age as Shrek. That's a good way to think about it. They're coming back. They're trying to get one more touch, but Peppy is so low. Doesn't even get a single rampage after that swap. Who Are You is coming back with Blade. He's got one. Go on, Who Are You? Roll back for years? No. Hard to blade when somebody drops a wall on your face. And Pokerface takes him a little bit longer than planned, but they close it out. Bellasria's gotten so much better since Dynasty. Yeah, I think actually Stage 2, OWCS Stage 2, in the second half of this year. Actually, you see the Suzu use, the trade comes out, there's the root, one target in mind, he knows that Suzu has been used, uses the root to guarantee that kill. But yeah, I think Bellasria has been had a really good second half of the year, especially this year. Just play the Hazard Mirror, bro. No, we want the science. We want the science. Obviously, Pokerface are expected to beat Way anyway, so it's not perfect science. We're already seeing different heroes. We're going to see Proud go on to Widow here too. So expect Lego and Who Are You to maybe take some of the responsibility here. Can they get a flank? Can they neutralize Proud having these sort of god angles? For now though, Juno's going to die very quickly here. Who Are You trades his life for it, but probably worth it. Lego now winding himself up, looking to get on this, but Choice One is just marking that engage. And optimistic from Lego, a lot harder when he doesn't have his Genji partner to go on these quests for the Widow with. And he will get shot down. Wall off onto Peppy now. Suzu and Shout used defensively, so no cooldowns now for Way. They have to slow it down, and this has allowed Proud to move forward. At least Min, he's going to get caught here. And you can see Pokerface happy to play it a little bit slower, a little bit more counter-divey. Just stop people getting to Proud. They're going to push their player advantage here as the respawns are still coming in. Who Are You? No opportunities to get anywhere close to Proud so far. So expect Choice One and Fixer to keep doing a lot of the same thing here.
디바 뭐 이런 거지. 그렇죠. 그래서 약간
Just play bodyguard for Proud. Give him the space. Give him the opportunities. I mean, Proud is walking so far up here. Ade wasn't expecting it. Doesn't quite find the timing for that shot though. Choice 1.
위치 몰라요.
Hazard going in here. Belosri is trying to create a lot of damage. Proud misses his shot. Belosri will be forced back now though, so they can maybe break the forward hold here. They just need to avoid having their heads taken off on the way. Proud goes for one grapple. Just a body shot though onto Pepe. They've got themselves back on the high ground here. But now, Proud is worried. They're snaking their way through. You see Belosri just trying to counter dive. Stop him using defensive wall up there. Pepe trying to get himself out of trouble, but can't get himself out of trouble. Now as Ade tries to take forward this space, Belosri is going to get all over here. Wall slash combo. So much damage onto Ade. Full pocket coming through from Lee Soo-min. And he just actually managed to turn the kill here. They've traded a couple. Proud now needs to get out of dodge. Wall won't catch him. Speaking of walls, he's going to pop his own walls. Oh, grapple doesn't quite land. Trying to get back and regroup with his team. Support ults coming back as both teams flood to point. Pokerface are closer to a lot of these ults here. Who are you? Wants to hunt down this widow. Wants to connect, but Lee Soo-min! Kitsune Rush! Did it even come out? It doesn't come out! A Kitsune Jax, courtesy of Proud! And Belosri is good with the root! And the bodyguard protection is there. Proud takes his head off. And just when they had the ults to kick off that fight, they get destroyed.
90% 넘어갑니다.
근데 이제 궁이 와서 바꾸기도 애매하고.
Keeping it Proud, keeping him contained, and they now have to rush in this next touch. Lego nearly has the beat. Proud's going to take down Ade as they walk. Can anyone get the touch? Looks like he's going to go for it. He gets it. Lego's got it. He nearly has the beat. Pepe's actually killed Fixer with beat, so there's maybe a chance if they can regroup with Lego on point. Can anyone else get there? No, Pokerface, they're just killing everyone at spawn. Lego, he's going to have to go for this beat. He gets the beat off. It's a one-man beat. He has to just use it to try and get another touch, but the Ray is used to focus him down. And Pokerface not wasting any time here. 200 to 0. Proud. Couple of big shots there on the Widow, but you have to say Pokerface have not really been pushed and tested so far. It's all been very just jogging pace so far. So now we'll go over, and this will obviously be its loser's pick. Loser also gets to pick the ban order if they want to ban first or second. So big advantage for Wei in terms of the ability to pick a map, the ability to pick the bans first, so they can manipulate this a little bit. Maybe they want to move it away from a Hazard favoured map. Maybe they want to go to a New Junk City or something a little bit more ground favoured, where their Junker Queen might have more of a reasonable matchup here. Proud can't get on the Widow if you go New Junk City. The Hazard, we've seen it be effective on New Junk City, but a lot better for the Junker Queen, a lot nicer matchup. You don't have all these situations like we see Belosri here, starting on the high ground, dropping down onto his supports, getting these free slashes to force cooldowns before the fight even really begins. Would you ever choose to not ban first? Most of the time, no. I think it's really rare. I think there are maybe times, once you get to maybe map 4 or 5 of a series, where you might want to let the other team ban first, just so you can try and interpret what they're trying to do. If you're not sure what comp they're going to play on the map, if you let them ban first and they say ban Winston or something, maybe that gives you an indication what type of comp they want to run, and then it gives you an opportunity to maybe counter that out with your second ban. So there are use cases, but it's certainly rare. Certainly very rare. Very calm combos here as they focus down the remaining Lucio with that Ray. Good decision from Pokerface. Obviously, you fight forward in that last fight because one of the enemy team they have to go and touch, allows you to get a 5v4 situation off the point. And here we go, Wei. Trying to come to a solution to give themselves a better chance. The big thing for Wei is honestly not the result of this game. If we look at Group B, the expectation is very much that Pokerface will beat all 3 of these teams. But there are 2 spots. MSG have beaten Vesta, and then Wei have also beaten Vesta here. Wait, have I got it right? No, they beat MSG, sorry. Let me undo that. So Wei have also beaten MSG. So even if Wei lose today, as long as they can beat Vesta Crew in our first game tomorrow, if you can see first game tomorrow, then they will still get through to the playoffs. So this isn't the most important game for Wei, but it is a useful one maybe in measuring does their power level come anywhere close to these sort of top 4 or 5 teams in Korea. And the answer after that first map is a resounding no, but let's see how they go. Who do I think replaces Smurf in 2025? I think there's two clear candidates, right? 2? Yeah, 2. I think it's obviously someone. Seems like a pretty reasonable candidate. Or Donghak. I think those are the 2 standout tanks in the region in terms of fitting the hero pool that Smurf would have, while also being a top established talent and likely to, if anything, enhance that team. As much as Smurf probably is the GOAT tank, it's fair to say he's on a downward trend, essentially, right? He's on a downward trend. Ooh, Preds, good shout. You want it to be Donghak, seeing the Junbin Donghak ball. Yeah, I mean, Donghak's performances this year have been so good. Yeah, I'd be really happy to see Donghak on a real elite level team. I think he's, in terms of raw talent ability, he's 100% got it.
여러분들 그 맵 정해진 거 아니에요? 선수들이 선택하는 겁니다.
Is this Mag's chance? It's not Mag's chance.
그렇죠.
Hot take, but do they need to replace him? Just play Hanbin full-time as its only Winston. I think, in principle, you're right, Badagol. But also, if you have money, spend it, right? I think this might not surprise a lot of people, but I don't think Falcons are pinching pennies next season either. They can afford to sign another tank, so makes sense, right? Just get the best roster you can. Or maybe Majid learned Winston? Good shit. What if Majid had learned Winston? You're right. I hadn't considered that option, but you can never rule, you know, never say never, as they say. Happy is leaving too, yeah. My expectation is they won't replace Happy. That Proper and Stalker are actually just the perfect DPS duo and can play any meta, and it's absolutely fine. Did you see Stalker's Widow at Stockholm? They'll be alright. They'll be alright.
약간 수비적인 밴과 공격적인 밴을 설명하는데 한참 걸렸는데 수비 밴으로 해야겠습니다.
자, 선수 교체가 있군요. 최세원 선수 대신에
So you're saying you want Chiofield and Donghak back? Yeah, get the boys back together. Why not?
어느 누가 나와도
You know, I trust it. You know, sometimes you burn a bridge, but sometimes you can mend a bridge.
항상 준비가 되어 있기 때문에요.
So maybe they've got it in them. Maybe they've got it in them to the past is the past. I mean, maybe not as well, but if they if they have to get someone instead, I reckon the Falcons boys will be okay. Where do I see Merit ending up? I don't know. Because Crazy Raccoon don't need him, Falcons don't need him. Zeta Division? I get the impression from Zeta Division, even though I think Merit would be an upgrade over Flora, my impression from the outside is that Zeta, they really like Flora. Like, he's part of the culture, you know? So he won't be shifted. Which maybe means either Merit gets imported again into one of the partnership teams, or he just goes to T1 or something. Gino burned the bridge while Donghak was still on it. Yeah, but maybe it's one of those, you know, in films where you see somebody fall off a cliff or fall off like a bridge as it collapses or something, and you're like, ah, he's dead, but he's an important character, so the very next episode, he's somehow miraculously saved and back, you know? He could replace Happy on Falcons. I reckon they don't replace Happy on Falcons. Because remember, the rosters are getting smaller next year as well. It's only 7 players instead of 8, so I reckon Smurf will get replaced, Happy will not get replaced.
퀸배는 매우 이해가 가죠. 왜냐면 웨이가 퀸과 마오가이를 섞어 쓰는 팀이었기 때문에 포커페이스 반대로 퀸을 안 썼거든요. 그러니까 이제 포커페이스 입장에서는 앞 경기를 이기기도 했고.
Are Falcons releasing Majid? No idea. I mean, obviously they didn't get a lot of usage out of him in terms of an Overwatch player, but
그리고 웨이
I feel like
쪽에서는
Majid's signing has
루시오
always been
때도
more
루시오가
about
있었습니다.
his
이상
representation
세트에서
of
웨이가
Saudi Arabia
루시오
more
키리코
than
밴을 했었었거든요.
more than
그러니까
his
앞서
functionality on
말씀드린
that
그
roster.
부분이에요. 그러니까 상대가 템포를 올린 난전을 펼치는 걸 보고선 뒷라인
So
쪽
I feel like
루시오 이쪽을
it's impossible. It's just
집중적으로
if they
밴을
decide they
해서
still
속도가
think it's
뛰니까
worth the investment to have
A가
someone like
원거리로
that
때려주는
or not. It's kind of independent of the rest of the roster, I think.
스캔을 좀 밸류를 높일
Alright, so
수
banned
있는
heroes.
그런 플레이를 펼쳤던
Way are
게
going to ban
웨이거든요.
Lucio. Pokerface are going to ban Junker Queen. So it seems a very reasonable ban from Pokerface again. While they might ruin their Lucio Juno composition that Pokerface were trying to run, both teams being aggressive with the bans here. Way wants to stop them running Juno Lucio, so we go no more Lucio. On the other hand, they go, okay, well, you want to play Junker Queen into our Hazard? You can't play Junker Queen anymore. So now both teams are going to be forced to adapt here in terms of Pokerface needs to figure out what they want their backline to be on this type of map, and obviously Way needs to figure out what tank they want to play.
준호도 사실 하이퍼링, 그러니까 스킬 하나고. 이거 SPG 때 유니폼.
Why regions like India, Thailand, and Philippines are they not all covered by the Pacific region? I know Thailand is at least. I don't know about India and Philippines specifically. I thought they would have been covered by. I don't know if they were covered by Pacific.
에이드를 제가 응원해 주시는 팬분들 많이 오셨고요.
내
그리고
이름 지연이, 이 경기장의 지연인 나쁜이다. 나가라.
If they're not covered, it will just be player base. The same reason South America and Australia are so low down the pecking order of investment is because they're just not the player base to support it.
프라우드 소전 보러 오셨다고. 야.
또 프라우드 선수가 정말 요즘 너무나 핫한 메인딜 아니에요?
Heavy as van, I can't. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah. China. I expect China to be back next year, but I don't know in what form. They might just have like their own circuit or something. I'd be surprised if we got no China involvement next year, but I also wouldn't be surprised if China's version is just they have their own tournament. It doesn't interact with OWCS directly, but maybe there's an esports World Cup invite in the qualification spot in there for them somehow.
플러스 키리코 해줘야 돼요. 왜냐면 이수민 선수하고 키리코이네요.
그렇죠.
안 그래도 저희가 쉬는 시간에 얘기했거든요.
이수민 선수의
India has 2 billion people. Surely they have 1% people playing Overwatch.
그때 이제
I mean, maybe, but it's also about, but also maybe apparently not, right? Because then the players would exist in some form.
패배 다 피했죠? 라고 또 해피 선수를 응원해 주시고. 그러니까 그림은 참 기본적으로 다 잘 그려주시네요. 분명히 이제 현장에 오셔가지고 다 그리셨을 텐데.
Even if they're as good Aussie or Pacific player, they normally just leave for a different region. Yeah, I mean, obviously Australia can qualify for Pacific now. I think that's for with all these sort of regions that don't have a player base to support an entire ecosystem themselves or something. You just fold them into like these wider regions like Pacific or something.
그리고 마스크가 호랑이?
호랑이 마스크.
I think Pratt said something about Western players with Indian passports used it to get around import rules. Yeah, well, if you have, I think what's the phrasing in the rules? It was always permanent residency, right? If you have some kind of permanent residency.
참 근본 넘치는 한 팬분의 모습이 보였고요. 저 시험 기간인가봐요. 잠깐만, 시험 기간이 맞아요?
기말고사 시즌일걸요? 저도 몰라요.
Yeah, see some Valorant in bigger India.
저도 몰라요.
Yeah, with all of these regions that have gone,
수능 볼 때구나.
I don't recall them. Same with, I guess, like Japanese Overwatch, right? All these scenes that weren't as big in esports of various games and now are getting bigger in these games. It's just, there's a catch-up time, right? If you want the perfect example of catch-up time, look at South American CS. There was a period where South America was not really a factor in CS at all, but as the scene and the player base and everything grew, the South American teams were able to catch up. And then we obviously went from that period where what they called at the time, was it Luminosity they were called at the time? You know, like the fallen Cold Zero Brazilian roster. Become actually the dominant team in the CS space for a period of, I don't know, for quite a while. So with all these scenes where they don't have an existing strong player base, it's all about time. If you give them enough time and resources, they'll eventually be able to catch up if they've got the players to support it. But you need the player base and you need the enthusiasm and the people willing to put in the time. Morning, Oren. All right, New Junk City. Lucio banned, Junker Queen banned. So it looks like Pokerface will be going over onto Gino Brig. Maybe just a Hazard mirror then, potentially. Not seen Peppy play too much Hazard before. Why no land tourneys like this in North America and EU? At cost, mostly. In Korea, because everything is so centralized around Seoul, it's much cheaper and more reasonable to get all the teams to these lands, rather than having to pay for like flights and accommodation and all of this, which you'd have to do if you did the same in America or the same in EMEA. So it's much easier for Korea to put on these smaller tournaments at lower cost to the teams. All right. A lot of Hazard so far today, or lots of it. And we'll get Orisa coming out from Peppy. So some good science potentially from Wei and Lee Min. Going to connect those orbitals, or can he connect those torpedoes. Now, more pressure onto Ade here. Genji. Oh, the wall comes out as well. He is okay though. He's managed to slip through all of this. Ade was walled everything, and Peppy and Who Are You, they're going to clean everything up as Pokerface. They waste their time trying to catch Ade and they just can't catch him. They absorb his first dive. And now we'll see. Now we'll see if Orisa can beat the Hazard. Is this another classic offense? Yep. I don't know. Just maybe they had another swap in mind, or maybe it's just let everyone have a run out type thing. Wall comes in behind the Orisa. Peppy can use that spin and hold it. You see Jaewoo trying to take this off angle here, but Ade aware of that. Full rail wants to challenge it. Body shot onto Jaewoo here will force him back a little bit. They're just trying to bully their way through Peppy here, but Jaewoo gets caught by Who Are You. They spot him alone on the flank, and Who Are You sent on into Sicknat kill out. Sicknat kill out? That's not a sentence. I'm warming up. But Beret comes out a lot quicker for Lee Min after that first fight win. They snowball this into a second win, and now this touch is going to be nigh impossible for Pokerface. I expect them not even to go for it, in all honesty. Looks like they want to maybe try and go under. Jaewoo's trying to fight his way in. Maybe Jaewoo can get the touch here. They're going to be rushed for it. Carry still doesn't have that Ray just yet, so a chance for him to go aggressively. Jasmine actually gets the first touch here. Who are you going to get an angle on Jasmine? Ray comes through as well. Jasmine having to block early. Addie's going to drop this overclock out. No major damage so far, though. Now a chance for this rally to come through from Fixer in response to Who Are You's blade. Peppy still has this Terror Surge. But when Fixer, he just runs in. Surely Fixer didn't have to get the touch there. Surely someone less integral could go for it. But Proud, he's got the overclock. He wants to turn it. Headshots left, right, and center. Slides and takes down Lee Min. But Ray comes out from Karu now. All the ults just in time, but Peppy still there, looking for it, can't find the finishing blow onto that Juno. Lego in a real situation underneath. Peppy is still battling away here, but Proud, he's got the high ground, he's got full pocket. He can just slide from high ground to high ground, dodges the spear, and they will get a retake. Bad call from me on that touch. Either way though, Pokerface spend a lot to get themselves back into that, but because Wei were just matching ults, they still find themselves in a pretty favourable situation. And now they're going to try and force this Genji out. Who Are You? No cooldowns. Who Are You in big trouble here? They want to keep chasing. Looking for the kill. They do catch him. Fixer's gone so deep for it, but he does get the kill. Mistake from Who Are You, walking up a little bit too far, too soon. And now in control of point, Pokerface, they have this blade to go with. Might even want to fight outside if they find the opportunity to go early. Lee Min is getting close to a Ray though, so there is actually a bit of a clock here on Pokerface to get this push going before that Ray comes up. They're trying to walk through the choke right now, disrupt a shot. Will do a decent amount. Rails traded, just body shots a piece though. Wei will be happy to wait for this Ray, I think. They're going to rush it, but actually Jaewoo's found his way into the back. Whip comes out, turns his attention to Ade. Oh, takes him down. The blade is good. And why, oh why did Wei not just wait for the Ray?
네, 센스 있게 본인
Jaewoo just manages to find space, get himself into the back line.
자, 타이밍도 완벽했죠.
네.
They've thrown this one away here, Wei.
1대0 포커페이스
Away here,
가져갑니다.
Wei. Need to find a new way to say that with a team's called Wei. But a big blunder. A big blunder from Wei.
네.
If they just be able to get that ult off, suddenly the ability to deal with a blade when you have the whip shot, you have the Genji deflect, you have the Orisa cooldowns,
이제 두 번째
should be able to deal with that, maybe even punish the blade. Now, they do get onto this point first, at least Wei, so they are holding the choke, overclocking the hands of Ade, Ray available too here. We're going to try and jump their way through, Jasmine coming through first, body shot onto Jaewoo, Fixer's going to rally, he's awfully low though, he actually kills Who Are You? Now the downpour comes out, but Jasmine is awfully low, overclock in response, doesn't find any real damage, Ray will be committed, Ray trade going in place here, still, wall comes out, doesn't actually land the combo here, Jasmine, but he's still got all these cooldowns, he hunts down Ade, and where was the damage from the Ray push here from Wei? They've just fallen apart, they had control of the choke, they had so much damage from that overclock, but they can't finish any of the kills.
밀어냈어요.
빨리 가기 위한 선택.
Retake now for Wei, they have the Rally, they have the Terror Surge, they have the Blade. They've got the ults in which to do it, you can see these ones comboed. Rally Blade, Terror Surge Blade, both effective combos. On the other hand, Pokerface just have this overclock. They're going to go early at the choke, maybe vulnerable to a Terror Surge here. They're going to walk out Rally, there we go, connects. Good bash from Lego. Really aggressive overclock here from Proud. But Jaewoo's got it, he's found two trades here. Terror Surge thrown in two, Who Are You died through all of this. They're trying to pocket Ade onto point. He's got a full rail as well. Doesn't connect it onto Jaewoo though. Pepe's going to regroup with the team. It's a 3v3, but tank advantage means Pepe can keep holding that choke. And Wei, they get the retake, but it's messier than they want. And Pokerface, they can go quickly, I think, if they want here. Wei need their blade back. They need Who Are You
제우
제우 07년
to make some magic happen, because Jaewoo's about to have a blade of his own.
앨범의 척도.
Downpour going to come up mid-fight for Jasmine here. All about the blades. Look at the setup here. Here they come. Pressure onto Ade, forces him back. We'll just jump straight back up. Pressure onto Jasmine. They're happy to take that front line trade. Jasmine's taking so much damage on the back foot here. Has to try and wall defensively. Blade in the back. Who Are You finds the gap. No chance for Jaewoo to use that one. And while they focus down the tank in the front line, Who Are You pounces with his Brig on the back line. Good for the blade, good fight win. One more retake now for Pokerface. They have the downpour, they have the blade. Not seen those ults used in combo before, but if you can lock someone up and then cut them up, you're probably in a pretty good situation. Wei, on the other hand, they need their overclock, they need their support ults. Wei need to drag this fight out, they need to make it slow.
1세대와 5세대 겐지 대결.
Pokerface wants to go quickly. You see Brig Genji making their way on this flank again. Here we go, bash onto it. Makes the touch a little bit hard, but they do get the touch. Now they're walking up. Jasmine has this downpour ready to go. Still no support ults for Wei as they get on point. Downpour comes out. Do they catch anyone? They catch Ade. No chance of the overclock. It's good from Jasmine, but they nearly have the support ults. 99% for Lee Min, but they've lost their DPS. They can't use it now. And they don't quite get it in time. They have to die on point here. They will get a retake. Pokerface, they only used the downpour for that. Now all of a sudden these support ults that Wei were waiting for, they can be mirrored, they can be matched by Pokerface.
77, 78.
Pepe has for Terror Surge overclock could still be fatal. Very powerful when comboed with that Ray.
어떻게 선택하나요? 판단 내려야 됩니다.
All about who gets the bigger combo here. Terror Surge Ray, Dragon Blade Ray. Overclock to start it from Ade to get himself a little bit of space here. Comes through. Here comes for Hazard though. Ray will be used in response, trying to turn it back. Terror Surge from Pepe doesn't find all that much, and James found one with the blade already. He's found the Brig. He deals with the Brig. The blade does its job. Now hunting down Lee Min. Him and Pepe are also low, and the combo comes up trumps for Pokerface. Jaewoo good with the blade.
포커페이스.
칼 대결에서 승리를 가져와서 행복하게 지금 마지막
All the ults invested there for Wei.
네.
The blade gets so much done, and Pepe, is he going to match for Hazard, or is he just trying to get out of spawn fast?
아닙니다.
He's just going to match for Hazard.
제우가 지금 팀 막내거든요.
네.
막내가 가져와준 달콤한.
So now full mirror.
짜증내.
Proud nearly has the overclock. Jasmine nearly has the downfall. Ade walking in, full rail in hand, trying to find the connect. Proud though dodges out, doesn't get hit by that wall. Rails traded again. Proud's still half HP up here. Needs a little bit of pocket. He's awfully low. There's just no pocket for Proud. Can somebody look at Proud for the love of God? It's Addy who looks at him first. The downfall comes out from Jasmine. 2 turn this one. Should be enough. Loads of damage onto Peppy. Trying to hunt down this Brig. All over him. But who are you's found one trade. Block comes out, but Lego's running away. Lego! Oh my God! He has to reload. He has to reload. Lego's going to get pulled off. No, Lego will survive. Peppy comes out with a defensive wall. They do eventually kill Lego, but he survived oh so long. They've actually got themselves back over to point. Ade is on the high ground here. Going to cause him a bit of problems as they walk in. And all of a sudden, Lego still goes down, but he's bought so much time and space for his team. Way can turn this one into a dogfight. Proud coming up to the high ground. Only a body shot with that rail. Now, low on HP as way. They need to top everyone up before they go, but they nearly have his support ults. Dragon Blade available for Who Are You. They're walking forward. Ray will be committed here. They're walking into the Ray. Torpedoes will come out. Carry doesn't have it. They're using Varani to try and survive here. Pokerface, but Fixer, they just need to live. Varane needs kills, though. Varane needs kills. Who Are You dives in. Doesn't kill for Sojourn. Varani comes back. Who Are You's too low to use the blade. They need to help Who Are You. The counter ray comes out from Karu. The Juno's so low, but they survive. They don't survive. They're still pounding on them. Way, but Dragon Blade comes through. Catches them all. It looked like it lasted too long. Looked like it was going to be all over once Carrie got that ray off. But Way, they keep up the aggression, they keep going, and they do eventually get those kills that they should have got out of that ray. Rally, Overclock available for Way right now. Jasmine has the downpour. If they can use that to lock up the overclock, the kill will be easy for him. Coming back through, disruptor shot to start walking. Jasmine's going to jump onto the high ground here. Just trying to make a bit of space. Now the overclock is used. There it is, the downpour locked up. Full rally, full shield. Bash is good. Trying to play bodyguards here. And they do keep Ade alive, actually. Rally is good from Lego. Even gets the punish. No Genji's on the field, but Proud is coming with the overclock. Now he's got all the space. Go in mid-fight. Once all the cooldowns and other ults have been traded, he can then take over. And even though they didn't get the kill onto Ade, it did at least force Way to use everything defensively, so when Proud came in with the overclock mid-fight, suddenly they don't have anything to respond with Way. They only need one retake here. 99% on the board for Way. One retake will do it. They're getting close to Lee Simon's Ray. They need to be careful as they walk in versus his blade. And it's going to take a wide angle here. Try and find a bit of space. Disruptor shot to try and clear the Brig. Wall onto the Genji there, but look, the Brig Genji are flanking. Jwoo is going on the flank. They need to be ready for this Genji flank. Jwoo's looking for an opportunity to use the blade. He's getting marked a little bit, but they lose Peppy in the front line. Good wall by Jasmine to cut that one off. They win the fight without using the blade here, but are also low as well. They keep pushing. Oh, they're going to get staggered out here, and this is really bad for Way. Who Are You's going to die late as well, surely. There's no way out of this one. The wall from the long-range wall from Jasmine will finish the job. And this touch is going to be super scuffed, but they have no choice but to go for it, Way. They have to win this fight to stay in the map. They're rushing it. They have for Ray. They have to get it going. Ade's looking for the touch. Is anyone going to get it? No. Oh, the staggers cost him. The staggers cost him. 3-0 for Pokerface. There were chances there for Way. There were chances. But every time they got close, they blew it. And you have to say, as far as the bans go, the fact that Pokerface were just able to play a slightly different backline and do fine. Wow. Wow, Way ended up in a hazard mirror because they had the Junker Queen banned. Feels like they lost the ban stage there as well. And really, if you're the underdog team here, you can't afford to be the underdog team and also lose the bans in terms of what comps you end up playing there. I think a few people were saying it in chat as well, but felt like Who Are You was getting a real sort of first picks in a lot of these fights, high target. We saw him get caught that time on first as well. His first point is the one that really hurt. This one looked like it should have been locked up for them. The blades from Jaewoo, consistently good. We saw this is a good one here. You see the similar setup for them every time they have this blade advantage here, Pokerface, where they'll have their 3-man core, so their Hazard, their Sojin, and their Juno, just playing from essentially the main angle, and then they'll do a Brig Genji flank to engage with the blade. So the Hazard will go in and take some attention. The Genji then gets his blade engaged. Hopefully Hazard can force a cooldown, a Suzu, a shift, a bash, a Juno fly or something. Then this gives Jaewoo an easier blade. He can get full packs from his Brig because his Brig's got no one else. And it was effective for him. It was effective for him on multiple occasions here. Have to talk about who he maybe found himself first dead in a lot of these fights. I think especially at the start of the map where they were on the Orisa, when Wei were on the Orisa version, the ability for a Hazard Genji to basically just 2v1 that Genji. Like if a Hazard jumps on the Genji, he probably can't kill the Genji half the time, but what he can do is he can force that deflect, he can force maybe a dash back as well, put the Genji in a difficult situation with no cooldowns, which allows your Genji then to take a lot of liberties, take a lot more space, maybe even keep pushing the enemy Genji. Awesome back. Is Genji Sojin the meta I've seen Nightmare play? I think there's no hard meta right now. It's all still very new, teams trying different things. So I think everything's still a little bit up in the air. I wonder if the Brig Inspire change... Yeah, I don't know if it shifted Brig enough, because in the old meta, the Malga Brig Juno, the reason the BJ combo was so prevalent was its survivability in these comps. Any other supports had a really hard time living. But now Hazard exists. I think Hazard can really chew up this Brig on a lot of occasions. Which means I think this is a bigger reason we've seen Brig fall out of the meta a little bit, more than anything else. But to be fair, we did also just see, with Lucio banned, we did just see Brig get played. And it didn't feel like the Brigs were having the worst time. Obviously, some of that was into an Orisa, at least, you know, for Fixer. But yeah. Why Genji over Tracer? The matchup Genji into Sojin, I think is nicer than Tracer into Sojin. And I think also when you look at the rest of the comps in terms of Hazard and Kiri Lucio, again, the Genji just, I think, has like slightly nicer matchups for the most part. Why are they doing bans? I think the expectation is we're going to see bans next year in general. So this is just following the wave. Surely Who Are You wins now? Yeah, he's just about to reverse sweep. I wouldn't worry. With Who Are You heads, he's just about to reverse sweep.
세트까지 잡아내면서 빠르게 매치 포인트를 만들어냈습니다. 사실 웨이가 두 번째 세트 때 좀 어느 정도 비비는 모습이 있었거든요. 게다가 99%도 먼저 만들어 놓은 플래시 포인트도 있었어요.
네. 네, 약간 그 포커페이스의 운영에서 좀 차이가 나지 않았나 싶습니다. 포커페이스가 최대한 앞단에서부터 시간을 끌어서 한타 한 번으로 거의 뭐 거점 게이지를 뭐 한 60% 가까이 먹어내는.
Alright, Shambali.
너무 좋았고요.
그렇죠. 이어지는 3세트는 샴발리 수도원으로 이어집니다.
네. 선수 교체가 있는지도 좀 궁금한데.
He's challenged Shadow 2K and now he's ready. Alright, so let's see the bans. So Junker Queen can't be banned anymore for Pokerface. Because they tried for Junker Queen on map 1. Oh! Way have banned Hazard. Now we're thinking. But Pokerface have banned Genji. Again, aggressive bans here. So Hazard off the table. Make it in, push around by whatever Hazard they play against, so why not just ban it? Pokerface are going to then use the fact that they can ban anything else. Take Genji away from Who Are You.
포커페이스는 이제 후아유가 있으니까.
그렇죠. 왜냐면 후알리 선수가 계속 킬피드에 올라오긴 했거든요.
맞아요.
그러다 보니까 약간 이제
Maybe who he
서로
plays
제일-
Hanzo just changes to a different Shimada brother.
재밌네요.
So the expectation would be we go back to Malga.
사실 의미가 그렇게 딱히 있지
Maybe there's a
않은
question of did the latest
이번
patch shift
경기만큼은 확실히 의미가
Orisa over Malga? Did that change it?
적극적으로 상대방을 노리는 밴을 좀 했고요.
있어요. 맞습니다.
I'm not sure. I'm not
벤지가
convinced.
벤이 된 가운데 세 번째 세트 샴발리 스톤으로 향하게 되는데 이러면
Sub-wise, obviously Wei only have for 5 players, so keep all 5 players in seems reasonable enough.
네.
On the other side, Pokerface.
마우가
Also keeping Jasmine in.
메타에 갑자기 확 사라진 이유가 해저드를 기반으로 변수 기반으로 바뀌었다 보니까
So yeah, there is an element of expectation here that we just go back to either a Malga type mirror. Maybe with Genji banned, we just go back to Echo or Reaper. Alongside the Sojin. Maybe Tracer becomes, you know, I know we asked about Genji and Tracer earlier, and it's like Genji does a lot of the things Tracer wants to do, but a little bit better, nicer matchups into the heroes. Tracer can still do him. Genji is better, but if Genji's banned, maybe Tracer becomes the second best option to try and do that sort of job in terms of shutting down a Sojin. We'll see. Wei are obviously starting on the defense here, so the comp they are on, they are quite committed to. Who is going to go on to Venture instead? Junker Queen as well. But yeah, Jasmine, you saw Jasmine lock the Orisa immediately. So I think real chance here Pokerface are anticipating real chance that they're anticipating the Junker Queen, and are going to be more than happy to play Orisa into the Junker Queen, because when a Junker Queen and Orisa meet in the wild, the Orisa, all her cooldowns just match up really nicely. Lots of ways to stop the Queen getting aggressive with the shout, lots of ways to prevent the slash damage or avoid it. Yeah, really favourable matchup for the Orisa here. We're going to see Proud start on the Widow as well. We're actually going to Widow Farah, like a very spammy comp. And it's not just for the spawn hold, because Jaywoo's gone right over right-hand side here. So Farah should be an awkward one for the Venture. Jaywoo's going to take, oh, so much damage. He's running for the health pack. Is he going to get away? Jaywoo's going to need a little bit to get his health packs and get back up. But once he has got that HP back, he will have a very strong and powerful angle. Proud down main, catches Who Are You. They've just got the Widow on the left, the Farah on the right. Proud in the air, taking everyone down, and they've just got themselves the angles. They've taken them out here. And when Pokerface get these wide angles, the expectation is obviously that you have to play faster if you're Wei. You can't let the team with a Widow and a Farah take these big wide positions and just sit there and stand there. You've got to go. Peppy's going to go over onto the Diva now to keep diving, or to help with the dives more. Thank you, Mikkel. Proud Overwatch. He's doing it. Thank you very much for the 6 months. So, eyes now. Peppy, Who Are You onto the Tracer? Can they find these dive connects? And it's going to try and walk forward here, but Jasmine will keep anchoring point. And now Peppy, he can. A greedy comp, lots of spam, but the Diva's going to take over. Backline has been deleted thanks to Who Are You and Peppy. Proud still holding this angle. Difficult shot. Goes for another difficult shot. Cops a body shot here. Should be finished off by Who Are You. And now, would expect Pokerface to see some changes. We've already seen the backline swap over to a Brig. Give themselves a lot more survivability against this. Does Proud keep a Widow? Does he swap onto a Sojin or something a little bit more durable? He's going to keep it. Worth noting, Jamie was actually behind the enemies here. Only 55% to his barrage, because he spent most of his time just getting health packs on the flank. Oh, tight angle from Proud. Only a body shot, though. They deal with this engage from Peppy and Who Are You, and now they can walk forward, look for more. Peppy will get caught before this Kitsune Rush comes out. Jaywoo was dealt with behind, so the flank threat is taken care of. Terror Surge on this Kitsune Rush here, but Ade will be okay. Peppy is still out of mech, remember, here, so Jasmine just taken over on point. They've got kills on the flank, though. Lego and Who Are You, a two-man duo, causing Pokerface big problems here, pulling them in all sorts of different directions, and now Peppy is back in mech. They're walking forward. They're sweeping them here. And we see Proud, he's made for Sojin swap. Jaywoo was made for Tracer swap. Wei's adaptations have worked. And now, all of a sudden, despite that good opening from Proud, Pokerface find themselves, minute 20 seconds, making hero swaps as well, so don't have those DPS ults used for Terror Surge in the previous fight, only their support ults to rely on here. Ade has the overclock, Lego has the B. And he's going to start it early as well here. Who are you on the angle? Rally will come out in response. Slide back from Ade to survive. Does get caught though, and Proud will finish that one as a result. Bash it. Or the Javelin, I think it was. Javelin good onto Ade, and Proud can finish that kill. Lego still has the beat, but beat versus Ray. As long as they can stay together in the Ray here, Pokerface, they should be okay. They need to get them out of this Ray. Karu's going to respond with it. Proud's a little bit separated, but he's going to slide into the Ray now. They're all just Raying on point. Self-destruct comes out. Peppy can't get back in it here. The self-destruct gets no one, and this will be a straightforward one for Pokerface there. They managed to get the Ray off. No one gets caught early. And they convert. They convert the Ray push. Oh, Ade, he doesn't get over the wall. He doesn't get over the wall. And really that all started with that good Javelin from Jasmine there. At the very start of that fight to catch Ade as they try and disengage with the overclock. Put him in such a good position. Peppy's going to swap onto the Junker Queen here. I don't know about this. I mean, I agree the Diva would probably run its course in terms of forcing them to swap. But I feel the Junker Queen's really hard here. Peppy already at a half health as he walks up. And Ade's actually going to catch Jay Woo. It's okay. Player advantage now. Chance to walk means Who Are You is going to be uncontested if he wants to take a flank with this pulse bomb as well. Spin at the front. Jasmine has Terror Surge, so they have to be careful of their spacing. Fixer's dealt with Who Are You behind. Both traces have now fallen. Kitsune Rush comes out. Jasmine's going to disengage it, though. They need to find kills. Ade's peeking out wide. Peppy does catch Fixer. A good catch as they keep walking forward. They are going to get all these kills as a result of that Kitsune Rush. Jasmine trapped underneath with Karu. Should be going down sooner or later. Good knife into Karu. He's going to Terror Surge to try and turn it. Suzu is there. Not quite in time. Pulse Bomb comes back as well. Jasmine's traded one. Jasmine's still low underneath here. Will be battling away. Can Peppy finish this kill? You'd like to think so, but the Javelin is good onto Lee Soo-min, and he's getting the pocket. Jasmine will eventually fall. Peppy wins that one, but it's ugly in a way want it to be. But now they've got that tank advantage. They should be able to stabilize around their next shout timing. There it is. They're pushing him to spawn. Ade is really pushing him to spawn. Kills Karu right in front of everyone else. Now he has the overclock, and they are holding close. 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock. Pokerface getting close to these support ults, but they've got to break the spawn hold first, and Peppy lurking with that rampage very soon. Oh! Slash at the choke! Disruptor shot and Slash going to delete Fixer before he knows what happened, and a false start here for Pokerface. More time off the clock for Wei. Body shot onto Ade forced him to de-peek for a little bit, but another Disruptor shot soon. Going to be hard to walk through. Spin to take some space. Disruptor shot onto the back line now. Overclock is available. There it goes. Proud cops a body shot as he leaves. And the move is good! Oh, they force him into a corner, and Lego will take him down. Still no support ult. Still no response from Wei. Lego's going to hit Boop of the day. He's going to come back and help deal with this Tracer on point as well. Lego is literally everywhere for his team right now, and he's going to get himself really close to that beat for this next fight too. Now Pokerface, they finally have the ults to win the fight. They're going to have 5 ults, but they need to break the spawn hold. Look at Peppy. He's hiding in the corner for a slash. They're going to try and clear him out. They bait out the slash successfully this time. Arissa's going to take an angle, just try and clear Peppy out right now. But Peppy's going to de-peek, make it difficult. Fortify, use Javelin, use... Oh, no! It baits for Rampage after the Javelin, but there with the bash is Fixer, but they keep going in. Kitsune Rush over top, and they've used the Kitsune Rush, they've used the beat. They've killed them through the Ray. They're still trying to walk with the Ray. You see Jay-Woo going for the touch. Jay-Woo can get the touch here, but Wei, they don't care. They're going to kill the other players. They're going to kill these split players before they go deal with it. You see Lego and Ade walking for it now. They push Jay-Woo away. Jay-Woo can get one more touch. He also has a pulse bomb. Shout on the point to deal with this. Has Jay-Woo bought enough time? Can Jasmine get the next touch? Jay-Woo's going to have to go for this one. He's going to die for it though. Pulse bomb goes out. Terror Surge too. Terror Surge gets some damage. Gets a kill as well. Proud's walking in with the overclock. It's not over yet, but Lego shuts him down. Lego coming up trumps for his team whenever he needs it. Lee Soo-min still in. Fixer is secured for touch for a little bit longer. Wants this Kiri kill as well. Forces the TP. Fixer wins it. Now it's just Who Are You and Lego battling away. Ade is going to be back soon, but I think they have to give this one up. Who Are You's going to have his recall. Force Javelin out of the recall to secure that kill as well. So a late death for Who Are You. And the card's been pushing this entire time. Oh dear. Disaster for Wei. Once again, it's slipping through their fingers. Proud is back on Farah just to get back quickly. No ults just yet. Ade close to the overclock. Pepe close to the rampage, but they need to touch beforehand. They don't want to concede the cap. They don't want the time to be extended. And Pepe's taken so much damage. He's also low. Full pocket coming in. Now who are you can take over the touch? Pepe needs to live. 97%. They need this rampage to go. The rampage connects onto 3. The rampage is good. They keep Pepe alive just about by the skin of their teeth. Lee Min and Lego the pocket was enough, and Wei do secure the cap. They do hold it on first point. Or at the end of first point, or at the end of second point rather. Good rampage from Pepe. Insane pocket to keep him up through all of that. But oh my god, did that nearly slip through their fingers? You saw them hold close. They did the fight correctly. They killed everyone in spawn, and then rather than what they should have done is when they were going back and dealing with the Tracer, they should have sent maybe their Lucio Tracer to go back and deal with the Tracer. The rest of them keep holding forward because Pokerface, they're gonna have to come one by one because they're rushing towards the point. They need to go and deal with that. But instead, all 5 of Wei go back to the point. All 5 of them sit. They don't even kill the Tracer. Jaewoo still gets 2 touches, I think, before any of this. So again, Wei. They're showing a bit of courage. They're showing some fight. They're showing they can go toe to toe in some of these in these team fight situations. But the game management from Wei has been really poor in this series so far. It was really poor on New Junk City. It's the same again here.
웨이의 이 조합은 공격일 때 더 빛날 수도 있는 조합인 거고. 포커페이스도 마찬가지예요. 수비일 때 이
Yeah, it was right now they had to touch, but they could have just sent a couple of people to touch and then 3v1 the Arista, just like you're saying, Mama Hamter. Really much more optimal solutions than what they did in the end. They still clutch outright. The rampage, you managed to get the rampage off. How the hell did Pepe survive? I don't know. You can imagine it in the comms, right? It's just going to be, oh my god. Chill out, Proud. It's just going to be 5 people screaming a Junker Queen and them not quite surviving. Alright, so first kill from Proud won't really achieve all that much as they're still going to get the payload moving. And there's going to be a hold on the corner here. We saw the D.Va Tracer be an absolute menace to the Pharah Widow. It was Anna Juno originally, so Juno Brig a little bit more durable. Matches up more nicely into the D.Va. But it's the Widow and Pharah that this D.Va and Tracer really want to get on. But so far, they're stuck in an alleyway and Proud threads the needle. Ade tries to respond, but it's only a body shot. So Proud, he's going to keep swinging. Oh! Regrets that one, though. Ade's going to get the trade. Now a chance to move. You see Pepe wants to fly onto this Pharah straight away, putting Jaewoo on the back foot here. Jasmine will be able to keep anchoring point, but now Ade has this wide angle. Look at Wei. They've got all the space on the map now. They force Jaewoo to reposition into the alleyway. Now they can start looking for their next dive. Can they hit backline target? You see the slide up top. Who are you will finish one. And they pull them apart there. All off the back of that Ade opening pick. Oh, Proud's still good for one. Of course he is. Of course he is. They'll kill the Orisa on point. They'll get the payload moving. Plenty of time for the recontest here, obviously, from Pokerface. But they don't quite have any ults just yet. They have for walls, but what are walls worth really in these fights? Instead, Wei are going to be much closer to their support ults for Kitsune Rush for beat, and these might be the more telling ones. Even that overclock very close here. So Pokerface is going to be in a difficult situation. They either need to make it a very long fight to give Proud opportunities to clutch it for them, or they need to find some kind of disengage. You see Who Are You trying to get onto Proud there. Proud is aware Who Are You is behind him, trying to find the shot. Who Are You just needs to take attention from Proud here, waste his time, and Jaewoo's going to die on point now. Kitsune Rush used, bullying them back here. Who Are You is still playing a game of hide and seek with this Widow. The rest of Wei are going to walk forward on point though. They're going to get the kills. That's where the fight is happening. Vixer's going to use this rally, but he is in a world of hurt versus this, and they're just going to kill everyone. Really well played by Who Are You. I know he didn't do anything, but he took so much attention there. Terror Surge turn attempted from Jasmine here, but they've just got too much. The beat will be secured to put them over the edge. And a pretty good first point all in all for Wei. 4 minutes on the clock now to get themselves a map, to give themselves a chance to come back in this series. And Karu has the Ray, but that's all they have. I imagine what Wei will want to do here is maybe start the fight with overclock, hope to force the Ray out from Karu, try and disengage it as best they can. Disruptor shot around the corner, trying to force him out a little bit here. getting pretty close to one fight territory. Who are you on the other side? Just trying to mark the Tracer. Stop Jaywood getting in. Now the overclock will be used. Doesn't want to commit slide here. Just wants to force out this raid. But Karu, they're just disengaging it for free here. Good discipline by Pokerface. Now they push back forward in the raid. They've suckered him in. Who are you's good for the pulse bomb, but they catch Ade. Proud looking for more here. Peppy is awfully low. Does have a self-destruct if he really needs it. They've tried to stabilize underneath. Jasmine's going to keep chasing. Oh, they're chasing him really far here. Way are giving him the slip. Oh, they're going to regret this, Pokerface, I think, because they're back on payload. Pokerface have lost entire control of the map. It's been a wild goose chase. They're still trying to walk forwards here. Proud with an off angle, but he needs a kill. They've managed to stabilize on point. They've lost Karu, though, and Pokerface have been led all around. Player advantage still. Jaywu has a pulse move, but Lee Min has this Kitsune rush for this next fight. This is going to be such a difficult fight for Pokerface to take. They need a Jaywu clutch with a pulse bomb. They need Proud to find a pick. Because this Kitsune rush is going to be on point. It's going to be so hard for him to deal with. Jasmine is already half health. There we go. Pulse bomb out from Ade. Suzu blocks it. Jaywu dies for it too. Now they fly onto Proud. Proud is getting fully marked out of this. The payload goes in. Clean fight in the end from Wei. And a bit of life. A bit of life.
정커킨이 들어간 조합이 되다 보니까 웨이의 그런 러쉬 조합의 완급 조절과 동선 조절이 좀 좋았고.
Here we go. Were there any Wei believers in the bets? Any Wei believers in the bets? 54,000 coins versus 5,000 coins. Damn. You bet on Wei twice, lose, then swap to Pokerface and lose. Unfortunately, Salem, that's the way it goes sometimes. How tiny is Who Are You? He's pretty pocket size. Pokerface have been playing Hazard. It was banned in that map we just saw, which was the one Wei was able to win. But obviously now Wei can't ban it anymore because only banned once in a series. And yeah, Who Are You? Very much pocket size. $22k points, moving up in the world, Oren. Why more Lucio Kiri this season, not just Brig Juno? I don't know exactly, Hades, but some of my suspicion is because Hazard is being played a lot more. I know we didn't see it in that map just there, but for the most part, we're seeing a lot of Hazard being played, and I think the Brig matchup into Hazard just feels a little bit worse, whereas Kiri Lucio have more ways to avoid and dodge some of these Hazard engages. So I think Kiri Lucio is kind of back in a more reasonable way, especially when we're seeing a lot of Hazard in play. In this particular one as well, they did also start Kiri Lucio. I think maybe you could make an argument because of the original comp that Pokerface started on. It was like Pharaoh, Widow, Anna, Juno, and then an Orisa. So this Pawaj is such a greedy composition. If you just go Kiri Lucio Diva or Kiri Lucio Winston, you probably just kill a lot of these heroes, which is probably why they started it. And Kiri Lucio, a very versatile composition or versatile backline, can play into most things. So my suspicion is very much the reappearance of Kiri and Lucio is more to do with Hazard coming into play than necessarily the Brig nerf. I don't think the Brig nerf has moved it that much. Morning, Rip. Any interesting things from today? This is probably our most interesting series so far. We just got pretty much a full Hazard mirror in our first series, ZETA v Genesis, and no surprise that ZETA were better than Genesis on that one. We nerf Brig to stop Juno Brig, but Juno doesn't get touched. Yeah, Juno's still in a pretty good place. I have a strong suspicion. I've never seen anyone run it, but I feel like Juno Kiri should be really reasonable as well. There's maybe some... I think Juno as well probably suffers a little bit into Hazard as well, in terms of Hazard has a better chance to kill the Juno than a lot of supports, or than a lot of other tanks maybe do. Is this the first series that's not a 3-0 sweep? Maybe. No, we had a dogfight on the first day, the MSG Vesta dogfight, if you remember. Shouldn't Anna be decently good? I feel like the problem with Anna is Anna's actually a victim of Juno. because of the speedering from Juno, all of a sudden, supports like Ana, supports like Zen, if it's not a map that really favors those characters, the ability for a tank and DPS to connect and just trade an Ana when you have the speedering available is tremendously punishing. So I think Ana and Zen still remain victims of Juno. I think it's just like Kiri Lucio sometimes can out-rotate other comps. Sometimes when playing Juno Brig, it feels like the Juno Brig can always only rotate so much. Yeah, I think there is like an element of truth in that. Like the Juno Brig, we even saw it at the Stockholm Major. Some of the rotates and dodges that Chew and Fielder and others were having to pull off were actually insanely high difficulty ones. Whereas Kiri Lucio, you can do the same things more easily. There's other problems you run into, but your ability to move and survive still really high.
한 점 만회하는데 성공합니다. 이제 네 번째 세트로 향하게 되는데 웨이는 무조건 2대1로 맞춰야 되고 맵은 할리우드입니다.
Alright, so Hollywood now from Poke. This is obviously now Wei win their first map of the series, so it's going to be Pokerface's chance to pick the map. They've chosen Hollywood. They're also going to pick who bans first and who bans second, so we'll get the hero bans in a second.
양쪽에 높다란 2층이 있고 동선을 공격적인 동선을 잡아서 올라가기에는 좀 이제 엘리베이터까지 돌아가야 되기 때문에요.
그리고
So I think what they've banned Junker Queen already.
다르긴 하겠지만
Is there a chance Pokerface just want to play some of these greedier comps again? Just play maybe even a Widow for second, play an Ana Juno or something. You can get away with it on Hollywood. They have been having success with the Hazard as well. I mean, I don't think it's a surprise that the one map that Wei have won so far was one where Hazard was banned.
메인들 싸움 우리가 이길 수 있다라는 생각에서 고른 픽이긴 하죠.
네. 자, 이러면 선수 교체가
Thank you, Crazy Guys. Thank you for the 7 months. Oh, we get a sub as well. Choi Se-wan in for Jaewoo. So obviously Genji was banned last map, so Genji is now enabled again. So maybe we do just go back to some kind of Genji Sojin backline plus tank mirror. Bella's Reader is back in as well, so maybe this could hint Winston back on the cards potentially. What are my predictions for later? I'll do it after this map. I haven't actually seen many of the games. I watched a bit of Friday, but I didn't watch any of Saturday. But probably VP win, surely. At least in EMEA. It's got to just be VP and Nightmare win, right? That's going to be a real easy prediction, surely. You played against Cloud of the Overdrive Cup and you killed him one time? Fuck. Maybe VP are cooked then. Maybe Cloud is still rattled from that. You think they might ban Sojin? Maybe. The problem is, I think they're like quite happy to let Proud play it as well. I mean, it is true when you're playing against these teams where they have a hit scan player who really can't play other hit scans, it can be vulnerable. Right, so Pokerface are going to ban Ana. Are they just banning to protect supports then? Protect Juno potentially? And then Wei are going to follow up with a Mei ban, which is going to leave me full of so many question marks. Why? Why did they ban Mei? What were they worried about? What were they worried about? I mean, Pokerfaces seems reasonable enough, right? They want to maybe just enable themselves to play like the Lucio, Juno, Hazard, Genji, Sojin, and they protect their supports. So obviously Hazard can't be banned by Wei because they banned it last map. So you just you protect the supports and then your comp is fine. So Pokerface's ban makes sense. Wei's ban on the other hand, I don't know. They're worried about Mei. I guess so, right? I guess so. Choice one devastated he can't play Mei. Yeah, I bet he's right, gutted. Didn't VP lose against Vision? I saw that, yeah, but VP surely will come back. Surely they wouldn't lose the entire tournament.
스크림을 하고 있으면 4방 8방에서 태동하는 겐지의 소식이 들려왔어요. 어느 팀 누가 겐지 잘한다더라고요.
Pokerface.
그때 제가 이제
Yeah, maybe they just I don't know. I mean, Pokerface's ban made sense. Is Wei who are getting the question marks.
어린애가 있는데
네.
걔가 겐지를 진짜 잘.
I'm pretty sure you can repeat bans. The same team can't repeat bans, but the other team can repeat bans. So unfortunately, it doesn't work, Piggy.
어허.
네, 그래서 아직도 기억나는데 이제 거기서 급식을 담당했던 게 휘발유 선수가.
아 그렇군요. 참. 아 되게 추억 돋네요. 그런 얘기 하니까.
So I don't know what way you're thinking.
보여달라고 또 웨이 화이팅. 추억을 보고 있고요.
Feels like a panic. Feels like a panic. Like fuck, I need to say a hero. What's the name of a hero in Overwatch? Don't be any of the heroes we want to play. May.
아니네요?
네. 많은 분들이 너무 옛날인데 하는데 그 옛날부터 했던 게 휘발유 선수예요.
아
네,
그쵸.
그 옛날부터 겐지를 계속 하고 있는 거예요.
거의 중학생인가요? 그때부터 시작했잖아요.
그렇죠, 그렇죠.
네.
네.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
웨이가 3세트를 잡아내면서
It's really
한 점
possible.
만회를 하는데
All right,
성공했고
so a
이제
little bit of a longer
네 번째
delay as we had a
세트
Choice A1 and Simple subbing in here.
제가 익숙하게 봤었던 맵들은 뭐 뉴 정크
No
시티,
changes on the side of Wei, 'cause
문화산
we've only got
좀
5 players.
봤었는데 이번에 포커페이스가 좀
How long do they get to decide on ban? I don't know at this tournament, at the Esports World Cup, and I believe they are just kind of one-for-one copy of the Esports World Cup's ban format. I think it was 60 seconds you got maybe, which doesn't sound like a long time, and I imagine it feels like even less time when you're put on the spot, you know. All right, so no May, no Anna. So, no surprise to see Poker Face. Yep, Juno, Brig, they protected their supports with that Anna ban. They'll play the backline they want, and they'll also be playing this Hazard. Wei, are they just going to cop it and take the Hazard mirror?
정말 중요한 네 번째 세트입니다. 할리우드.
We'll have to wait and see. They're obviously on attack, so they get to have a look at what they're facing before picking their comp.
이 그림이 얼마나 보고 싶었는데요, 할리우드.
오랜만에 보긴 하죠.
네.
네. 자, 네, 뭐
They're going to damage boost his fire strike out of spawn, I guess. No way it gets deflected, right? No way.
아직까지는 네, 즐기고 있네요.
요거는 안 나올 겁니다.
네.
Poker Face, this is what we've been leaning into a lot of.
대회에 안 나온 지 좀 오래됐죠.
Belosria,
윈스턴인가요?
living on the roofs.
이 윈스턴 예전에
He literally won't get off this roof.
네.
Pepe is going to match this, and it's going to be Kiri Lucio versus Juno Briggs. So some good science here, some backline science. Do they see him? Oh, Belosria is so sneaky! Wall slash into the backline. Lee Su-min will be able to TP and Suzu out of that one now. And now Belosria is actually in so deep. He's in so deep, he's trying to get himself round. He has a very little block left, has to jump out one more time. Now Wei can swing through the choke here. Chance to find the engage, they take the opposite angle. Tries to turn it. You see him try and hit the slash, try and wall the disengage from Ade. Ade still safely tucked away though. Proud is committed in quite deep here. Where is Proud? How's Proud ended up here? Surely they just deal with Proud. There we go. Pepe's going to hunt him down. How did Proud end up behind in this situation? Wei spot the danger. They deal with that threat. Now they can walk forward. Attention onto Belosria first. Clear the tank. Who are you? Has to be careful. No deflect. Patient with it though. They just kill Belosria. Now they can clear the Genji of high ground. Choice someone's going to die a little bit late here, actually. So dying a bit staggered is going to make this retake all the more difficult. And you can see Lee Su-min, Lego, well on their way to their support ults as well. And yeah, they're not even going to go for it. Those late kills really hurt him. And Belosria, he had the spot, but he commits too deep. They concede all the space. Disruptor shot will help clear this Genji out as they get the payload moving. Belosria, he's got another spot. He's got another spot. Surely they won't fall for it again, right? Just look up! Which chat? Is it cows that can't look up or something? Who are you just... They've traded Genji's whereas has gone on. Belosria is going to come from the top row. I feel like, is it cows or dogs? Maybe it's cows who can't look up. Maybe Wei are cow-like. Either way, Kitsune Rush is coming out, and Simple is awfully low. He's going to try and commit the Ray. He tries to live, trying to pocket everyone through. Belosria is trying to help out as best he can. They need to stay in that Ray. Slash comes through. Lego has the beat if they need it, but it's just the overclock they use instead. But shields up from Pixar. Rally comes out, and they can all walk behind that. They win the support ult trade, but they have to burn both support ults for it. Surprised to see Lego didn't come back in with that beat. I don't know if he got caught early or something. But now it means a clear ult advantage for Wei. Belosria is going to get back in his bloody spot. Pigs? Alright, good shout, good shout. Thank you, chat. It's Pigs that can't look up. It makes one. Peppy the Pig, I guess, then. This time they do look up. They have found Belosria. They're going to disrupt a shot to get him out here. Beat is available for Lego, which should give them a really gigantic advantage in this blade trade, in theory. They just need to get Huiyu in a position to confirm it. They're going to try and take the high ground here first. Vixer's going to be forced back. Vixer is awfully low. Has been forced off this high ground. Choice one's still lurking with this blade. Has to be aware of that beat. The beat will come through now. Huiyu's going to press the button. In response, can he find the slash? Connects with the brig. Next one, Juno when he sights. Juno's going to float away though. Looking for it. Needs for Mega. Can't get the Mega. And Proud is just on the high ground. A beat, a blade. All invested. But Proud uncontested throughout. Burns through that damage. And, I mean, do I even need to tell you what Belosria is going to get up to? He's going to get him a bloody spot again, isn't he? He's going to get him a bloody spot. This time they clear him out. Again, they're trying to clear the high ground here first way. Clear the high ground. Wall comes out from Belosria. He will have to jump back, climb up. They are all up there now, but Choice One has this blade. They bait him in. They're going for it now. Suzu has been used and absolutely crushed. Rail at the same time. Deflects held. And that's a clean blade engage here from Pokerface. They get free for their trouble. They have conceded a little bit of cart push here. You're going to see Lego and Peppy now just try and play their lives. But Choice One is on his case. There we go. Peppy's actually gone really deep behind as well. He's going to wall himself off. He's got to the Mega. So I think Peppy lives here. And we're going to take space. Peppy's just for distraction. They have space up front, but now they're going to walk forward. Belosria, he has the downpour available. They catch Who Are You? Decisive from Pokerface. They give up on Peppy. They go and deal with the front line. They punish Who Are You? Now they turn attention back onto Peppy. Peppy's going to full block, try and get himself out of this one. He's going to jump out one more time. He's also low defensive wall from Peppy. Just about keeps him safe. Not for long enough though. Belosria straight over that wall. They're finding trades and they're trying to move payloads again, but this is scrappy and ugly fights here from Wei. The saving grace is they keep getting cart push and cart touch during all of this. So they've actually gained meters while losing both of these fights. And now Wei at least, they've got a few ults to work with. The Kitsune Rush is there, the Overclock is there. The Pokerface not short themselves here. Common thing to do here would be to start with the Overclock. They need to pocket Peppy through all of this, but right onto Peppy as well. He just gets deleted, and that's going to be another no ults used fight. Again, Who Are You? Getting that touch on payload, stopping it moving back. But they clean up all the kills behind this time. Pokerface can go back to their hold. Now they've got the Overclock. They've got this downpour. Lots of ults to engage him from the high ground as well. And to be honest, while we're seeing very different comps, it's an age-old Hollywood problem. How the hell do you get defensive teams off in this high ground? A rail body shot onto Proud. We'll need a bit more than that, though, to get them through. They're going to start by touching Cart again. Now the Overclock comes out from Ade. Oh, he catches Proud. He gets the better of him there. Now, the downpour catches for Lucio. Lego's in big trouble here. Choice One's going to get over him. The beat to keep pushing him. The blade comes through. Lego can't get to his own beat. The counter downpour comes out, though. And Who Are You's going to combine the blade with it. He slices them through. I think he even deflected that wall, maybe. Either way, they managed to stabilize here. Still coming through. Belosria with the slash, though. Wall into the backline as well, still pushing for more kills. Belosria is going to clean everything up here. Free for Belosria and Ade as well. They need a touch in all of this, but Belosria is just walking to the spawn, looking for this. Lucio Lego's going to go for the beat. Gets boot back up. He's walled off. He can't get near the touch. They're trading in spawn, but they're nowhere close. And they nearly clutched. The downpour blade attempt from Who Are You and Peppy nearly had it. But you saw, as soon as that ult trade came in, Pokerface had one goal in mind. Kill this bloody Lucio. They didn't know that Lego didn't quite have it yet. They probably expected him to have beat. They wanted him to Ajax. But they cut out Lego, because if Lego survives that situation and gets the beat off, that entire fight looks different. But it's actually Belosria, the downpour, hits the key target, they find the kill, Fixer beats to keep going aggressive. Works out really nicely.
벨로스레아 선수가 연구해온 게 많다는 게 보이잖아요. 그 이용해서 위에서 기다리고 있다가 가시벽도 원콤 콤보 될 수 있게.
So not out of it yet, of course, Wei. As much as we talked about how good that hold was from Pokerface, that's is Hollywood's second defense. It's a very strong part of the map to hold if you get yourself off of the high ground.
그래서 웨이가
So they managed to do that.
에이드 선수가 진짜 오늘 제가 봤을 때 정말 잘해주고 있거든요. 불리한 각에서도 퍼키를 내어주고
Same advantages will apply to Wei. Looks like they're going to start the Junker Queen here as well, Wei. We've seen Peppy try and lean into this hero frequently. Not with a lot of success so far.
자 이제 두 번째 라운드입니다.
I'm going to see
웨이가
Kiri Lucio again from Wei.
바꿨습니다.
Juno Lucio here from Pokerface. So similar concept here. Both backlines have a lot of individual survivability. Guess the expectation is Simple would in theory be more vulnerable. Peppy on the Junker Queen though. They're trying to swing round initially, get Belosria someone's opposite space. Wall comes out. He's getting bullied out here, Belosria. He will full block, but he's forced back. He catches that slash as well. They've got their Genji Lucio into this high ground position. They're taking a lot of attention, but I don't know if they can find any kills. And Fix is in a spot of bother. Belosria's taking a lot of damage. They reposition here. Lego's still marking Choicer One. Can they get Choicer One out of here? Go get him! Choicer One seems to be taking so many liberties, and somehow, some way, they even set up the next dive. And Wei, they just didn't deal with this Genji Lucio. Choicer One and Fix are able just to play whatever position they want, seemingly. No response from Wei, at least not a significant enough one. And that's going to be an easy first point for Pokerface here. And that's an absolute gift.
이제 빠른 시간 안에 A 거점을 밀어냅니다. 받는 시간은 5분.
First cap and pushing forward. Peppy will now stay on the Junker Queen. This is where playing a ground tank can get even more difficult when you've got these high grounds to worry about. Headshot from Ade doesn't turn into a kill. They've got 5 minutes and 10 seconds to hold on here. The task is massive. The support ult disadvantage is significant here. The health advantage is a problem as well, as Peppy's just going to get absolutely demolished in the front line. They don't even need any ults. And Wei, they're just collapsing. Might be able to trade out here. Ade's got one. Lee Soo-min, who are you? They're diving. They're coming in from the high ground still. We see the power of nodes engages. Now pushing back is Belosria. Should be able to finish him off. Walls a miss actually here from Belosria. So Ade took down his supports. And Ade survives the entire thing. Peppy has now gone over onto the Hazard. The Queen wasn't getting it done. And Wei, they get themselves another fight, but it's going to be a big support ult trade here. And Lee Soo-min Lego, they're short of support ults. Ade's about to have the overclock. They might need a bit of magic from their main man on hit scan. They're going to try and rotate high ground here, Pokerface. They're all walking up. Ray's going to come out. Overclock in response. Needs something big. Oh no, gets sent back at him. And the Ray push is just too strong. They die on 90% to both support ults. And it's a simple support ult advantage. Lego's going to die on point. Do they get a recontest? Yes, all those meters Wei were able to steal on the attack have probably bought them another fight here. But they're going to have to walk in versus this downpour. Belosria can drop this one early, make the touch really ugly. Lego might have to be really, really early here. Wall onto one of the chokes. Now they're trying to make their way out. Ray's going to be used. Blade and Downpour used. They are rooted in. The beat comes through from Lego, but he is just rooted up. The old root and blade. Ade gets one trade, but the damage is done. Both support ults fair. The problem is when you're rooted to the ground, the Ray is just moving away from you. Who are you going to keep battling? But Proud's got an overclock and it's just over. 3-1 Pokerface in the end. And good combination of the ults there. Even though the beat and the Ray got off, but you have this situation where your Ray is moving this way, you've got beat health, but your backline's just stuck to the spot. So then it's the easiest blade in the world. They can burn through all that overhealth from the beat. And there's not a lot you can do if you get hit by that downpour, really. Got to start the hazard practice? Yeah. Got to start the hazard practice. It seems to be the meta. Still, we haven't seen any true science. Maybe it was all figured out in scrims. But we've still not seen the Malga into the hazard. Ade the MVP is probably just going to be... Who would it be? Proud? I mean, it's never a bad choice to give it to Proud. Had a couple of big clutches. Pokerface have rotated their players a lot, so it's always weird giving a player of the match if they didn't play every map in the series. Belosria is actually maybe a good shout, yeah. Jasmine did come in. This is what I mean, where probably if Belosria played every map, it would be an easy one. But you're right in the sense that it did feel that's where the biggest gap was. Like Ade gave pretty much as good as he got.
프라우드 선수의 좀
Who are you? Had a
대화력이
couple of moments.
그러니까 굉장히 그
Jaewoo was very good for the bits we saw him in as well.
스캔
But again, like Jaewoo and Choi-So-Wan just sort of trading maps.
을 하는 걸 보면은 그러니까 뭐 다른 픽도 안 합니다 프라우드는.
Alright.
오로지 히트 스캔.
Cool.
트레이서를 들긴 한
We thought that would be the closest game in Group B. And it seems like it will be. Seems despite all that, we probably still expect Wei to make their way out of this group in second place behind Pokerface.
심지어 메인들이 좋지
But,
않은 그런 카드임에도 불구하고 그런 시절에도 프라우드가 꾸준히 기용됐을 만큼 그냥 정말 에임 하나만큼.
Alright, let's get ready for this third series then. I'm gonna go grab some more water, maybe another Diet Coke,
계속 보실 거예요.
and we can lock in for it. So let me be right back. Get your predictions in for the next one. This is going to be HaeJeokDan versus Crazy Panda here.
근데
그 마지막에 가면서
We can look at the
잡았던
teams and stuff.
에이전트거든요.
아니 저 이것도 놀라웠어요.
진짜 잘 쓰더라고요. 여기가 그 2층 프리딜 행복했던 프라우드의 순간. 네, 아래 그냥 다 날뛰고 있어요. 나의 먹잇감들이.
맞아요. 다 날 보지 않고 나는 편안하게 쏘는 그런 이쁜 구도 그런 부분을 프라우드 선수가 너무 잘 보여줬습니다. 인터뷰 준비됐습니다. 만나보시죠.
네, 오늘 두 번째 경기 승리팀 포커페이스의 프라우드 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 프라우드 선수 안녕하세요.
반갑습니다.
네, 자 오늘 경기 승리 너무너무 축하드립니다. 자 오늘 포커페이스 3대1 상대의 허점을 찌르는 경기력을 보여줬는데요. 오늘 전반적으로 게임 흐름이 어땠나요?
일단 초반 첫 맵, 두 맵은 첫 맵은 좀 잘했는데 두 번째 맵 때 조금 아쉬웠다가 세 번째 맵 때 좀 저희가 실수해서 지지 않았나. 마지막엔 잘한 것 같아요.
네, 자 1, 2세트 때 단 한 점도 내주지 않는 플레이를 보여주기도 했어요. 조합도 조합이지만 준비를 정말 많이 해왔다라는 게 느껴졌거든요. 이번에 웨이를 상대로 어떤 점을 중점적으로 준비했나요?
웬만하면 상대팀이 마트 해저드보다는 다른 거를 할 것 같다라는 생각으로 좀 저희 해저드 조합 쪽으로 준비한 것 같고 아무래도 서브탱 견제 쪽으로 준비한 것 같아요.
그렇군요. 그런데 샴발리에서는 살짝 밀리는 모습이 나오기도 했어요. 어떤 점이 좀 까다로웠을까요?
그때는 저희가 픽 변경이 조금 아쉬웠어가지고 픽적인 요소 아닐까. 그거 아니면 이겼을 것 같아요.
네, 맞습니다. 바로 다음에 할리우드를 골랐는데요. 승부를 내기 위해서 어떤 점을 중점적으로 팀원들끼리 의논했는지 궁금해요.
일단 맛 해저드 2를 원하기도 했고 히트스캔 밸류 살리려고 할리우드 픽한 것 같습니다.
아, 그렇군요. 자, 오늘 승리를 하는 데 있어서 우리 프라우드 선수 큰 기여를 했습니다. 만장일치 POTM이 나왔는데요. 오늘 프라우드를 막아야 게임이 진행될 정도의 에임을 보여줬어요. 자, 이렇게 행복 딜링 할 수 있었는데 팀원들의 반응이 어땠나요?
일단 저희 앞라인 이제 겐지 해저드 쪽이 좀 사이드 잘 막아줘서 이렇게 할 수 있었던 것 같고 다들 그 규태 형이 인터뷰에서 언급해달라고 자기 해저드 잘한다고
네.
규태 형이 좀 잘해준 것 같아요.
네, 맞습니다. 오늘 정말 벽을 타고 오르는 그런 멋진 해저드의 모습을 보여주면서 강한 포커페이스 팀의 면모를 보여줬죠. 자, 그리고 오늘 이렇게 승리할 수 있게끔 응원 많이 해주신 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
오늘 경기 일단 응원해주셔서 감사하고 조금 아쉬웠지만 잘 보완해서 다음 경기 더 잘해보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 다음 경기가 더 기대되는 포커페이스 팀이 아닐까 싶습니다. 지금까지 오늘 두 번째 경기 승리팀 포커페이스의 프라우드 선수까지 만나봤고요. 저희는 마지막 경기로 돌아올 텐데요. 해적단과 크레이지 판다의 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
Sorry, that took longer than planned. My fiance's ordering for wedding invites, so I had to give it give it the sign off. Hazard meta? Maybe. Still early on, but we're seeing a lot of teams lean into it. We'll see if HaeJeokDan have also swallowed the Hazard pill. They hadn't when we saw him play earlier, but it was the day after the patch. So maybe not. Am I streaming the wedding? No. Not streaming the wedding. Not Monte Cristo here. Invite only. Invite only. You need a shave? I do need a shave. I need to cut my hair as well. It's getting a bit unruly. Won't be doing it on stream though. Sorry to disappoint. Why not prepare some would-be? Will she say yes? No, I think it's pretty locked in. I think it's pretty locked in. Fingers crossed, I guess, but I reckon I've got it. Got it sealed. Chair invited to the wedding? No, not having a wedding at my house. Got a nice venue. No gaming chairs at the venue though. Maybe I'll talk to the SOOP Cup, see if they've got any spare chairs. Maybe they can provide the chairs for the wedding. Thank you, Mama Hamter. Hattie is not my best man, no. My best man is Coleman. Coleman's a mod. You might see him around. See, now we're gonna marry her instead. Fuck. I don't think you're allowed to marry a company though, or marry a brand. So I think that'll work in my favour. Don't C9. Yeah, just got to get to the altar and stay there. Get to the altar and stay there. I think I can manage it. Have a Spitfire team coming to the wedding? They're invited, yeah. So the wedding next year is June. So they're all invited. But obviously I understand there's like if there's a tournament going on, then there's a tournament going on, you know? So I'm very understanding that A, there might be an Overwatch tournament, and B, for a lot of them, it's international travel as well. Yeah, because the wedding will be in England. So Landon, especially very hard, and the others. They can bring their PCs. Boot camp at the wedding? Fuck, we're not boot camping at the wedding. But yeah, they're all invited. We're all invited. No wedding pugs? No wedding pugs, no. No wedding show match. I mean, I'm hopefully, you know, the guys will boost the average SR of a wedding. If a wedding is on during the finals, I'll see me rearrange wedding. No, we're just gonna tank it. We're just gonna tank it. If the wedding and honeymoon conflicts with Overwatch, then the wedding has to win. So incredibly one-sided. No, nobody's casting the wedding. Nobody's casting it. What's the read on this meta? A lot more Genji Sojin. Backline still Kiri Lucio creeping in a little bit more. But a lot of Hazard, especially today. Aren't they going to do the live commentary? Maybe. We do need a compare. A compare, for those who don't know, is the person who sort of... It's just a loud person who instructs, like, it's time for everyone. Please make your way to the dining area. Take your seats for the food to be served. That kind of thing. Everyone, please gather for the first dance. So we need a compare. So we need someone who can yap. Cloudy is fit for that job. We need someone. You need a big voice because there's gonna be no microphones. You need to project. We need someone with a loud voice. I think I have someone in mind with the lung capacity for it. Flats? It's not, no, not Flats. Not an Overwatch person. DeFran for sure? No, not DeFran. I said not an Overwatch person. Just be one of my TF2 friends, I think. Uncoachable client of a wedding client of a week. Oren Slayer? Not going to be Oren. There's going to be no Q&A of a wedding either. Alright, where are we at? HaeJeokDan, Crazy Panda. We saw Crazy Panda play last time and they didn't look all that good, honestly. Want to be a quiz of a wedding? Yes, I see the quiz heads out in full force asking about quizzes at the wedding. No quiz at the wedding is for that. A quiz about the wedding? I guess it would be about the bride and groom, I guess. A life law quiz. I think there's probably enough. There's probably enough life, hopefully, to fill a quiz out at least. But no intentions for a quiz.
No one can stop me now.
The Crazy Panda fans out in full force. Will I be promoted Uncoachable at a wedding? No. I think to be fair, most people at the wedding will probably know about Uncoachable already, so I think we've hopefully got that audience. Got that audience locked down. I went to a wedding once. It was my fiance's friend's wedding in Croatia. Not to flex. Didn't need to add that detail, just flexing. But they played a game with a bride and groom during the sort of like the nighttime stuff, and it was the bride and groom would sit in chairs back to back, and they have their shoes in their hands, and then they would do a quiz essentially. But the quiz would be questions like, who do you think is the most intelligent person in the relationship, and stuff like this. And then you would hold up the bride and groom would hold up right hand, or like right hand if they think it's for groom, left hand if they think it's for bride. So that was probably the best quiz I've seen at a wedding. Why isn't Zarya permaplayed? She counters most of good tanks now. Good against Junker Queen, Orisa, Malga. Yeah, I think it's a fair enough. It's a fair enough question. I think people are just leaning a lot into the Hazard. I don't really know what the Zarya Hazard matchup looks like. I think right now we're still in the fresh phase of the meta. The fresh phase of the meta where people just leaning into the new hero. It's not really settled. I think when we get the playoffs next week and Crazy Raccoon and Falcons and all the big games and the stakes are suitably high and all of this, I think we'll see it finalized a little bit more next week. Yeah, maybe Sojin just bullies her too much as well. Could be true. You definitely have that about to be married crowd. I look and you're in that demographic. Yeah. Well, the wedding's been a long time coming, so excited to actually do it. There was some Zarya and Face It. Oh, really? Who was playing Zarya? I watched Friday, but not really. Where are we? Face It. I watched Friday, but not. Rajara was playing it successfully. I guess for the follow-up question, because there's no Hazard in Face It either, right? Not successfully. Yeah, I saw they lost to, where was it, Vision? Lost to Vision, and then it's been a lower bracket sweep for VP so far. Vision on top. Top Dragon on top. Yeah, I saw he was. I heard he was playing a lot of Winston, or a bit of Winston at least. Fluffy Dreamland played it as well. Let's go over to NA as well. Oh, and this was a close one actually. Nightmare versus Citrus. This was closer than I'd expect. Good luck, Elo. I don't know what for, but good luck. Oh, this was a nail biter. Dreamland out on the lower bracket quarters. That's got to be disappointing for him. Avidity. Avidity have been doing pretty good in these type of metas, right? They got revenge on EXO North America as well. Heading to work right now, Falcons. Do you work for Falcons? Or is it an unrelated Falcons? Yeah, it feels like it's just going to be a nightmare sweep, right? Zarya's always a bait pick for early and new metas. Yeah, I think the fundamental problem with Zarya is if you look at a lot of other tanks, like Winston and the dive tanks fall into this. Winston can use their abilities to take space, essentially. Right? They can jump in, they can bubble onto the backline, allow everyone to swing. Similar with Orisa, you can use your spin, you can use your fortify to get in, take a more aggressive position, try and take an angle. The problem with Zarya is because they need to use bubbles reactively a lot of the time, is you have to, one, use your first cycle of bubbles to get energy, so you have a slower start to every fight, and every time you use those bubbles, there's a period of vulnerability between bubbles where the other team can capitalize. So whenever you're playing these more faster paced metas, it's always a little bit tricky for the Zarya. And then once you get your energy, you have to re-push, but again, you're sort of walking back in. The Zarya can use bubbles for themselves, of course, but if you use bubbles for yourselves, it's harder to get the reactive bubbles. So it can be, I think, a little bit tricky with Zarya a lot of the time. To take space, you have to kind of go backwards and then re-push with your energy. And I think, in general, it's just a harder thing to do consistently. Nightmare should win, but Avidity can punch up. Yeah, Avidity do well in these type of metas. Bun a very good Genji as well. I don't know how much Genji was being played in North America, but we've seen a fair amount of it here. As we get the teams, HaeJeokDan, the heavy favourites. The asset in there, opener. Keep our eyes on opener because he has a tendency to fall asleep. Tendency just to fall asleep sometimes once he gets on stage. But, I mean, get your rest wherever you can. What a nice festive jumper that is as well. Nice festive cardigan. Getting into the Christmas spirit. CX and Haddy's shaving stream. I did shave Haddy's head a couple of times while we were in the London house. Thoughts on devs making HaeJeokDan harder? I think it's still, I mean, you're still going to see HaeJeokDan. I think it's like a very niche change. We'll still see some HaeJeokDans, don't you worry. Don't you worry.
특히 저희가 이제 도도 선수 겐지에 굉장히 좀 집중을 했었는데 오늘 도도 선수 겐지가 지난번 이제 제타전처럼 날뛴다면 모릅니다.
공격성이 뛰어난 해적단 상대로 과연 크레이지 판다는 어떤
Here are Crazy Panda. No relation to Crazy Raccoon.
오늘 바이퍼 제스트 대 도도 특히 다 겐지가 양 팀 다 같이 나왔을 때
New set of players, unfamiliar with a lot of these.
경기에서도 저희가 맞잖아요. 겐지끼리 서로 보이지 않는 장면에서 그
They put up like as spirited a fight as you can, I think, against ZETA Division before, but obviously ZETA Division is ZETA Division. HaeJeokDan here with normal lineup. Missing probably the big siding. They had Lee Min at the start of the year, then they had Skewed during the Aurora Cup, and now Missing has come in. Missing had quite a few problems with Raze in some of the series we watched so far.
공략해봐야겠습니다.
크레이지 판다는
Crazy Panda on the other side, Dodo. The Genji guy.
선발 라인업을 보여주고 있습니다. 스칼렛과 모해
Probably the standout player from the little bit we've seen of him so far.
스칼렛 선수와 이제 도도 선수가
Really good time to have a Genji player in this meta.
탱커 쪽에서도 이제 지난번에
Hey, Poliso. I'm good, thank you.
산발리였었죠. 산발리에서 약간 뱀픽을
Enjoying what's actually been a pretty prompt morning of Overwatch so
잘
far.
풀리진 않았어서 크레이지 판다도 100% 이제 2주차 들어와서 약간의 변경을 하긴 했을 거거든요.
It's fearful of a Temu version of Fearless. I don't know what Temu means, but I'm gonna guess and say yes.
앞선 경기들 다 돌이켜
I'm gonna need the youth of the stream to educate me.
해적단과 크레이지 판다가 이 네팔에서 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 많이 궁금해요.
You've never used Temu? It's like AliExpress. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Like we've got Fearless at home type thing. It's a budget AliExpress? Fuck. It must be full of bargains then. I see. I'm learning. Now I'm officially down with the kids.
근데 여기 이제 매그 선수 원팀이다 보니까 윈스턴 눈피 위주로 했던 매그 선수가 해저드도 가요. 이것도 좀 봐야 될 것 같아요.
이게 첫 경기와 두 번째 경기 때는 해저드가 일단 아예 안 나왔었던 해적단. 과연 크레이지 판다 상대로 해적단도 그 해저드 판에 풍덩 뛰어들게 될지 이것도 좀 봐야 될 것 같고요.
Alright, everyone getting ready? What are the predictions saying? Polls still open if anyone fancies a gamble on Crazy Panda. See, there's a measly 4k on Crazy Panda right now. It's a pretty big value bet, but HaeJeokDan are also pretty big favourites. Banned heroes. Alright. CP gonna ban Mauga. They get to ban first. HaeJeokDan should have had first ban here, so they're giving up first ban and then banning Mercy. So it feels like HaeJeokDan are not taking their opponents very seriously with this set of bans. This feels along the Zeta division line of thinking where, fuck it, we'll win anyway. Just ban a hero. Crazy Panda, on the other hand, are trying to manipulate the comps in play. We see Opener in the Mr. Burns pose right now. Plotting.
예를 들어서 진짜 우리가 만약에 뭐 불가피하게 안 쓸 것 같아서 뭐 예를 들어서 메일을 배냈는데 메일을 쓸 일이 생길 수도 있잖아요. 제일 안 할 것 같은.
When are we officially becoming casters? Probably never. If we're being, if I can keep it a buck fitty with you, probably never. I appreciate you enjoy it though.
가만히 있으면 안 되죠. 분명 받아칠 뭔가가 있어야 됩니다.
일단 기분이 별로 좋진 않겠죠. 아니 우리를 상대하는데 뱅카들 저렇게 의미 없겠어? 이런 느낌이잖아요.
자, 해적단과 크레이지 판다가 맞붙는 오늘의 세 번째 경기입니다.
Yeah, Soup is a freak of CV, and this is just a cup they're running for all the Korean teams. All right, time to kick it off. Mauga is banned, which means Hazard is on the cards. Looks like Mag might be playing that card straight away. Maybe Fearful just going to go into the same thing. We've seen a little bit of Gino Brig. We've seen some Kiri Lucio. The only thing we know is we're going to see no Mercy. No Mercy thanks to HaeJeokDan banning her out here. So it looks like Kiri Lucio. Sojin expecting these Sims to become Genjis. And we're off to the races. Initial wall comes out, Boop onto Mag here, trying to dislodge him here. He's actually gone super deep search, will be able to keep himself on the map, but a little bit compromised for a second, and Zest is going to get the better of Dodo in this early exchange. Now a chance to walk forward, Suzy comes through, defensive wall, not enough to save Fearful though. And HaeJeokDan start with authority. A Genji gap to kick us off. And expect, as we see this mirror matchup to happen, it'll work quite brawly, but there's a really strong possibility for the for the hazards to sort of double team the Genji. If one hazard can force the deflect out of the Genji or the dash out of the other Genji, then it enables their Genji to be free and take over a little bit here. So wall comes out onto MN3, forces him back right now. Does have this full rail when the wall drops, and Opener's actually going to get caught. There's a Lucio Genji battle going on the flanks here, and Opener's come out the worst side of it. So Mag's going to try and push in, takes down the Sojin, splitting the backline, mean limited heals. Now Dodo forcing his way in. It's a dogfight so far, and this time Dodo gets the better of Zest. Mag gets the better of Fearful, and we're in a dogfight situation. 2v2, Opener's coming back quick, but Dodo, the execution there. Surge has been split and divided as well, and Crazy Panda have snuck the point back in their favour during all of this. Mag's going to get on it now. Forces Dodo back, but the respawns are coming fast. Do they have it in time to contest? Dodo, considering dropping for it, does drop, gets it. Archer's going to find it. Now, the downpour comes out from Mag, but I don't think we got a whole lot of anything right now. So MN3 on the back foot. Kitsune rush out. Kitsune rush response comes out too, but they were low on players right now. Missing's Kitsune rush gets absolutely nothing. They get decimated here. While they do concede for tick, or concede for cap, they do concede a little bit.
이러면 공사이클이 판다가 더 빨라요.
그렇죠. 딜러는 다 돌고요.
I know, maybe wasteful with the ultimates there. HaeJeokDan try to clutch their way out of it. They fail. And now they find themselves on the back foot here. Crazy Panda about to get their beat up. They have this overclock already. Just a hazard showing for now, so Archer's going to wait for some more juicy targets here. There we go, Suzu used defensively, trying to burn through this hazard, can't find anything. Downpour comes out, Mag is going to get caught up in that one. Suzu and beat to try and save Mag, but they kill him through it anyway. Search dies before his own beat, so Zest, he thinks he can clutch, but Wall comes out, he takes down Dodo, gets himself out of that one. HaeJeokDan, they have no tank, but they have a chance in this fight. MN3's trying to play this wide angle, Fearful's trying to keep him contained. MN3's going to swap over onto the other side here, and they might just wait for Mag before they go again proper, but Dodo will be back. He has the blade, but boom! Oh, Fearful's been booped! Oh no, and Search is going to get taken out of the air. Oh, they did the hard bit there, and then they just fall over. Fearful taken down. Then MN3 can take over with this overclock, and Crazy Panda, they don't get a chance to use any of their ults. They concede the flip. They have the ults to retake here. Beat and Blade, a powerful combo. Kitsune rush coming up shortly afterwards. They just need to make sure Mag doesn't get a big one. But oh, it's a good wall! Good wall from Fearful. Catches MN3 on that swing. MN3 doesn't respect the wall. Now player advantage. They beat through to keep pushing. Can they get more kills? Downpour comes out. Mid gets nothing from Mag again. Zest is on the flank here, trying to play a trade fight, but Crazy Panda, they're going to rotate, they're going to get themselves onto point here. All groups on point, Archie, no slide for a second here. Dodo happy to trade. A very split formation from HaeJeokDan right now, and Dodo's going to try and clear some of them out, but Zest are missing. They're going to keep the space, but Zest is trapped behind here, has the deflect. He's just going to get taken care of here. Now the Kitsune Rush trade happens on the other side of the map. Dodo coming in, has the Blade if he needs it. MN3 takes down Surge, now Opener with the beat. Blade comes out from Dodo, he's awfully low. He's got beat health to try and cut through as well. They're going to reposition to point with the tail end of this beat here. And now Crazy Panda, they've stabilized. They've survived the beat, but they've conceded the flip. No ults now for HaeJeokDan as Archie's going to come back with this overclock. One shot only. They're all trying to disengage it. They've all managed to get out here. Only Mag is left in. He's going to take one body shot before he blocks. But now a full neutral coming back in here. But Fearful, he gets for, not a full neutral, he gets for Downpour. He catches Opener. And now Mag is super low. And Crazy Panda, they're going to take this first round. Wall catches Zest. He's stuck underneath that one. And Crazy Panda take the first round.
해적단 제가 봤을 때 이번 메타 위기입니다.
Oh dear, HaeJeokDan, oh dear.
사실 뭐 제타 디비전과의 대결에서 0대3 패배를 하긴 했는데 과정은 뭐 압도적으로 당한다 그런 느낌은 아니었었거든요.
아니 지금 크레이지
the bans still work where you can't ban from the same role, Sunku, so you can protect ban. But in this situation, HaeJeokDan banned second, so they really did just throw away the ban in this. But you are right in the sense you can ban a support hero to stop the other team banning a support hero. But in this particular situation, HaeJeokDan were just taking the piss, and maybe they're going to regret taking the piss because they find themselves a round down as we go onto village here. TP's out of spawn. It's actually Dodo didn't TP, it was the Sojin who TP, so Genji here quicker. Dodo's got more position. Mag doesn't find anything with that opening slash, but MN3, he finds the opening rail. And they will just push over. Again, another strong neutral. The wall will catch Archie as well. Makes his position very difficult. Lavender's going to get hunted down now. Trying to climb out. Mag will just block and finish him off. No escape from that. A quick and decisive neutral. Maybe dropping that round has woken HaeJeokDan up. They're going to lock in. And look at the downpour gap right now from Mag. Significantly ahead. MN3 is going to try and swing with this rail, looking for an opportunity as they rotate, but they're already rotated, so MN3 a little bit out of position as this one comes in. They're going to take the brawl here in the kitchen area. Suzus will be exchanged, lots of damage on those disruptor shots, and the downpour over the top. They're all trying to come through that choke. MN3 a little bit late, but once he arrives, once he gets that disruptor shot in, drops the rail in there too. They're all locked up. Disruptor shot, and downpour. Now lock you in for a lot of damage. Now coming back, Nissin has a much quicker Kitsune rush as well, so HaeJeokDan with a great chance to snowball a few of these fights together with this ult advantage. Kitsune rush and overclock nearly available, but they're going to swing out before that. Archie gets caught on the rotate, now looking for search in the air. Easy one for MN3, and they didn't even need any of the ults in the end there. Looking for a trade, Crazy Panda, but they have been well and truly stuffed at this choke. They'll deal with the Genji next. One more wall, Fearful dancing in for that trade. Lavender throwing the kunais in. Can't find anything. Now in control of a point. Didn't use any ults for that one, so in a very good position still, HaeJeokDan, but Fearful. The big gap here is obviously... Oh, that's an early overclock, actually. Downpour comes out in response. MN3's going to try and go through it. MN3 does go through. He's so deep, though. He gets forced off. The Kitsune rush to keep pushing now from them. They're going to try and turn their attention onto Archie. He does die. The beat comes through from Opener as well. They are just using all the ults to get themselves out of that early pick. And they do get all the kills. They push him back to spawn. Dodo had gone back to point here. Opener, though, just dancing around, wall riding, keeping it contested. And now they want to try and hunt down Dodo. If they can catch him late here, he's going to be out of this next fight. But Dodo gives him a little bit of a slip, but the hunt is on. Zest is coming. Dodo's in a lot of trouble. He's wall climbing, he's dancing around, but this distraction allows Crazy Panda to rotate in. Now they've regrouped with Dodo. He's forced the Suzu already. He's all over this Kiri. He needs a little bit of help here, but now he's going to pop the blade. All the cooldowns were forced, and the Dodo distraction, it costs him. Downpour from Mag comes out. It catches the hazard, but the fight was gone. Crazy Panda. They get the retake there. Dodo's distraction gives them the path back in. And they only had to use DPS ults in the end. So now Search has the beat for this next blade, so as long as Search can get this beat off, should be straightforward for them to deal with the blade, then the downpour coming up mid-fight. Good situation for Crazy Panda, but they need to win every remaining fight. You see Fearful in a Belosaria-esque spot, skirting on the rooftops, looking for that engage. Search is going to push with it here. All eyes on it. They're going to find one kill onto MN3. Hunting onto the back line now as well. Zest sees a chance to clutch with Blade, but they've been lost. Oh, another attempted clutch here from HaeJeokDan. Mag tried in the previous fight. Zest tries in this one. The Crazy Panda, good position. As we come into the next fight, it's going to be Fearful. Fearful with the downpour, with not a lot to answer from. Opener's going to try and make his way in here, get an early touch on point, trying to bait them out of position so his team can rotate. They've got the high ground, all on Fearful to hit this downpour right now. Seeing who, if they can root any target, they should have the ability to kill him here. Jump out. Ooh, headshot onto MN3 will slow him down. They're just trying to keep the space right now, keep the point contested. Kitsune Rush is now available. Point force coming through, they all TP through, but MN3, he's left, he doesn't get the rotate, everyone else goes through. Kitsune rush to point, Lavender's able to equalize it though. Fearful is awfully low, has this downpour. Mag is still looking to trade, Mag and missing, get one, downpour comes out, Mag is caught in it though. Can they convert the kill? Beat in time from Opener to save them out of that one. And now, desperate situation for Crazy Panda. Oh, they only got Mag in the downpour. He was able to block it up, save it all through. And HaeJeokDan, they've clutched their way out of this one. The beat comes up just in time for Opener.
크레이지 판다가 약간 이제 궁이 좀 밀리다 보니까 소극적이었는데 어차피 소리방벽
just in time.
한 번쯤 루시우
HaeJeokDan tie us up 1-1. We're going to move on to Shrine now. Don't expect many shifts in the composition really at all.
해적단이 본인들 턴 세 번째 기회는 놓치지 않았다고 봐야겠죠.
그렇습니다.
And it all comes down to this. Crazy Panda, honestly, it's been competitive. Even that round they lost. Could have gone either way. Arguably that last fight really should have gone Crazy Panda's way. Fearful though, he catches the tank, but Mag still had plenty of block, makes himself a hard kill. Now TP's out again, this time both Genji's TPing, so everyone will be here. Mirrored timings as MN3 takes the early high ground, disruptor shot at the choke. Got this full rail opportunity, headshot onto Lavender, forces him low. Lavender hasn't used his cooldowns though, I don't think. Still Suzu available for Lavender, importantly, in this fight. Now MN3 is going to take a bigger high ground. Dodo's been forced to dash back to point. And HaeJeokDan, they have better control of the map right now. They've got more control of this point. Fearful's going to come back in, wall onto the tank. Suzu has now been forced out here. Pressure comes in. Dodo tries to pounce on the Sojin, and Search is there to finish the job. The Suzu was forced, and they find the kill. Now, player advantage. They're focusing down these low targets. Search is, well, he's searching, but as Genji can't quite find him. He does get him now, though. Zest has been taken down. Missing is low. Archie will finish that one. And in such a high mobility composition here, Kiri, Lucio, Genji, and the Hazard, they can move around the map so much, but often the Sojin can get left behind. The Sojin is the hardest hero to take with you when you are flipping the map like this. And we see MN3 run into that exact problem here. But now a trade late allows an easier retake here for HaeJeokDan to walk up with. They're trying to walk forward, but Lavender does have a quicker Kitsune rush. They will be forced back, and this gives Crazy Panda time to get back to 5v5. Disruptor shot over at the choke to try and take some space. Here it comes. Wall forces MN3 to rotate onto the high ground now. Meanwhile, Zest is making an aggressive move into the backline here. Archie is safe though. Tanks will keep trading, and HaeJeokDan have actually flipped the point. They've got themselves onto point here. They have the Kitsune rush to go. Still 10% for missing, 10% for opener. There's a window here, but they need kills during this Kitsune rush. Mag is on the backline. Zest is on the backline. It's a 1-for-1 trade. That's not what they need. Support ult's nearly up for HaeJeokDan now. A chance to respond. Oh, the downpour comes out. Fearful catches it. Opener's going to drop it. Saves Mag again. They're pushing onto the backline now, and Search, he doesn't quite have the beat yet. Archie is trying to survive. So much pressure on him. But Zest, he's still coming. Response now from Search. He comes back out. Rail connects for Arch. Downpour from Mag. It's... I don't know if it hits anything. Doesn't do enough to save HaeJeokDan either way. And they concede the point. They give the flip early on, which is a real pain for Crazy Panda. But they do win the ult trade in the long run. They managed to keep Archie alive, and they turned that beat. It was a much later charging beat from Search, but he managed to get it still in that fight. And now this is going to be a volatile one next. DPS ults up for both. Expect overclocks to turn it, and then the Blaze to finish it. Dead even here. Early deflect comes out. Deflect for disruptor shot actually here, and that's going to make MN3's life a little bit hard. They've walled it off, and they're putting a lot of damage onto Mag during this. MN3 has to slide out an overclock, trying to make space, trying to get Mag out of this one. The blade from Zest as well. The DPS, they find their kills. Dodo didn't quite get the blade. Archie finds nothing. It looks so good for Crazy Panda. The deflected disruptor shot, the wall, it forces HaeJeokDan's backline, but you see the mobility. They rotate so quickly to get MN3 space, but MN3 and Zest, they find their kills. Archie finds nothing in response. But Dodo didn't get a chance to use that blade, which means he now has his blade coming into this next fight. Kitsune rushes will be coming up mid-fight too. Dodo needs to connect. Expect a neutral, followed up with a blade. They're going to come in here. Blade over the top right now. Coming through. Suzu has been forced. He's so low. It's a 1-for-1 trade. MN3 gets the trade, but Archie's got a lot of space during all of this as well. Suzu used onto the front line. Zest is awfully low during this. Can they hunt down the kill? Mag's managed to find one though. They're still so low. Mag is low. Fearful's low. They both die. Just a dogfight now. Archie's getting full pocket. Lavender as well. And Kitsune rush used to win this 2v2. And HaeJeokDan, they're just going to disengage. They're just going to live. Zest is even keeping the point contested. They've still not got the flip, but Dodo is back on Tracer. He's found opener. Now Zest low on life support here. Kiri Pocket will not get him out of this one. Slide in from MN3 just to get the capture progress as high as they can. Mag is back in. They will get this up to close to 99%. 94%, but push it in one fight territory for HaeJeokDan. And they did get that Kitsune rush out, so missing with a Kitsune rush advantage here. They got the downpour as well. You combine those two ults, the Kitsune rush will give you the firepower to kill through pretty much anyone who's rooted. Crazy Panda need a clutch. Archer's starting quite wide. He has full rail, but Dodo's going to get caught on the tracer. Wall exchange comes in. Fearful is solo. Doesn't get to the Mega either. They had to try something risky. They had to try to clutch. Archie finds one. They can live behind for now, Archie. He nearly has overclock, but somebody needs to get the touch. Rail connects onto MN3, and there's just nobody there for the touch. Nobody there for the touch, and HaeJeokDan, they hold on.
본인들의 턴을 일단 잘 살려고
They hold on.
선수 비트 턴이랑
That was not what we expected. Remember, HaeJeokDan come into this overwhelming favourites for this. So dropping the round, dogfights on both maps.
MG 얘기를 하는 이유가 있어요. MN3와 제스트가 그만큼 해주는
Really could have gone either way.
역할이기 때문에 뭐 다른 인원들이 궁극기가 없다 하더라도 딜러진들의 궁극기로 상황을 뒤집어 버리는 MG 듀오의 활약이
If Panda just had Mercy, they win. The power of a hero ban system. What can you say, yeah? What can you say?
야, 근데 판다도 만만치 않긴 해요.
And HaeJeokDan, okay, they hold. Maybe we'll see a bit more of a serious ban come out from HaeJeokDan after that one.
거점도 계속 넘어가고.
그렇죠. 자, 1대0으로 해적단이 먼저 앞서 나갑니다.
But a few decisive moments. MN3 and Zest coming out top on that overclock retake, or overclock blade retake. You see as well, maybe the biggest or the most consistent difference was those early neutrals. Very dominant on the first 2 rounds from HaeJeokDan. What do you ban if both are playing the same comp? Well, you can get these situations where if both teams are kind of just happy to play the same comp and they both think that's their best option to win, you can just get these essentially handshake agreement bans where nobody bans a hero and that the other one wants to play. You always have to be wary though, because you never know if a team will change it. Change the backline or something like that, just try and interrupt them with like a Lucio ban or a Kiri ban or something. Maybe if I'm Crazy Panda, I'm considering, is there a way if I ban Kiri, does it force missing onto a Juno or something, where maybe he's felt less comfortable from what we've seen so far? But at least for now, both teams happy to play what seems to be evolving, at least early on, as the meta here in Korea at least. Here we go, the HaeJeokDan boys conferring. Is Kiri being played over Juno? Yeah, we've seen both. It does seem that more people are leaning the Kiri Lucio way. I think my initial instinct is just the Brig has a harder time when it's a Genji Winston, sort of both trying to hit that Brig can make the Brig's life really hard in a lot of positions. So the Kiri Lucio just have way more mobility and individual survivability. Yes, is a simple age gap. I haven't watched any games until now. What do people think about Hazard in pro play? He seems to be increasing in popularity. He seems strong enough to compete in the meta. We've seen when people run Juno or Orisa, like Wei were trying a bit. The tank can actually get bulldozed a lot, and they can just the Hazard can do a lot more in some of these situations, especially if the map's got some bits like Ilios or Hollywood that favour that vertical mobility. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's fun to watch. I think the ult, the downpour, is really hard to spectate, because if you watch it from the Hazard's POV, you see the sort of purple area of effect go out, and then you see it go down. But it's really not always clear if people are rooted or not. And because you don't stay rooted for that long, I feel like a lot of the time when I see the downpour go out, it's not always obvious if it is hit or not. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. So that feels like an initial challenge for watching it. But in terms of gameplay, I think the Malga's entertaining to watch. Lots of different ways to combine the abilities in terms of using the wall for damage, using the wall just like a Mei wall to zone someone off from a choke. So I think there's a lot of options with Hazard. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. Alright, New Junk City. I feel like we always go to New Junk City, which makes me think these teams just want to play Hazard some more. So these bans might be, we might be in handshake agreement ban territory again here.
네, 두 번째 세트 크레이지 판다가 또 선택을 했습니다.
Crazy Panda's map pick.
그냥 고정돼 있는 느낌이에요.
Obviously, last map, Crazy Panda, they banned Malga rather, so they can't do that here. I guess there's a question here, if HaeJeokDan have the Malga available, this would be a good test for where HaeJeokDan's meta read is and what they think strongest. Do they lean back into the Malga on probably one of the better Malga maps in the game, if it's unlocked?
그러게요. 격돌 본지가 하도
엄청 오래됐어요.
네, 오래됐어요.
저희 엄청 보고 싶은데
하나오카
제가
아노니스 왕자.
마지막으로 했던 격돌이 진짜 한 5분 걸렸나? 아 너무 그
Maybe.
스피디한 경기에
It'd be interesting to see. As much as I'm enjoying watching the Hazard play, I think there is an element of... there's an element of...
네,
I want to see Hazard play against non-Hazard heroes.
오른쪽에 있는 걸 보셔야 돼요. 선배인가
Okay, so Crazy Panda, they pick the map, and their initial ban is Reinhardt. Potentially a protect ban, I guess?
해적단 쪽에서는 바티스트
They didn't ban Hazard though, so they clearly, maybe potentially want to play more Hazard themselves. They can't ban Malga because they banned it on map 1. HaeJeokDan are going to ban Baptiste, because HaeJeokDan refused to take... HaeJeokDan refused to take CP seriously. Crazy Panda, can you make an argument there's a protect ban in here? They protect Hazard essentially, even though I think... Maybe they are just worried that actually HaeJeokDan would go Malga, and then therefore they would have their Hazard picks banned, and then they'd be forced into a Amalgam Mirror or something, and they don't want to, in order to avoid the Amalgam Mirror or any chance of Amalgam Mirror. Crazy Panda, they need to protect the tag, protect the Hazard pick for themselves. So I think I can see the logic here from Crazy Panda, and it seems pretty apparent HaeJeokDan are still not taking them seriously. Have hero bans been good in this tournament? I think we've seen in the group stage we've had a lot of mismatch games when there's one heavy favourite, one big underdog, and therefore the bans become a little bit less relevant. We've seen the bans impact a few maps in key ways. I think it will be more of a test once we get to the top teams. Because a lot of the time here we've seen ZETA Division and HaeJeokDan just kind of throw away their bans because they're just confident they can beat these teams no matter what. Yeah, I worry the Ana would be too squishy in a comp like Nat Gazor, but I do agree with the general principle that I want to see different heroes played into Malga. We'll just get more of different heroes played into Hazard, I should say. But we're just going to get more of the same. Disruptor shots traded out for choke. Earlier space for HaeJeokDan here. Mag's got the initial corner, and Crazy Panda are going to be forced to swing out a little bit wider. Official opening rails. Well, I was going to say they find nothing, but MN3's found Dodo, and again, Dodo finds himself gone at the start of the fight. And an early pick like that. You can see a lot of this. We saw Who Are You getting punished a lot. I think a lot of these neutrals can start with that Genji pressure. The Hazard, his leap can only take him so far. Often quite difficult for him to connect onto the Sojourn at the sort of range that Sojourns want to play, especially when you consider Sojourn has a slide as well. But jump onto the Genji, force the Genji's cooldown, set your Genji up to win that 1v1. Seems very possible. When HaeJeokDan, they capitalise off that, and MN3 is going to find him a cheeky rail as well. So now, strong first fight, controller for choke. We're going to try and walk through. You see a Genji flank coming in from Dodo here. Unsupported right now, I think, so Dodo potentially a little bit vulnerable if he gets tag teamed here. Wall onto MN3 doesn't really stop him, and Mag's going to punish Fearful. They just win through the choke. Punish for Malga. Dodo's going to come in looking for a trade, trying to tag trade anything he can. He just get one onto MN3. Mag was low as well, but Fearful already taken down. They get another trade, so a chance to walk here quickly, Crazy Panda. They might still wait for their tank. They're going to try and go aggressive at this choke, but Zest and Mag, they don't quite catch anything. And now HaeJeokDan, they might be forced to concede a little bit of space. Oh, there we go. Pressure onto missing. Forces for Kitsune Rush out. Has to TP in, but Fearful's going to be coming for him, trying to juke and duck and hide. Archie's doing the same, trying to avoid Mag here, but Fearful gets punished on that Kitsune Rush. Both tanks have been traded now, all over onto the DPS. Opener takes down Lavender, Zest takes down Dodo. And they just the earlier Kitsune Rush gets him over the line, and HaeJeokDan will take this first round.
같아서 그냥 기둥을 끼고 해저드 잡자라는 그런 생각을 했던 것 같은데
맞아요.
이게 매그 선수한테 전달이 안 됐거든요.
And Search is going to get caught
나 힐을 해줘.
late in this fight. Don't know what happened to him.
혼자인 걸 인지를 못한 것
I
같았어요.
mean, this means HaeJeokDan, they can set up on the choke. Crazy Panda are going to have to wait for their Lucio to come back. They do have support ult advantage here, Crazy Panda, so if they can get both of those ults off, should be in a good position here. HaeJeokDan, DPS ults is going to be a bit of a barn burner here. Expect a lot to be invested. Wall initially comes through from Fearful. Kitsune rushes just come out. Mag will drop. Oh, he catches everyone. Oh, he's so low, Fearful. He'll get taken down thanks to that downpour. And the Mag downpour just overwhelms the Kitsune rush. You see them use that Kitsune rush out, and because they want to use that Kitsune rush, obviously Crazy Panda, they're kind of stacking, they're compacting their formation to play and get value out of that Kitsune rush, but that opens up a good downpour for Mag. Fearful would lost the neutral quite hard in all of this too, which means they can just turn that kill. Now Mag's holding quite far forward here, will get walled off a little bit. Mag's going to need some help getting out of this one as they try and chase him back. He's getting forced out. Suzu has been used. A chance now to go for Dodo. The beat has to come through to save him. The downpour connected onto the tank, but the wall slows him down here. And Dodo finds nothing with this blade. Even gets punished for it. The overclock from MN3. And that wall from Mag actually bought him so much time and space during the Assault exchange. And they don't find anything out of their ult advantage there, Crazy Panda. 3 ults used. And no such value. And now this means Crazy Panda, they have the overclock for the retake. But we're asking a lot from Archie here. Kitsune Rush and Blade available. Archie's going to have to take some heads to make this one work. They're just trying to clear a bit of space, but now Zest over the top, drops it. Suzu comes through, doesn't block the first last. Kitsune Rush gets those extra quick slices, forces the TP out now as well, and Zest, he's just cutting through them all here. Both ults used to secure the second point. Expensive for HaeJeokDan, but now puts themselves on the precipice of winning this map. Dodo swapped to Tracer. I thought maybe just to get out of spawn a little bit quicker, but he's going to stick to it here. So you have to feel... The Genji into Soja matchup, I think, just feels nicer. We'll see what Dodo can make work here, but skeptical to say the least. It's going to be overclock for Archie again on this retake. Kitsune Rush nearly up as well. Mag has that downpour. Last time we saw the downpour lock up in this Kitsune Rush. We'll see if Mag can do the same here. He's going to come through. Downpour catches the overclock this time. Another ult catch with it. They do pocket Archie out of that one. They still have a Kitsune Rush to repush with Val, and they will force him all the way back here. Crazy Panda patient with it here. Use the overclock, but they don't commit too far through that choke. Get hit by the downpour in a situation they can pocket themselves through. Then a Kitsune Rush repush. And they get the first cap as a result of that. Now Fearful has his own downpour. Versus Opener's Beat here. All about locking down an important target. Now Beat doesn't always save you from downpour. Even if the beat goes off, but you get caught in downpour, you can still get killed through it here. So eyes on Opener, they come through. Downpour, not used yet. Beat comes through now. Any downpour being used? They hunt down Search during all of this. The downpour has come out in response. I don't know if he caught anything though. He's going to still try and find trades. They've survived all of this now. Fearful's going to look for the wall. More pressure onto MN3. Dodo diving in on the Tracer as well. They keep going for it. They do get the kills. Dogfight. Tracer's still alive in all of this. Archie's in big trouble now. And it's a 1v2. Dodo versus the Genji versus it. We'll regroup with Search here. Dodo does have the Pulse Bomb, but no recall. And HaeJeokDan get themselves back onto point here. Pulse Bomb beat coming up soon for Crazy Panda, but Search really needs to make sure they have this beat to respond to HaeJeokDan's ult. If HaeJeokDan go quickly here and there's a window for him. Pulse Bomb comes out. Suzu is near onto MN3 to save his life. Just in time from missing. Now they're going to start going aggressively. Mag and Zest have gone so deep, they don't quite have the blade yet. Mag has just died during all of this. MN3's busy looking at point. Where was the pocket? Zest is going to try and go! Oh, for 1 HP beat! Search is going to kill him, then pops the beat anyway. Now looking for a cheeky Lucio gap. Fighting the supports here. Search needs help! Help, Search! There we go. Sojin comes in. Archie will finish the job, and what was Zest thinking with that blade? 1 HP in a dream? 1 HP in a nightmare. And Crazy Panda put themselves in pole position here. Miscommunication between HaeJeokDan and whether they were staying or going, and they don't get to use a lot of those ults. They do have these ults for the retake though. MN3 overclock to kick it off, slides in aggressively. Suzu forced out of missing, or out of Lavender rather. Now looking for more MN3. Kitsune Rush has come out. Lavender nearly has his own Kitsune Rush, and Crazy Panda, they've just disengaged it. Oh, headshot to search. He's really low. They dive in. Oh, they will finish it just as the Kitsune Rush comes out. Had to attempt it. It looked like Crazy Panda. They done the hard bit. They disengaged the opening ult. They disengaged the opening 2 ults. And then they just needed to try and get that retake, but they didn't quite have the Kitsune Rush in time. HaeJeokDan rewarded for their aggression. They get the kills.
해적단만의 어쩔 수 없는 테크닉인 것
And
같아요.
2-0 in the series. Crazy Panda on the ropes.
탱커 중심으로 돌아가는 팀이고.
Yeah, newest patch, yeah.
상대가 알고도 못 막는.
What was Zest thinking?
좋은데요?
네, 오늘 미소 스퀘어 너무 좋은데요?
순발력이 순간적으로 방울 케어 해주는 것도 그렇고, 야, 미신 선수가 오늘 활약이 굉장히 좋습니다. 두 번째 세트 뉴 정크 시트도 해적
Straightforward so far for HaeJeokDan.
만들어 놓습니다. 저희는 잠시 후 3세트로 이어드리죠.
That's that opening kill. This was the first neutral of MN3. Just finds the dink. So hard for Genjis in this type of mirror, it feels like. The Hazard can put them under so much pressure. They have to take that Genji fight as well. Is SOOP Cup Blizzard associated? Not in terms of like OWCS or anything, but it's a licensed tournament by Blizzard. But that's probably about the extent of it. Susie just too early. I kind of needed it either way, right? Just a good engage overall. They engage first, they force some of those cooldowns when Zest keeps going with Blade. Yeah. Do you think the teams have been mirroring Hazard to show respect for the mirror, or because the Hazard is superior to other tanks? We've seen very little of Hazard into other tanks so far. We saw it in a bit into Junk Queen, a bit into Orisa, and it felt like the Hazard was doing way more than those tanks. But it was also true in both of those matchups. The team playing Hazard was the heavy favourite at the start of the series versus a big underdog. So I'm really... it's too early to tell, essentially. I think we'll get a real tell next week when the big teams play. Yeah, exactly, Wi-Fi. I think what we'll see next week, starting Thursday when the playoffs start, that's when we'll get a real impression of what the meta truly is, right? But I think for now, especially, new hero coming out. What's also true, one thing to consider from the team's point of view, is when you're at this stage, when a new hero comes out, and if everyone's playing the new hero, there is an invested interest, there's a vested interest in playing the new hero, because what you want is your tank to have playtime on the new hero. So say for an example, right, so a new hero comes out in Hazard's case, and Team 1 is playing loads of Hazard, Team 2 is playing loads of Hazard, and Team 3 is still just playing Malga or something, right? What will happen is if this meta goes on for 3 months or something, and the comps stay the same, what happens is by the end of this meta, maybe 3 months is too much, but even 2 months, what's happened is the 2 tank players on Team 1 and 2 have got 2 months of scrims, playing loads of Hazard, improving out the hero, developing the play style, and just their mechanics of the hero. Meanwhile, if you've just been slamming Malga, maybe you've been playing it in ranked, but you've not been playing it in scrims, it's a real chance you fall behind here. So I think from a big picture perspective, I think there is a vested interest in get your tank to play Hazard so you don't fall behind on any sort of development of Hazard. Hazard playstyle. Yeah, ZETA was playing Hazard as well. It was for a lot of the Chinese teams were still playing Zarya, Shazana. I think that's maybe what you're thinking of. When we watched the Aurora Cup, there was a lot of that still. Schedule-wise for this tournament, we're on day 3 right now. Copper refresh. We're on day 3. Day 4 is going to be tomorrow. And then these 4 games are going to be Thursday. I think, right? I think it was the 19th. Pretty sure that's Thursday.
깔끔했어요.
네. 일단
Any
한타
date
선수
checkers?
타임도
Yeah,
좋았고,
Thursday
웨슬리
19th. So
선수
Thursday
경우에
19th is
보면
the...
제스 선수의 변수는 좋았기
That's
때문에
that's when it
맞추면서
kicks off
확실하게
proper, if
웃고
you will.
왔거든요. 이러면 이제 크레이지 판다가 굉장히 제가 봤을 때
Alright, Shimbadi for Crazy Panda, which implies they probably want us a bit more of a mirror. So maybe we're going to get handshake bans again, maybe another tank protect from Crazy Panda, maybe HaeJeokDan, banning a live weaver or something.
그런 픽들 중에
네, 제일 무난한 건 이제 뭐 키리코나 루시오 쪽을 밴하고 아예 조합을 좀 틀어보든지
예.
아니 뭐 해저드 밴일 수도 있고 일단 그러니까 네팔 하고 나서 유정크 시티에서 맞조합에 간 건 이해가요. 왜냐면 네팔에서 본인들 라운드를 한번 가져오기도 했었고
그렇죠.
100대 0이 나오진 않았으니까.
Am I covering the Face It? No, no. Plans tonight, so won't be covering the Face It Masters final.
약간 바뀌지 않았어요.
I mean, to be fair, it looks like the tournament's actually been pretty entertaining. So maybe I dropped the ball there. I thought it would be a bit boring, and then we're sort of leading up to Christmas, so you know, I was in my winding down phase. But maybe I've dropped the ball here actually. Yeah, it's alright. My plan mostly is we'll do the SOOP Cup. We'll finish the SOOP Cup. I'm gonna be off for a couple of weeks for Christmas and celebrations and all that stuff, and then next year we'll come back and we'll hit it hard. I mean, maybe it won't start until midway through January because I think the first OWCS game next year is, or the first play day is the 31st of January.
오! 스칼렛 선수가 나오네요.
Scarlet in. Everyone a bit surprised at that one. I mean, Dodo, bit of a hard time of it really. Genji gapped a lot in the neutrals. In general, it's felt like Zesta's had the better blades. So I don't know what the... Well, I am not as familiar with Scarlet, so we'll have to wait and see what the hero pool looks like. Ooh, Viper's in as well. Interesting. My expectation from HaeJeokDan, this is more a... let the kid play. Let Viper get a game in, you know? And that we'll see Viper actually play probably just Genji as well.
이게 막 투섭 딜을 쓰면 두 명이 모두 나오겠지만 요즘 또 소전이 버프 받아서 든든하고 그런 또 딜러 역할을 해주고 있어서 MSL 선수가 빠질 일은 거의 없을 것 같고요.
그렇죠. 네. 아니 쓸 수 있을 때 써야 돼요. 지금이 뭐 투섭 딜 메타도 아니고 소전이 이렇게 좋아졌는데.
Okay, so Crazy Panda ban first. They're going to ban Lucio here, so they want to manipulate the backline here. Want to manipulate the backline, so everyone's been playing Lucio Kiri, or at least two teams at least have been playing Lucio Kiri so far. So now they want to force that backline to change. Expectation is we might go back onto a Juno Brig. Juno Kiri we've not seen, but could quite easily be viable as well. HaeJeokDan are going to ban Zarya because they're not scared. Just going to throw away the ban here.
근데 이제 해적단은 지금 어느 선수가 나오는지 모르니까 혹시 또 그런 류의 그런 밴을 하지
So the real question here is just what backlines come into play with Lucio being banned. No Kiri Lucio available, do we just go Kiri Juno? Do we go Juno Brig? Those have to be the two most likely options. You could try and greed an Ana, but I worry Ana is still very killable.
죽어도 손해볼 건 없죠.
맞습니다. 아 크레이지 판다 화이팅이라고. 그림 되게 잘 그려주셨네요. 너무 귀여운데요, 판다.
No DPS bans? No. Well, I think the reality both these teams are quite happy to play the same DPS, so they're just gonna they need to keep their hit scan on Sojin, they need to keep their flex DPS on Genji. Tie check. It is in check, Max, do not worry. A few CP fans in the crowd here.
그렇죠. 이게 자유 참 중요합니다. 근데 군대에 들어가 있으면은 그런 것들이 좀 억제가 되니까 많이 답답한 공간이기도 한데 그래도 몸 건강히 잘 제대까지 쭉 이어갔으면 좋겠네요. 크레이지 판다 일단 세팅 진행 중이고요.
많은 분들이
Alright, we'll see if Viper and Scarlet change the course of this at all, but feels like business as usual for HaeJeokDan. The games are so easy, Opener's not even needed a nap so far today. He's actually stayed awake through all of his time on stage, which is a rare case for the young guy. What's the meta? Lots of hazard. Any games being good? Or just wank on wank. There's been a lot of wank. A significant, a classic wank-filled Sunday morning, if you will. But a couple of close maps. Way were able to take one map off Poker Face. Although admittedly it was when Hazard was banned.
게다가 세트
the hazard gap
대신에도
felt
이제
pretty
굉장히 또
significant.
많이 잡고 이길 거라서 지금 상황이 만약 다음 세트 잡는다면
네.
그러면 사실상 그룹
Yeah, map one
A에서
in this was a
그냥 더
dogfight
이상의
too, to be
변수가
fair.
없는
And Crazy Panda have been,
죽는 상황이 되거든요.
of all the teams we expected to get pushed around, they maybe have felt one of the more competitive ones.
2주차 때 승리를 하느냐
Even enough to conjure up a fearful fan.
청송의 자랑 피어풀. 청송 출신이군요.
네, 좋은 소식 저희가 정보 또 알게 됩니다.
네, 써놓을게요. 청송 출신 피어풀. 네, 청송의 자랑이라고 또.
Yeah, but nothing to write home about. Nothing to write home about. We've seen a lot of hazard mirrors, which has been, you know, nice to see the new hero. But I'm really keen to see hazard versus non-hazard. Let's get some science going. We're always saying this on London in a new patch is if everyone's playing the new comp or the new buffed hero, we need to be the scientists in the room and play something else. At the moment, it seems like there's no scientists in Korea.
표정이 좋은 이유가 있어요. 밝은 이유가. 네.
It's just a bunch of mirror Murrays.
이번 경기에서 결과로까지 만들어내야 되는 크레이지 판다고요. 반면에 해적단은 3대0으로 끝내는 게 가장 이쁜 그림입니다.
All right, Scarlet and Viper in. Flex DPS changes for both. That's always been Korea though. True. It is true. Love a good honourable mirror over in Korea. And we're going to Shambali Monastery, which doesn't really imply any different type of compositions. HaeJeokDan on the defense first, and as we can see, Viper wasting no time getting onto that Genji. So very much just feels like HaeJeokDan giving the kid a run out. Let him Viper have a go at it as well. We've seen Zest be dominant up against Dodo. We'll see if Viper can do the same versus Scarlet here. MNF's actually going to be starting Widow, which feels like a relatively greedy pick. With the Kiri ban coming into play, we have gone the expected route back to Juno Brig and all of this. So the theory that we're kind of testing is how vulnerable does this make for Brig and all of this? Not so far, Skyle, no. Just Hazard v Hazard, a little bit of Hazard versus Junker Queen and Hazard versus Orisa, and the Hazard felt better, but it was also a hydrogen bomb team versus Coffin Baby situation. As MN3 went for the early grapple shot, doesn't find anything. So you must expect that MN3's life will get really difficult really soon, as we are going to see Scarlet also just playing the Genji. So a classic Korea, change the player, keep the hero situation. MN3 play in the deepest angle we possibly can. Now we'll rotate through to House. But they've got Scarlet through over the flank here, looking for it, sees the supports but doesn't commit to the position. The rest of them trying to take some space as the dive comes in here. MN3 still holding this angle, but his team's getting cleared in front of him here, and MN3's not had too many key openings. Scarlet is trying to make his way there, but Viper and Opener, you can see they have one job in mind. Do not let that Genji get near our Widow. They do that, and Viper, nice little exit kill on Archie. And they should be able to push forward to spawn, maybe even get a couple more here. Search is not getting out of this one. I don't think Fearful is either. So a full wipe. And they are in control. Mag getting very close to this downpour. Opener much closer to this rally as well. And Scarlet felt really forced. Really forced trying to connect onto the Widow there. He does want to connect onto the Widow, but need to earn the space, close the gap a little bit more first. Remember, no Lucio is being used, so harder to do these Lucio Genji flanks where you can go quite deep. MN3 still remains uncontested here. Wonder if they could just go high ground here, honestly, rather than butt their heads being made. But actually, Viper's going to get caught right now. Mag's taking loads of damage. That wall caused him all sorts of problems. Opener's going to have to die on point here. MN3 still holding for the trade. Gets one as well. Juno to boot. Looking for a late kill here. Scarlet's hunting something down on the right. I think it's for Juno, though, so Missing should be well out of there. MN3's going to re-peek from this high ground. Do they know he's there? Grapple shot comes in. Scarlet definitely knows now. Walls are going to be popped. Scarlet's going to dash for it here, but he can't hit a shot. He can't hit a shot. He still gets it. He still gets it. Scarlet bails his way out. Meanwhile, the root and the rally comes out in exchange in the mid, and Mags is going to get more value. Opener shields up, keeping everyone safe. Viper with the blade to finish it. And as much as Scarlet was able to win that duel in the backline, the downpour, the rally, the combination, looks like the bigger downpour was Mags to be had. And this gives a chance for him to re-establish MN3 in this position despite getting traded.
시간 많이 태웠어요.
Rays will be coming up for both teams. DPS ults available for Crazy Panda soon to combo with that, so it should be a significant advantage as long as they can land that combo, but they just have to be wary of this. Well, I say they have to be wary of the Widow, they have to be wary of the tempo from HaeJeokDan just through house as well. And they've just caught him out here, and that's going to be another fight off the clock. Scarlet's good for one trade though. Fearful's good for another trade. What's happened to my backline? Viper's just trying to fight this Genji, but Scarlet's going to kill him as well. Scarlet going for more. MN3's traded too. It's an absolute dogfight, but the trades here will favour the attackers. And MN3, he's stuck deep behind enemy lines. Can they save Private Ryan in this one? Catches a body shot, disrupts a shot out as well. MN3 around the corner. Private Ryan has been saved. And they get away with it. Now MN3 can go back onto the high ground. Slash onto the overclock here, goes for it, but now it comes for Downpour instead. Ray as well comes out. Doesn't look like Mag found all that much. Overclock is being burnt during this as well. Scarlet dies during the Ray trade though. Now no chance to use this blade over the top. Big problem here. Player down. Mag's going to try and make a move forward as well. Catch him because they are currently behind Crazy Panda. They have to try and live. They have to play their lives. Fearful's coming back. Scarlet's coming back, and they're the players with ults. But this backline needs to live. Scarlet is back. 1/, 2/. Opener is low. Scarlet's going to do it all. He's so low. 3k for Scarlet, but backline lived for long enough. They allowed their respawns to come back in, and Scarlet will get the job done. MN3 going to be making the Sojourn swap now.
1점 확보해낸 크레이지 판다고요.
Crazy Panda, they're going to take as much space as they can and get that payload moving.
크레이지 판다는 가시소나기가 준비되어 있습니다.
크레이지 판다 첫 경기에는 도도 선수가 좋더니 이번 경기에 스칼렛 선수 겐지가 너무 좋은데.
Wall trade up the choke. Doesn't find all that much. MN3 going to swing onto the high ground. Blade comes through from Viper now. Pretty early one, but he's got this Juno in his sights. 1/, 2/, no! Into the wall. They get the kill anyway. Opener and missing. Push forward. The Rally and Blade get the job done in the end. Scarlet good for his one. Fearful good for a second. Very hard to avoid trading in this type of matchup, it feels like. But they should have time to get their spawns back here, HaeJeokDan. But it did cost him 2 ults in all of this. So Crazy Panda, a big opening now, but limited on time. Only 1 minute 30 left after all the problems they had on first point. But a chance to start with this Downpour. Mag has one as well. Now they come in. Downpour's going in. Looks for it. Mag's going to flick it. They catch Lavender and all of this. Rally has been used, but they're just going to get decimated. Fearful gets one. He's trying to trade for Juno as well, but Pats are coming through, and Fearful will get slain. You see Mag there. He jumps in. He forces the slide, and then he tries to flick the ult. Flick the ult to catch it still. And again, Mag ends up getting good value here. Fearful's come through too late to do anything meaningful. And that ult advantage goes wayward for Crazy Panda. Coming back, low ground fight again. You see both Genjis trying to duke it out from this high ground position. Scarlet trying to bully Viper out of that one. Ray is a little bit closer from Lavender here if they can find the timing to go. Missing about 25% behind, but they lose their Sojourn on the cross. And that ult advantage they had in Ray is going to disappear as they have to reset here and go for one more fight. HaeJeokDan want to waste no time. They're still pushing for 5v4 advantage, looking for more kills. Wall comes out. They are forced all the way back to spawn. Rally to go for opener. Ray in response from Lavender. Missing 99%. He nearly has it. They're going to keep fighting. Ray comes back now. Lavender's in all sorts of trouble. MN3 will die for it, but they've traded 2 for 1. Now the deflex out, pushing in, looking for more trades here. But look at the clock as well. 5 seconds. Somebody needs to touch. It's just for Brigand spawn. There's simply no one there. The cart rolled back, but it makes no difference. And HaeJeokDan finish it with a spawn camp. And now, seems pretty winnable if you're HaeJeokDan, if you ask me. Seems pretty winnable.
그렇다고 해서 엄청나게 큰 차이 나지 않기 때문에.
This was the blade coming out from Scarlet that sealed first point. Very good blade. A lot of credit to the backline here from Search and Lavender to stay alive for so long in this situation. And then this was the trade. You see the Downpour comes round from Fearful, but they needed something a little bit earlier just to try and stop that aggression. And it's the same push in this area every time, where it's just that high ground to low ground engage. So as Crazy Panda try and rotate through, It's so hard for the Sojourn, it's so hard for so many of these heroes to make that cross without the Genji or the Hazard or something just getting on top of you for free. Then you cop a body shot or something from the Sojourn, and it's so easy to just die or get traded in those situations. And it really didn't feel like Crazy Panda were able to make... Well, they literally didn't. They literally didn't make that push successfully once.
콜라보 스킨도 많이 내고
Even when they had ult advantage.
또 하나 나오잖아요. 콜라보 스킨.
Other options would have been just to take it to right side for coast side, retake earlier instead.
그러니까 되게 다채롭게 많이 나오고 있어요.
다양한 세대를 노리는 그런 콜라보.
And now, Archie's going to start on Widow as well. MN3's going to match it. We'll see if MN3 sticks it for a little bit more in this first fight, or if it was just a grapple out of spawn. Nope. So same matchup here, Widow on the defense, Sojourn on the attack. It was hard for Scarlet to close the distance in a meaningful way to MN3. In reality, they won that first point 3 trades. We'll see if they can do a better job here. It's going to be a brig Genji flank through house here from HaeJeokDan, trying to close that distance onto Archer. You see Viper trying to make his way through, but that angle was being met like for like. Brig Genji versus Brig Genji, but oh, big trouble for Search here. Deflect comes out, and they just muscle their way through. They win that 2v2 trade massively. Now Fearful is in behind, just trying to die on point. And that'll be a quick first fight for HaeJeokDan. No real ult charge as a result. Mag looking for some early farm. We'll get a recontest here, but it'll be another neutral. This time they do at least have the high ground. Scarlet's going to come through from this left-hand side here. Potential to catch onto something, as Fearful will meet the payload on Choke. Trying to go through house, pressure onto Opener. Whip shot is there. Opener happy to fight for Genji, looking for the Juno instead. Dashes to the health back. Regroup on point here. Both teams have stabilized. Low HP though. Fearful drops it out. Does he catch anyone? No, I think Fearful misses, and now Opener can rally back. Oh, the rally back is massive. Fearful had the opportunity with a slightly earlier downpour, but he catches nothing with it. Catches nothing there, forced back, and the downpour to chase here, actually. BM from Mag, surely. We're all going to teabag Archie afterwards. And HaeJeokDan, confident, dominant, just bullying them at this point. Farming them at the choke. It's going to be a rally out. Ray will be matched now from missing. Now the Ray can overpower the rally as they push forward. Opener is stuck with a one-on-one with Search, with Scarlet on point. Can Scarlet win it? Oh, the support is coming back. Viper's going to blade back to point. Scarlet gets his one, but Viper returns with the blade. We'll finish the job. And HaeJeokDan, they finish it. 3-0. And they secure their spot. I think that's them securing their spot, right? That was their second game. Yeah, that secures their spot as the second place team in Group A. GG's. Handshakes all round. And really no surprises if we're being frank, if we're being honest.
결국 해적단이 오늘 경기 3대0으로 승리를 따내게 되면서 2승 1패를 만들어 놨습니다.
Viper comes in, looks no different.
잔여 경기와 상관없이 진출팀이 확정이 됐습니다.
제타 디비전과 해적단이 각각 승리를
Okay.
좀 따내는 모습.
And that's for day's action. A quick one today, honestly.
해적단이 뭐
확정이죠.
Quick one today.
해적단은 2승 1패로
And then we've got one more day of groups left.
0승 2패에 있는 크레이지.
And that's Group A settled, right?
이제 나머지 한 팀의 제네시스.
Group A, because this is 2-1 now.
마지막 유종의 미를 거둬야
And the only game left is... Oh wait, did we see player of the match?
어떤 선수?
MN3?
오늘 일단 소전이 너무 좋았어요. 마지막 깜짝 위도도 너무 좋았는데 소전으로 좀
Maybe it was Zest. I know he didn't play the first map. Maybe it was Zest, but yeah.
해적단 특유의 그런
Kind of a stomp, right? Give it to anyone if you want.
추출돌이 되지 않았나 싶습니다. 한타를 쉽게
Okay, so yeah, so HaeJeokDan are on 2-1 right now, so they've sealed this spot. We're gonna get Crazy Panda Genesis in some kind of mini toilet bowl tomorrow in the middle. And then on the other side of it, we have Pokerface should be confirming their top seed by beating MSG. And then this Way versus Vesta. Vesta already can't qualify. But Way are expected to win this one, and this will be Way securing the second spot as well. You think Mag, to be honest? Yeah, it was better downpour value. I mean, first map was a little bit dodgy downpour value from Mag, but it felt like the last two maps were pretty rock solid.
중에서 케어 받으면서 킬을 가져오는 스타일이었다면
네.
이제는 케어 없이 그냥 본인이 팀에게 녹아들어가지고 그 난전에서 활약하는
So yeah,
약간
okay.
섞일
Well, let me
적인
scroll so you can
그런
actually see.
느낌도 많이
Okay.
잘해주고 있어가지고요.
Alright.
자, 에임이 더 좋아졌어요.
Okay, so one more day of groups, and then
그러니까 원래 좋은
the
건
business
알고
end of the
있는데
tournament.
이
The
정도
playoffs will
에임이
happen.
빠르게 되는 건 이
So nice, easy one today.
정도까지였나라는 생각이
I'm gonna shoot off because I wanna slow cook. I wanna get my chili on. I'm gonna slow cook a chili for dinner today, and then gonna watch some football. Man United v Man City. So
그렇습니다.
a busy day planned.
자, MS3 선수의 인터뷰도 준비가
So let's find someone to raid and let's get
바로
the show on the road, eh?
네,
Let's
오늘의
see.
마지막 경기는 해적단의 승리로 마무리됐습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Who are we raiding? Iraq and
네,
Trees
오늘의
still doing
POTM은
their subathon.
우리 MM3 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. MM3 선수, 자 오늘 크레이지 판다 3대 0으로 꺾으면서 해적단 깔끔한 승리를 보여줬습니다. 오늘 전반적으로 게임을 어땠나요?
Who are we going to?
일단
Any
첫
suggestions?
번째 네팔 1라운드
like no one's really on yet.
뭔가 저희 생각대로 잘 안 돼서 많이 힘들었었는데
Anthony's going to cross City today. I'm not expecting him to play, if I'm being honest with you.
맞춰가니까 좀 쉽게 이겼던 것 같아요.
Surely someone's.
네, 정말 퍼즐처럼 딱.
So I feel like Avril's probably going to end up the same time as me.
결국에는 후반으로 갈수록 시원시원한
Who we
경기력을
got?
보여줬단
Who we
말이죠.
got?
오늘 크레이지
I don't really know
판다를
any of these
상대로
people.
어떤 점을 좀 준비했을까요?
준비한 거는 저희가 상대보다 피지컬이
Any suggestions?
좋다고 생각하는 편이었고
Luca?
그래서 그냥 각자 할 것만 하자 이렇게 해서
I don't really know
각자
Luca.
보이는 각에서 열심히
Is he an upstanding,
네, 각자 1인분씩
upstanding person?
했더니 거의 한 10인분이 된 것 같아요. 자, 단점은 보완하고 강점은 키워가는 해적단입니다. 미러 조합에서 팀 합이 굉장히 돋보였는데 오늘 팀원들끼리 주로 어떤 콜을 나눴는지도 궁금한데요.
No. So, let's raid him then. I was worried he would be an upstanding person, but if he's not, if he's not an upstanding person, then that's fine. Raid a non-English
저희가
person?
먼저 물고 저는 그냥 버리고 약간 그렇게
Like one of these people?
제가 알아서 보고 그렇게 하라고 해가지고 좀 그렇게 했던 것 같아요.
아, 나를 버려라? 아, 나
Who's
내가
standing
알아서 할
out to you?
테니까 각자 알아서 해라.
Should we just raid someone really small?
야, 정말 든든한.
If there's no one
듀오가
worthy,
아닐까
then we
싶은데요.
should give
자,
the gift.
MM3 선수 저번부터 굉장히 날카로운 에임을 보여줬어요.
Take us to the
게임을
VTuber,
쉽게
but not live.
풀어버리는 그런 에임을 보여줬는데 오늘 만장일치로 POTM이 되기도 했거든요. 자,
May
보법이
contain
달라진
sexual
것처럼
themes.
느껴지기도 합니다.
Fuck.
최근에 플레이할 때는 어떤 점을 주로 중점적으로 신경 쓸까요?
Find a new VTuber event? I'm trying to find someone.
뭐 스킬 빠진 것들
I'm waiting for someone to jump out at
하면서
me. I'll take
이제
suggestions.
제가 이렇게 상대한테 박아도 좀 안전하겠다 싶으면은 그냥 제 킬각 노리면서 좀
EGL needs for raid.
네,
It's for Shanghai Masters, right? Yeah, but the Shanghai
majors
Major's doing okay, I reckon. I don't reckon they need
네,
me.
맞습니다.
야, 그런 만큼 오늘 만장일치 POTM을 받으셨어요.
Wait, what about his birthday
그리고
stream?
앞으로
Wait, can you see
함께하게
it?
된 해적단 팀원들 그리고 다시 함께하게 된
Should we just go wish him a happy birthday?
한마디 부탁드립니다.
앞으로도 계속 열심히 할
Yeah?
테니까
Alright.
끝까지 한번 잘해서
Alright, let's do it then.
해보자.
I'll send you, make sure to wish Akami a happy birthday. And then I'll see you all tomorrow, same start time, final day of groups, okay? Thank you very much for today, everyone. Appreciate you all joining me to watch this. And we'll keep bringing you the SOOP coverage.
한번 있었지만 그래도 많이 열심히 하고 있으니까